Woo Ho-young has always had a dream since childhood. He wanted to become a great football player, just like his idol, but all he could become was a miserable loser when RMC was young. He told his father about his dream, and he supported him, saying that he had special talent. The young Ho-young believed his words when they were just lip service and enrolled in a football club with great enthusiasm. However, he quickly learned that he was a loser without any talent, and his coach sent him to practice with kids significantly younger than him. That day, Ho-young felt like the wall from the Attack on Titan was standing in between him and his dreams. He could not bear that and quit the football academy. He was too sad about it, and his father comforted him by saying that everyone manifests their talents in due time. He told him that he could be a late bloomer, so he just needs to keep practicing. Ho-young could not believe his words a second time, and he gave up football for good. Now, he is a loser with a contract from a professional football club. Compared to him, Ho-young's job is a part-time clerk in a convenience store. He keeps chugging down his jealousy with beer and thinks that if he had not given up back then, maybe he would have improved and become a professional football player too. He tells this to his friend, who makes fun of him and says that if Ho-young were a professional footballer, he would have won the Ballon d'Or a few times by now. He tells him that it is too late to regret now, and Ho-young recalls the many opportunities he missed because he was too afraid to take them after his previous loss. He curses himself and thinks that he is an idiot. Ho-young wants another chance at life so that he can go back and pursue his dream, no matter what. As he is cursing himself, his friend asks him if he will join his other friends for a game of four-a-side football. Ho-young thinks this is his chance to reconnect with the game, and he happily goes with him. They go to the boys who are waiting for them, and Ho-young notices an arrogant genius called Yoon Young-ho, who doesn't even look at him. He was a promising professional football player but had to retire early because of a serious injury. Ho-young had a bad relationship with Yoon-ho ever since they were young, and it seems like the latter was still holding on to that grudge. Our hero is on the same level of pettiness as him and doesn't make an effort to talk to him. It had been raining for quite some time, but then it started to get intense, and the boys decided to have a quick game outdoors because the indoor stadium was packed. The game starts and Ho-young rushes ahead with the ball because when he used to play he was a forward that time. He considered himself to have above-average physique and technical skills, and he wants to prove that he has not lost them. Even now he is about to shoot the ball into the goalpost when Yoon-ho steals it from him. Ho-young knows he cannot compare to a pro, but then Yoon-ho gives him an arrogant smirk, firing him up. Ho-young always wanted a challenge like this, or he played high-intensity football. He wants to steal the ball from Yoon-ho to defeat him, but finds that he can't do anything. Yoon-ho kicks the ball directly at him to taunt him further, and Ho-young gets physical before other players come and take him away. He goes to fetch the ball from the sidelines when suddenly lightning strikes him. Let's just say that 4 Pikachu'd the crap out of Ho-young, and he realizes that his life is about to end. Ho-young is frustrated because not only did he fail to achieve anything in his life, he was struck by thunder despite the odds. As he loses his life, Ho-young screams at God to give him his life back, when suddenly he finds himself in a strange space. He wonders where he is when he hears a scary laughter and turns back to see that someone had heard his plea. But it was not God but rather the devil. The Crobat hybrid demon makes its appearance before Ho-young, who wets his pants but still acts confident. He asks the demon if he is a devil, and he replies that he is the demon of greed, known as Mammon, the brain-eater in human culture. The demon asks Ho-young if he would like to make a deal with him, and he hesitates as he waits for him to tell him more. Ho-young asks the demon what kind of deal they are talking about, and the demon presents him with 2 options. He tells Ho-young that he can trade 2 things with him. The first is time, and the second is a special ability. The demon elaborates, saying that if Ho-young chooses time, he will regress to the past anywhere between 10 and 23 years. Ho-young likes the sound of it, but then the demon tells him that there is no free lunch and he must pay the price for this service. He pokes Ho-young's chest, telling him that his lifespan will be reduced by as many years as he goes back in time. If I were him, I would gladly take it. It is a win-win for me. He says that if he goes back 23 years, he will lose 23 years from his total lifespan, but no one knows how long he will live. Ho-young laughs, saying that there is no problem with that. He thinks that, in the best-case scenario, he might have a lifespan of 100 years and will live a long enough life. Even if he doesn't live that long, he will be satisfied. Then, he moves on to the second item. The demon tells Ho-young that he can also choose to get his ability, the power to obtain what he desires. Ho-young asks him to explain, and the demon says that it is the power to turn others' talents into his own. Ho-young finds it hard to believe but takes up the offer anyway. On top of that, the demon doesn't even ask for a price for his ability, and Ho Young asks if he is doing this as some sort of underworld community service. The demon asks him to simply say how many years he wants to go back in the past, and Ho Young knows what age he wants to regress to as he opens his eyes. He finds that he is a 10-year-old boy again, and the news about his favorite footballer is being reported on TV. He checks that his body is truly like a child and learns that he is back exactly 14 years ago, and he is in the 3rd grade of elementary school right now. He fist bumps the air, thinking that now he can obtain anything he wants. Just then, he sees his parents, who are looking much younger. Soon they have dinner, and Ho Young's dad asks him the same question about his dream. Ho Young says that he wants to be a footballer, but when his dad asks him if he wants to be like his idol Ji-sun, he replies that he wants to be even more amazing. He grins brightly as he declares that he dreams to be the best footballer in the world, and his parents laugh as they cheer him on. Ho Young realizes that since he is 10 years old now, he has all the time in the world until bedtime. He asks his dad where his hypernova is. Hypernova was the name of the ball used in the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, and just looking at it makes Ho Young's heart pound. He goes outside and dribbles in the empty park and realizes that childhood was really the best part of his life. This guy is living the dream all of us have. Then, Ho Young decides to check out if the powers he got from the demon really work. He calls them forth, and a system window appears before him that tells him that he possesses no talent right now. Ho Young is disappointed because the system window proves that he was always a loser without any skills of his own. He realizes that, at this rate, he won't even qualify to be a ball boy. Ho Young keeps practicing by himself so that he can adapt to his younger body, and he thinks that it will be nice if he can get someone to compare himself with. He only has to say that Young Ho calls his name from behind, asking him why he was molesting the football when he couldn't play. Ho Young picks up a fight with his sworn enemy immediately, who tries to rile him up. However, instead of punching him in the face like usual, Ho Young decides to observe his skills carefully. He wonders if he can use his power to see Young Ho's skills, and suddenly the system window opens in front of him again. It says that Young Ho has 2 talents, a football prodigy and a powerful mid-range shot. To copy his talent, Ho Young has to achieve the condition of playing football with him for 60 minutes. Ho Young is elated to see the system window. He thinks that with the ability given to him by the demon Mammon, he can see not only his talents but those of others too. I don't think being able to see his talents even makes a difference right now because he doesn't have any talent. Then, Ho Young realizes that Young Ho was not as good as he always thought him to be, and his talent was only B rank. He looks at the conditions to activate the demon's powers, and even though he doesn't know what will happen if he uses them, he decides to give them a try. He asks Young Ho to play football with him, and he accepts the offer. They play together, and Young Ho says that he will have more fun if he plays with a tree because Ho Young is utterly useless. However, Ho Young has achieved his goal now after playing with him for 60 minutes. The system asks him to choose one of the 2 talents, and Ho Young chooses the B-rank talent football prodigy. As soon as he picks it up, the demon's magic starts working, and the skill is copied to his status window. Ho Young is super happy that now he is equal to Young Ho. He knows that how much he can grow depends on his efforts, but at least he has confidence now. I don't think how much he can grow depends on his efforts. It depends on the talents he steals. Then, Ho Young looks at Young Ho and finds that copying a talent doesn't mean it will disappear from the original person. Young Ho still has his talent, and Ho Young sees the system telling him that he needs to play football with him for 50 minutes to copy his next talent because it was only C rank. Young Ho begins to leave, but Ho Young asks him to play a bit more. He says that he doesn't want to play with someone as bad as him, but Ho Young is able to bribe him with snacks. He is happy that Young Ho is still a kid right now. They play again, and after 50 minutes, Ho Young is exhausted, but he can now copy Young Ho's second skill too. Young Ho remarks that he has gotten considerably better just in this practice session, and Ho Young smiles to himself and thanks him for it. He is really happy and wants to buy him some good quality snacks, but then Young Ho asks him if his mom won't scold him for buying costly snacks because his family is poor. Ho Young gets irritated on hearing this and recalls that Young Ho always had a nasty personality. He pretends to punch him, but he shows him the money he has before running away, saying that he doesn't need to bother with him now. Young Ho is furious, but Ho Young leaves without caring for him. As he goes home, he realizes that just copying one person's skill is not enough. He needs hard work and luck to make the talents he stole bloom. He remembers a YouTube video of a 5-year-old boy playing football, and Manchester United scouted the talented kid. However, there are no smartphones in his era, and Ho Young has to take another approach to become famous and get more opportunities. He thinks that if he can appear on TV, he can get a chance to play with more talented players. He also has the perfect opportunity for this in the form of a youth development program that takes place during big international tournaments. Ho Young knows that 10 kids from the program went pro, and one of them was Kang Cheol, who was scouted by a big club. Ho Young thinks that if he goes to the program, it will be his golden ticket to guaranteed success. He soon tells his parents that he wants to be on the Shoot Dory program, the first of its kind youth development program. His parents have not heard about it yet, because it was not famous yet. But Ho Young knows that it was the canon event that shaped the future of Korean football. Ho Young's dad reads the news article about it that says that Shoot Dory is a program to train kids under 10 years of age under celebrity coaches to pick out talented players. The auditions are going to take place soon, and Ho Young holds his parents' hands as he tells them that he wants to do this. They are incredibly supportive and say that if he wants to do this, it will back him up. I wish my parents were more like them. Soon, time passes and the day of the audition comes, and Ho Young goes to the training facility where the auditions are taking place. The judges for the audition are Kim Jong-kook, who is a singer and part-time footballer, and I feel like I have heard that name somewhere. The other two judges are from the show's production team. The producer doesn't really care about picking kids with skills and thinks that they should choose those who can grab the attention of their viewers. They audition a lot of kids and pick those who have some skill and can attract the viewers with their personality or cuteness. The producer thinks they have enough candidates for the program now, and then Ho Young's turn comes. The producer can see that he is average in all aspects, from his height to his looks, and resume the only thing he has more than others is confidence, and the judges ask him to show them what he has. Ho Young shows them how well he can juggle the ball, and all the judges are mesmerized by his performance. The producer thinks he is definitely star material, not knowing that Ho Young trained this routine for the entire month to get this good at it. With the brain of a 24-year-old man and the talent he copied from Young Ho, he was able to wow the judges, who thought he was a genius. The coach, Young Kook, wants to test Ho Young some more. He says that now they will play a unknown match, where he will be defending and Ho Young has to score a goal against him. Ho Young is confident that he can do that because he thinks he just needs to score one goal. However, Young Kook doesn't really expect him to score, and he has no plans to disqualify Ho Young. Even if he cannot score, he just wants some shots that will look good on the promo for their program. As Ho Young dribbles the ball towards him, Young Kook decides he will go easy on him. But then suddenly, Ho Young whizzes past him and scores a goal before he can process anything. Young Kook is impressed that Ho Young is good at more than just juggling. So he asks him to try it one more time. When he is being serious, he is genuinely curious about the boy's skills now and wants to test if he really is a genius or not. Ho Young takes the ball to Young Kook, but he realizes he can't get past him. So he backs away and uses his powerful mid-range shot to score from a distance. The coach realizes that there is no need to test anything else because Ho Young has proved that he is really good at football. Ho Young also realizes that the production team's response was good, and that means he has secured a spot on the program. He thinks that his hard work showed its efforts, and if he can keep this performance even on the show, he will surely become a star quickly. He is lost in his dreams about getting picked by famous clubs, just like Kang Cheol, who was the most famous footballer produced by the Shoot Dory program. Ho Young also wants to be like him and join Barcelona or Real Madrid, and as he thinks about it, Young Kook comes to him. He gives Ho Young a fist bump as he tells him that he will be the coach on the program. Just then, Ho Young's parents come there, and they greet Young Kook. They feel they have seen him somewhere, and Ho Young tells them that he is a famous singer. I don't mean to be racist, but don't all Korean people look exactly the same? Ho Young's dad immediately hits off with Young Kook, who then returns to the production team after wishing the boy the best of luck. However, as he goes, Ho Young sees the status window that displays his skills and tells him he can copy one of them if he exercises with him for 60 minutes. However, Young Kook's talents are bodybuilding and singing and have nothing to do with football. Ho Young is confused, but he still wants to do something and approaches him, asking him to recommend him some protein supplements. Those words are enough to bait any bodybuilder in the world, and Young Kook starts telling Ho Young about the supplements he uses. Ho Young takes the conversation further and asks him to teach him some good exercises while they are at it, and the man is happy to do that. I must say that RMC knows how to get what he wants. They talk about protein supplements, exercise, and playing football, and soon the hour required for Ho Young to copy Young Kook's talent is over. He chooses to see rank talent's sculpted muscles because they could help him with his physique. Ho Young can already feel his muscles growing stronger, like I felt after the first day at the gym. Ho Young's dad approaches Young Kook and asks him how he can thank him for taking out time to help his son. And he replies that he enjoyed playing with him 2 weeks later. Ho Young's dad gets a call informing him that his son has been selected for Shoot Dory. He is elated and lifts Ho Young up and swings him around to congratulate him. Ho Young initially feels dizzy, but then he also gets very happy upon learning that he has been chosen. He remembers the date of September 16, 2002, when his name was on the list of Shoot Dory participants. His parents are very happy because at this rate, their son was going to be on TV and become a big star. Ho Young also feels warm inside because this was the first feat he has achieved after coming back in time. He doesn't care about getting famous or getting brands to cast him in advertisements. He only wants to showcase his skills and become the best football player in the world. He holds his football in dreams of the future, where he will play for major clubs all around the world. And to achieve that dream, he has to work even harder. Ho Young runs outside to play football because he knows that even with his cheating abilities, he has a long way to go. He might have stolen talent, but he still lacks the basic skills that set him back. The first thing he practices is juggling because he feels that he lacks the ability to use it in his game. He keeps on practicing day after day and notices that he is really improving while he practices juggling in the morning. In the afternoon, Ho Young goes to the park to improve his stamina. Soon, the program Shoot Dory starts, and Ho Young has butterflies in his stomach as the first match evaluation is about to begin. Their match is against the best junior football academy in Korea, and the producer asks their coach to have his team go all out against the Shoot Dory team. He doesn't care if they lose the match by 20 goals. He just wants to make the kids cry so that the audience will also be sentimental. What a jerk. He thinks that as the kids improve and become better as players and as a team, the viewers will be amazed by their progress, and the show will be hit. However, he has some hopes for Ho Young, whose promotional video was a super hit. He thinks that even though it is unlikely, one goal from Ho Young could do wonders for their viewership. He feels that his talent will not be enough to turn the tables on the best football club in Korea soon. The game starts between the two teams, and the Shoot Dory team wins the toss and starts the game. Ho Young thinks that even though their opponents are considered the best children's football team in Korea, no one is expecting anything much from this game. He feels that most people just want the kids on both teams to look cute while playing, and that is his chance to shine. Ho Young shoots the ball with his full power, and it whizzes past 2 defenders and the goalkeeper as it hits the nets. Everyone is shocked to see that Ho Young scored a sensational goal from the midfield right after the kickoff. Then, Ho Young runs towards the camera for the biggest heist in the history of sports. He knows that goal celebrations should be iconic for a player to be remembered, and that is why he steals Ronaldo's shoe even before he has invented it. He was only stealing talents, but now he is stealing even celebrations. Meanwhile, the players and coach of the opposite team are shocked because Ho Young's level was far beyond what they had expected. Their coach, Sang-woon, thinks that they were fed a lie when the producer said the kids were not that good at football. He was a national-level player himself, so he knows that Ho Young's goal was truly exceptional. He can only think that he got his skills and power from innate talent. The coach is close enough. He thinks that Ho Young's shooting technique is perfect, which is rare for kids his age, and he feels he has great potential as the game continues. The prestigious football academy takes the lead and wins the game by a great margin. Despite Ho Young's initial attack, he is also quite tired after the game. Even though it was played only in a mini stadium, his teammates aren't as good as he thought they would be, and while some are happy about their mediocre contributions, some are crying because they got hurt. Ho Young thinks they are disappointing, but it doesn't matter because they were here to train. He thinks that if he had his adult body, he could have smoked all the opponents alone, but he cannot win against all of them with his current abilities. The game nears its end, and Ho Young steals the ball from his opponent and rushes to the goalpost. He is surrounded by all the enemy players because their coach thought that no matter how talented Ho Young is, he wouldn't be able to break free from the strategy. However, the dribbling and juggling practice Ho Young did over the past few months comes into play, and he moves past the opponents at lightning speed and scores another goal. He does the stolen celebration again, and the commentators go crazy as he just scored his 5th goal. They call him a crane amongst chickens, but Ho Young knows that he is so good only because his mind is that of an adult. He thinks that his body is like a computer with super advanced software, so he can't be beaten by other players his age. Soon, the match ends, and the prestigious Cha Bum Club wins 14-5. Ho Young is exhausted, and even though his team lost, he has no regrets because he got to show off his skills. He lays on the ground, thinking that this should be enough to make him a star. He is right, and the commentator says that regardless of which team won the match, the MVP is Ho Young because he scored 5 goals alone. The presenter interviews him and asks him how he is feeling. Ho Young replies that he is still hungry, which is yet again something he stole from a famous football personality. After the interview, he runs to hug his mom, who asks him what he would like to eat for dinner to celebrate his performance. Ho Young says he wants to eat chicken, and then Sang Woon, the coach of the other team, approaches them. He introduces himself before remarking that Ho Young's football skills are really impressive, and his game gave him goosebumps. Sang Woon sits down for a chat, then comes straight to the point and tells Ho Young's mom that he wants to teach her son. She is shocked and asks if he really has so much talent, and Sang Woon replies that in their academy, it takes about 3 months to assess a child's talent with football. However, just by seeing him in one game, he can conclude that Ho Young is close to a genius. Sang Woon then says that he still wants to nurture Ho Young's talent, even if it is considered unethical. He believes that the boy is in another football academy, right, and wants to talk with the coach there before bringing him to his academy. However, when Ho Young's mom says that he never attended a football academy, Sang Woon is aghast. He wants to know who taught Ho Young football and learns that he has never had formal training and has only played with his dad and friends. Sang Woon is speechless for a while and then asks the woman if she wants to make her son a pro. She believes that it will be a good thing for Ho Young, and he also wants to become a footballer. She wants to know about the academy fees, and Sang Woon says that they are different for different category classes, but Ho Young will directly go to the S class. Only those with the talent and skill to prove it could join the S class, and the monthly fees for joining it were roughly $1,000,000. Ho Young's mom thinks that the fees are a bit high, but it is understandable since the football academy is also prestigious. She wants her son's talent to be polished by experts, and for that, she does not hesitate to think about using her savings. However, Ho Young speaks up before her and asks Sang Woon if he can pay the fees later. He laughs as he tells the coach that when he becomes a famous football player, he will pay the fees 100-fold. His mom is stunned at his bold statement, but Sang Woon says that this attitude is a wonderful thing to have for footballers. He accepts his offer and welcomes him to his academy. Sang Woon tells Ho Young's mom that their academy has a scholarship system for special talents, and he will strongly recommend Ho Young for it. He also promises to seek out professional football teams and train abroad if Ho Young shows considerable growth. He asks Ho Young if he is happy with that, and he is more than just happy. He thinks that both parties get what they want from this arrangement for the academy. It will be great to have a student like him, and they will get some publicity because of his performance on TV, and since he doesn't have to worry about the money, he will focus only on learning football professionally. He boasts to Sang Woon and thanks him for taking him in, and the coach smiles at him. As Ho Young and his mom return home, he looks at the talent of a boy from the prestigious Cha Bum Academy and finds that he had grade football prodigy talent, and his system tells him that he can't copy it because he has a higher-ranked talent. Ho Young thanks Young Ho for that because despite his arrogance, he was still a talented player. Sang Woon also had the talent to identify talented players, but Ho Young does not need that because he has the system. He thinks that he will need someone with exceptional talent in the academy and steal it. Soon, they reach home and Ho Young's dad throws a tantrum because he missed meeting Sang Woon, who was one of his favorite players. He then says that he is very happy and proud of his son, and he orders the best pizza from Domino's to celebrate the day. Ho Young drools as the pizza comes and recalls that back in the day, they rarely ate out. He was aware of his family's financial condition when he was young, so he never demanded that they buy his pizza, even though he craved it a lot. However, this time he does not plan to worry about being broke because he will become famous and earn a lot of money for them. Ho Young relishes the pizza and thanks his parents for the treat. About a week later, the first episode of Shoot Dory is aired on TV, and it attracts many viewers. Soon after that, Sang Woon calls Ho Young's home and tells his dad that he has been selected for the scholarship class. While they are happy about it, his mom comes running with even bigger news. She says that Ho Young has a fan cafe now, and Ho Young and his dad are aghast. They search for the cafe's address online and find that it already has 200 members. Ho Young is surprised, but as he reads the comments, he finds that not all of them are positive. He is not new to the terrors of cybertrolling, but he doesn't care because he knows how passionate Korea was about football around this period of time. The year 2002 was the golden year for Korean football, but after that, it started to decline, and people hoped for the birth of a new hero. Now that Ho Young is in the spotlight, he also receives some criticism. But it still feels good. However, his dad doesn't take the trolls and fake news so well. As he reads comments about Ho Young being the son of a rich family that was sponsoring the program to give him the spotlight, he becomes furious. His wife calms him down, asking him not to pay any attention to jealous haters. They turn to Ho Young, who says that he actually likes baseless rumors like this too, because that means people are jealous of him. Even then, there are some nasty trolls and he wants to shut them up soon enough. The next day, he goes to the Cha Bum Academy, where he finds many kids with crank talents. Ho Young licks his lips as he thinks that playing with them will allow him to steal their talents too, and he is eager to get a fourth talent now. As Ho Young plays with other students, his mom shows his little brother his game. Wait, where did that little brother come from? Just then, a woman comes to talk to her because she recognizes her as Ho Young's mom from Shoot Dory. She gets frank with her, almost too frank, honestly. She wants to know what football club Ho Young has been going to and what his father does for a living, even as Ho Young's mom tells her that they are just common people. The woman doesn't believe her and keeps pressing her for details. Then she asks her about the tuition fee here, and Ho Young's mom proudly tells her that her son is special, so he gets a scholarship. The woman is flustered, but she has no answer when Ho Young's mom says that her son has a special talent. She thinks that it is definitely a great thing to have a rich husband, but raising good kids with limited means is even better. Meanwhile, Sang-woon is impressed by Ho Young's growth. In just 10 days, he has become much more skilled than before. However, he knows that such unbalanced growth is not always good. When talented players hit a growth plateau, they sometimes lose all hope and give up on their dreams. He wants to do something to keep the boy on the right track. However, Ho Young has grown this much only through his hard work and has not stolen any talents yet. He was admitted only to the A class, where he learned the basics about ball control, dribbling, and passing from the coaches. He also learned about positioning and stretching, as well as collisions with opponents. Sang-woon also taught him to keep moving after passing, even if he doesn't know where to go. He told him that doing that would improve his off-the-ball tactics and that he would be ready whenever the ball came to him. He told him that this skill was especially important for him as he aims to become a striker. Ho Young is thankful for all these lessons. When he was young, he thought that he only needed to be good at dribbling and shooting to become a good player, but the more he learned about the game, the more he realized how wrong he was then. But there is another benefit to playing with this class other than the instructions. It is time to copy his skills with his demonic powers. Ho Young first targets a crank free kick talent and fulfills the conditions to obtain it by defeating the player in a shootout competition. Even though the skill is ranked C right now, he believes that he can improve its level just with practice alone. However, that is the extent of the talents he can find in the A class, which was not as good as he expected. He wants to go with this class team, but they were training at a closed facility, and he can't get there so easily. He doesn't think that the talents of the coaches aren't too helpful either, and he knows that finding an active professional player to play with him is nearly impossible. Just then, he spots Sang-woon talking to someone, and Ho Young immediately recognizes that man as Chad, a genius footballer. Is that the power of plot armor? Chad is not only a great footballer, he is also the son of Cha Bum, the legendary Korean striker and the founder of this academy. Ho Young wonders why an internationally acclaimed athlete like him is here, and then realizes that Chad is more handsome in real life than he appears on TV. I can say I am just the opposite, but I haven't been on TV either. He wonders why he is here, and he decides to observe him. As he overhears Chad and Sang-woon talking, he remembers that around this time, Chad got an offer from a European club, and he was going to make his club debut there. Ho Young thinks that this is a great opportunity that he cannot miss. He knows that he might risk not getting anything but scorn, but he does not want to pass it up. He uses his system to find out about Chad's talents and finds that he has 3 outstanding talents. The lowest one is B+ ranked physique, the second one is ranked quick passing, and the best of them all is U ranked sprinting speed. However, if Ho Young wants to copy any of those skills, he needs to train or play with Chad for 500 minutes. But first, he has a question, and so do I. What does you mean? He guesses that it must be Chad's unique talent, and now he wants to acquire it at all costs. Meanwhile, Sang-woon and Chad talk about how his schedule has been busy lately, and that he is quite tired. Just then, Ho Young approaches them. saying that he has something to give to Chad. Chad is shocked that the boy could recognize him even though he was wearing a cap. What does he think this is? A Marvel movie? Ho Young gives him an energy tonic good for relieving fatigue, and Chad laughs at his innocence. Ho Young is happy that he made a good first impression, and even Sang-woon is impressed. He tells Chad to remember the boy who was a promising player of the new generation. Chad believes the coach's word and asks Ho Young if he would like to play with him. That is what he came here for, and he eagerly accepts the chance they play together, and Ho Young gets exhausted soon. Chad says that he reminds him of his student named Young. Ho Young remembers that name because Young was going to be an elite player in the future. Now, he thinks that Chad is not only a great player but also a great teacher. Soon, they return indoors and Sang-woon asks Chad if he didn't have an errand to run for his father. He replies that his father isn't home right now, so he will do it later, and then asks if he has seen Ho Young play. Sang-woon replies that Coach Cha Bum has not seen him yet, but he plans to do so next time. Chad laughs, saying that his father may adopt Ho Young and train him under himself if he is impressed by him. Ho Young quickly gobbles up this chance and asks Chad to take him home and raise him. Chad says that he is already training under a good coach, but Ho Young butters him up and says that he wants to become a good player like him. He begs Chad to teach him something different from Sang-woon, but he replies that he is in safe hands with the coach and shouldn't be too greedy. Ho Young still tries to convince Chad, who tells him that he is too busy to train him. On realizing that he won't be able to train with him, Ho Young is a bit dejected, but then Chad thinks of something else. He asks for his address and finds that they live quite close by. He calls Ho Young's mother and asks her permission to exercise with her son for 1 hour each day. She is flustered, but upon learning that is doing it of his own free will, she accepts the offer. The next day, Ho Young meets Chad, and they go jogging before playing with each other. Ho Young thinks that he is really inconveniencing Chad, so he owes him big time. However, by playing with him for over a week, he meets the conditions and gets the chance to pick one of his talents, and he has no second thoughts about choosing his unique sprinting talent. Chad was famous for running faster than the ball and often losing balance because of his overwhelming speed, and Ho Young wants that too. However, after he copies the talent, the system tells him that it will take 30 days to get fully integrated into his system, and during that time he won't be able to copy any other talent. Ho Young is taken aback because this is the first time something like this has happened, but he understands that getting such high-ranking talent requires such preparation. He doesn't really mind the 30-day accumulation period because there is no important competition during that duration, and getting used to the speed is important too. He decides that he will progress one step at a time and will surely become a great football player. In between shooting for Shoot Dory and training on his own, time passed quickly. Ho Young kept watching his own show along with football tournaments and was greatly inspired by Wayne Rooney's sensational debut. After about a month, it was time for one of his greatest challenges at Shoot Dory. There was a special match ahead of them, and Ho Young felt more nervous than ever because this time officials from the Korea Football Association as well as media personalities were also here. His father pats his back and tells him not to be nervous because even though his opponents look tough, he is also equally skilled. Ho Young assures his dad that he will win, and as he goes to the field, the commentators praise him and say that his movements have become sharper recently. They debate if his skills will be able to help him win against the greatest challenge the Shoot Dory team has faced. The famous Brazilian football club is called São Paulo FC. The producer of Shoot Dory knows that São Paulo FC has given birth to many legends of Brazilian football. They were here for the Youth World Cup, and he managed to organize a friendly match with them in hopes that this match would boost their television ratings to magical numbers. And he is betting all his money on Ho Young to perform well again. Ho Young assesses the situation and concludes that no matter how much he and his team have improved in the past few months, they still cannot hope to beat São Paulo. The players were not only older but also significantly taller, and Douglas Costa, who would one day be a star of the Brazilian football team, was also there. Ho Young knows that he has been a genius ever since he was young, but he does not remember him being on the youth team of São Paulo. However, he does not care about it because right now he has the chance to copy some skills from a genius. He looks at Costa's talents and finds that he has plus-ranked football prodigy talent, fast legs, and the third talent that makes him swing like a pendulum between a genius and a mediocre player. To copy those talents, Ho Young has to meet two conditions this time. First, he must prevent goals, and second, he must win in terms of speed. Ho Young finds the conditions and rewards tempting. Carlos, the coach of Sao Paulo FC, has seen some videos of Zutdori, and he thinks that only Ho Young knows how to play football here. He doesn't think that he or anyone else can pose a threat to his team. He asks Costa to take this match as just a warm-up, but tells him to score 10 goals anyway to tell the world about his talent. Then he asks another player named Casemiro to mark Ho Young for the entire game. Carlos thinks Casemiro will learn something by playing with him, and the boy gets upset as he declares that he is much better than him. However, the coach tells him to not let his guard down and promises to take him to the amusement park if he doesn't let Ho Young score a goal. They have to play on a smaller field with 8 players on a side, and Carlos prepares his strategy centered around creative football while stopping Ho Young. Casemiro does not like that he is being given that much attention, and he decides to stop him from scoring even a single goal. The game starts, and Sao Paulo FC shows that their skills, training, and discipline are leagues ahead of the Zutdori team. Their taller and stronger physique, as well as their crafty passing, tire the Korean kids easily. Costa breaks through their defense with his immense speed and thinks that scoring a goal will be too easy. He shoots the ball, hoping that it will convert, but Ho Young stops the ball, surprising him. Costa and Ho Young stare at each other, and he tells him that he got lucky this time. However, as the game continues, Ho Young keeps intercepting Costa and preventing him from scoring. He is getting frustrated because Ho Young has not let him take a valid shot after the first one and blocked any chances that they created. Costa realizes that the boy knows to play football, and he angrily confronts him. He asks him what he was doing in defense when he was a striker, but Ho Young doesn't understand English that well, but he uses a few English words that convey his intentions to Costa really well. Ho Young tells him he won't score any goals today, and the Brazilian boy turns Super Saiyan with rage. He feels humiliated that he is being stopped by someone who was not even a proper defender. Even though the coach had told him not to overdo it, he decided to show Ho Young his real skill because he couldn't be defeated. Soon, Zutdori's team leads the attack, but Casemiro stops them single-handedly and passes it to Costa, who is broken through the entire defense line with ease. The Korean goalkeeper is crying and shivering like a wimp, and Costa thinks that he just needs to touch the ball and it will be a goal, but surprise, Ho Young is right there with him, and he runs faster than him and steals the ball. Ho Young runs to the enemy goal and Costa sighs, thinking that he has no choice but to use his full speed. Now he runs towards Ho Young, but finds that he can't manage to catch up to him. He is afraid to be beat in a battle of speed and stops completely. He kicks the grass to his rage, and the commentators poke fun at him. Then they focus on Ho Young, who is ditching his usual style of shooting from long range to dribbling and beating the Brazilian team with speed. He cuts through their defense, and the commentators realize that his dribbling was like a chat. However, Casemiro is standing in front of Ho Young to stop him. Ho Young reads his talents and finds that he is a plus-rank soccer prodigy and has some decent defense and intercepting to acquire his talents. Ho Young must overcome him in a solo challenge and score a goal. Ho Young knows that Casemiro will join Real Madrid in the future and become a good defender. He wants his skills and decides to fulfill both conditions in one go. Casemiro realizes that Ho Young is fast, but he thinks he can stop him. However, Ho Young swiftly kicks the ball next to him and then catches up to it with his great speed. Casemiro is shocked that his defense was breached, but by then, Ho Young is already near the goal. The goalkeeper comes ahead to stop him, but Ho Young shoots from some distance and scores a goal. The crowd erupts into cheers as Ho Young scores the first goal of the match in an amazing fashion. The commentators also go crazy, as they think they underestimated the Zutdori team. The producer thinks that not only did Ho Young outreign Costa, he also breached Casemiro's defense. He did both of these things in one play and thinks that will definitely make for great content. After Ho Young scores, he goes to celebrate with the Su again and thinks that Chad's skill is really amazing, and it feels like a cheat. However, because he uses it, his knee gets a bit sore. As the crowd cheers him on, Ho Young thinks that this stadium is below his level right now, and he should not be too happy about the support. He wants to dominate the entire field in the game, and then suddenly, a system window opens in front of him, asking him to choose one of the talents to copy from Casemiro's arsenal. Ho Young decides to enhance his football prodigy talent and chooses it before looking at the revised conditions to copy more talents. He finds that now he needs to break through solo 5 times and score a hat-trick. Ho Young thinks that he can do that in the 30 minutes that are remaining, and then he will copy the ball-intercepting talent. Meanwhile, the Brazilian coach decides to substitute Costa because he does not want him to feel stressed before the main tournament. Costa wants to play so he can do better, but Coach Carlos is confident that he needs to rest now. He tells him to go back to the bench and think about what he learned from Ho Young so that he can incorporate it into his game even after being humiliated. Costa is too arrogant and says he can't learn anything from an Asian that's racist. You can learn math from an Asian. Carlos is furious and tells Costa that if he were the referee, he would give him a red card for his racist comments. He then tells him to observe Ho Young's skills as a viewer if he can't gauge them out as a player. Costa is taken aback and has no choice but to obey. Both Carlos and Costa watch Ho Young pass through their team's defense to score goals, and the coach thinks that he is on a different level than any kid he has taught. He wonders where on earth such a monster came from. He won't be able to believe the truth, even if he learns about it soon. Sao Paulo FC scores their first goal, and as the momentum shifts, Ho Young also starts losing stamina. He knows this is because he is doing everything alone, but he still wants to win against a Brazilian powerhouse. However, despite his best efforts, Sao Paulo FC won by 9-4, and obviously all 4 of them were by Ho Young. Carlos is amazed at the result and has mixed feelings about it. He was planning it to be a show-off warm-up match, but they found a monster in the form of Ho Young, who stopped their team alone. His assistant also thinks that Ho Young's off-the-ball play and sprinting speed are especially remarkable. He thinks that if the boy keeps playing like this, he will be a star, and Carlos agrees with him. He remarks that Ho Young's basics are still poor, but he is fast, smart, and above all, he enjoys playing football. He thinks that they will have to wait to see if Ho Young really has more potential. As Ho Young's parents are talking about the game, Carlos visits them. Ho Young's dad is flustered by seeing a football icon, and luckily, Ho Young's mom knows enough Spanish to talk to him. Carlos tells her that her son is like a rough diamond that needs polishing, and that is why he wants to sign a contract with him so that he can train at their academy. While they are discussing this, Ho Young is looking at the system windows, asking him to choose from the list of talents possessed by Costa and Casemiro. He takes the grade ball interception skill from Casemiro and then wonders what he should take from Costa. The football prodigy talent is the same rank as the one he has, and Ho Young sees no merit in taking it. He feels that he can make better use of Costa's strong and well-trained legs, which can improve his fast sprinting speed. As soon as he selects the talent, Ho Young feels his legs full of energy and thinks that if he keeps on gathering talents like this, he might become an unparalleled football player in history. Just then, the system tells him that he cannot copy another talent for 7 days now because he is copying an orang talent. Ho Young thinks it is no problem, and he can train his talents using that time. Soon, the presenter comes there for an interview and asks Ho Young the secret behind his extra motivation today. Ho Young tells him about the jobless people who spend all their time online, who said he couldn't play well against a foreign team, so he wanted to prove them wrong. The presenter is impressed and then moves on to the next interview. However, the producer likes Ho Young's words and laughs, saying that he will definitely be a star. The scene changes, and a very dashing man appears. The main character is whether he is being recruited here. The main character responds, "Am I being recruited by the Brazilian football club?" His mother says, "Yes, you are. You'll need to listen to me very carefully. First, you'll go to the academy. After that, there will be tests with your regulars, and they've said that the people won't be allowed there at all. Do you understand what we're saying?" "Young man, you're going to be very young." My dear caterer also says that he understands, and he remarks that you folks want to make it clear that I'm a young lad heading abroad. He continues, "That's right, Article 19 states that a child can only be transferred when they are 18 years old. This rule is in place as a human right." He notes that while athletes are there to protect their rights, in this case it's going to be an exception, and these regulations don't apply to him. He concludes that it's basically impossible. Shifting gears, I thought to myself that while many people get caught in these situations, they don't end up in jail. A lot of people have been caught here before unless the club decides to intervene. The main character mentions that the Brazilian football club also talked to him about a youth contract. He's excited about the opportunity but wonders why Carlo, the coach, sent him away without a word. His mother responds, "There were a lot of reporters around, and you know how fascinated people can be with you. That's why he had a brief conversation with your mom. How did you handle that?" The main character says they refused, explaining to his mean caterer, How can I send my child abroad when he's only 10? I said it wasn't okay. It felt like the end of the world. His father chimes in. Son, I was just joking. The mean caterer responds. Does anyone joke like that? He explains that his dad doesn't speak Spanish, so all he said was thank you, and then he left. The entire negotiation was done by the mother. The mean caterer asks, Mom, what did you discuss with him? She replies, I said as long as our son is happy here. I agree with the move. The main character adds, of course, I'm thrilled. Brazil has produced so many football superstars. I can't believe him going abroad for studies, especially with football's help. He'll get the chance to develop the talent of South America's youngsters. This isn't just a simple study abroad program. If I sign the youth contract, he'll also start earning money. His mother adds, I've heard there will be a lot of Korean friends there, but you'll need to learn more languages. You should know Brazilian and Portuguese. The main character responds, that's okay. He'll start learning right away. I've figured out how to manage all of this now. I want to leave as soon as possible, but I have to wait until the Velicard is here and Carlos Wafer tournament is over. What should I do in the meantime? I heard Abu Mukim's football club is participating in a tournament here. There are 16 teams competing. It's going to be a festival for the world youth. The MBC World Youth Football Tournament starts on the 18th, with final entries ending on the 16th. There are only 5 days left. I'm still going to have a chance. The program then shows the main character wincing and saying, my knees are really sore. I might have overdone it yesterday. He'll need to be more careful from now on. He reflects that just having good football skills isn't enough. You also need physical strength. He points out that Ronaldo had to deal with numerous injuries due to overwork. Particularly with his knees, he'll need to train specifically for my injury, he says. His mother arrives and asks, what are you doing here? Are your legs hurting? The main character responds, I think I'm just getting a bit older. His mother starts pressing his legs and says, if it's that hard, you should stop. I just want to see you healthy. The main character agrees, yes, Mom. As he settles down to sleep, he adds, Mom's massage is really helping. Someone watching the main character on TV comments, I'm very proud. Rider 11 is doing great on TV. The person then muses, but with the tournament coming up, there's one weakness. This is going to be very different and challenging. If we consider his skills for our team, we need to think it over. The coach reassures him, no need to worry too much. What do you think about Cha Bum-Kuan? Cha Bum-Kuan, the father of legendary Korean football player Do Rim, is mentioned. The person says, I feel the same about him now as I did about Do Rim when he was young. Sang-Bon asks, what do you mean by that? He replies, Cha Bum-Kuan runs just like Carries Lee. He's young, but also quite smart. I think he's going to be a very exciting player. Sang-Bon asks, how do you plan to manage Tori? He responds, Eve already seen him. I didn't have time to work with him before due to my busy schedule, so I want to teach him a few things. Can we meet tomorrow at 230? Cha agrees, yes, he'll call his parents in the morning. The child might also have his own schedule. The child and his mother arrive, and someone greets them warmly. Cha says, how are you, young man? The main character thinks to himself, Cha Bum-Kuan is right here in front of me. Cha puts a hand on the main character's head and jokes, are you going to be a bomber here? They both laugh, and Cha adds, you're going to be an interesting player. Mr. Wu, let's go inside. The main character replies, yes, sir. The main character and his mother sit on one side, while Cha Bum-Kuan sits opposite them. He says, ultimately, you have to decide if all the young players will participate in the competition based on a simple test. He continues, if you permit it, we can definitely look into it. If we see positive reactions from the young players, we will definitely agree. The main character's mother adds, if our son is happy, then I agree too. No parent can refuse their child anything. The main character is excited about the opportunity to practice in the youth competition. No matter what happens, I'm confident I can pass the test, he says, putting on his shoes. He looks at the team of Wonder 13 and notes, this is the first time I'm seeing students older than me here. I guess all these students are really something. The main character looks around and thinks, why are they all so tall? I feel like I'm surrounded by giants. He glances at the goalie and notes that his height is about 170 centimeters. He starts evaluating his skills. Football level is C, wide open growth potential is B, and confident heading is B. His talent is really impressive. He muses. Then he turns to Cha Bum-Kuan and asks, what kind of test are you going to conduct? Cha Bum-Kuan replies, oh, it's a full court game. I'm going to run that the main character thinks this is going to be tough for me. There are two teams and the main character is positioned in the corner. The match begins and his team starts advancing with the ball. We're using the 4-42 tactics, he explains. My role here is to break through as a forward. In simple terms, I need to score goals. These are what you'd call finishers or goal scorers. I need to be on top of my marking as his team pushes forward. The main character notices that no one is passing the ball to him. Can you at least pass to me once, he pleads. It's as if he's invisible. Sorry, not happening, he grumbles. They're really trying to show me their sincere attitude, aren't they? Determined, he decides if no one's passing, I'll take the ball myself. He starts charging forward as he's about to take control of the ball. The coach calls out, "Listen up." The coach and a player look towards him. Sang-moon, the coach says, "This is something we shouldn't laugh at." Chaboom. You're doing well, SEO, and Sang-bun seem a bit confused. Chaboom adds, when your teammates don't pass you the ball, you have to showcase your skills. I did this in Germany. As Ong said, happiness in football comes from having the ball. There's a risk, but you have to take it in football. Look at that cow, he's going all in. The main character speeds up, dribbling the ball. A teammate calls out, "Hey, pass the ball quickly." But the main character presses on, declaring, "Nice pass," as he maneuvers past defenders. "If you don't give me a chance, you'll have to acknowledge my skills." He dodges opponents, leaving even the senior players bewildered. As he advances, he shouts, "Get out of my way, I'm going for the goal." The opposing defenders shout, "Come closer, come closer." He sends a high ball forward. The goalkeeper moves in, and the main character yells, "Head it." Number 9 leaps in and heads the ball into the goalpost. Goal, cheers the main character. The main character reviews his requirements. 15 assists and over 250 minutes of official match play. 1 goal down, many more to go. He thinks he aims to reach around 180 centimeters and number 9 looks at him. Sakyong Jun, he says, "If you're going to be a domestic football player, you need a name like that." Chabum-kun mentions, this is what we call the JD line in Korea. "Nice pass, that was a great feed you gave me." He adds, the key weapon here is height. Currently, it's between 170 centimeters and 190 centimeters. Koreans are generally on the shorter side. But your height being around 190 centimeters is impressive, quite rare. The main character gives a thumbs up and thinks, with a growth potential rated B, this isn't too shabby. I'm definitely going for it. He makes another header forward for No. 9, who assists and converts it into a goal. Both the main character and No. 9 give each other a thumbs up. Chabum-kun comments, "In your first game you provided 3 assists and scored a goal." Impressive. The main character replies, "Yes, sir." Chabum-kun then asks, "So, are you preparing for assists or goals?" The main character clarifies, "I was preparing for goals, but I passed the ball to my teammates to lower their guard and get them to accept me." Chabum-kun, with a knowing look, thinks to himself, that's a clever tactic, even if it's a bit of a fib. Chabum-kun says, "Alright, you've got the hang of your team members. Now, you need to join the competition class starting today. The coach will discuss this with your mother, and you'll be given responsibility for the competition class. Take it seriously." Understood? The main character nods, "Yes, sir." Chabum-kun reviews his skills and notes, "Your rank is L. That means you're on the path to greatness. The rest of your skills are listed on the screen. You need to score 30 goals from 30 meters out in official matches and help your team reach the finals in PIPA." The main character's eyes light up with determination. "I'm really eager for this," he says. Chabum-kun asks, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The main character replies, "I'm not thinking about anything in particular. I just haven't seen a grade like this before. An L grade might be legendary, and it looks like it has 31 attributes with explosive power, almost like a marathon runner. Even Chadori couldn't match this speed." Chabum-kun chuckles and says, "Well, that won't help you here. As expected, the condition to become a legend is going to be tough." The main character notices a blue aura around Chabum-kun and thinks, Chabum-kun is truly on another level. Chabum-kun then asks, "Have you received an offer from the Brazilian football club? They took one of our players last time." The main character confirms, "Yes, I have received such an offer." Chabum-kun says, "That's a great decision. It will put pressure on you to become a top player. But experiencing different environments will help you develop your talent faster." The main character responds, Thank you for your advice, sir. Chabum-kun adds, even if you go abroad, stay in touch with us. Let me know if you face any difficulties. The main character agrees, yes, sir. After that day, the main character intensifies his team practice and focuses on integrating with the team. He consistently provides assists to Yak Jin, who converts them into goals, leading to his position being changed to the second striker from poacher to second striker, he notes. As a second striker, I can support the forward and help us score more goals. We'll need to manage the attack in midfield with dribbling and breaking through defenses. Sangmun instructs you need to make breakthroughs, pass and shoot. Remember, you must balance both attacking and defending. Don't let the pressure get to you, stay confident. The main character thinks to himself, I feel like I'm contradicting myself here, but reassures himself with, don't worry, sir. We then see a scene from the day before the competition. The main character makes a brilliant assist for number 9, who scores with a header. Number 9 congratulates him. Nice pass, your header was even better. Sangmun, watching from the sidelines, remarks, the synergy between Shayok Youngju and Jo Young is impressive. With these skills, we could definitely reach the quarterfinals. Even if we have to face the European powerhouse Dutch under-19 or the Portuguese giants, we're not that far off. Someone calls out, great job, everyone. Now quickly get inside, do your stretches and rest up. The main character reflects, this will be our last training session before the big game. I'm tired, but Eve achieved my first condition. I just need to fulfill the second one, playing around 250 minutes in official matches. He calculates I get about 50 minutes per match, so I should meet the requirement before the quarterfinals. Determined, he thinks he'll get it done. The scene shifts to December, with 2 commentators sitting at the broadcast desk. One says, welcome to the World Youth Championship hosted by Korea, organized by MBS. I'm thrilled to be commentating today, and my name is SEO. The other commentator adds, hello everyone. This is the first World Youth Championship held in Korea since the 2002 FIFA World Cup. There's a lot of public interest this year as the players enter the field, including our main character. He marvels at the natural grass. This field feels so authentic. He says our opponents are Poland, which means I might get to see Lewandowski, who's set to be the world's best striker. Along with him, Luis Suez and Harry Kane will be here too. The legend of the Polish football team, Lewin, will also be playing. This is really happening. The main character knows the most important thing is that we need to win this game by any means necessary. He begins analyzing the strengths of the opposing team as the match between Chabum and the Polish national team kicks off. The CEO comments, what do you think of the game so far? The second commentator replies, I think Chabum will definitely win. The young players seem particularly dynamic today. Chabum's team is using a 442 formation, putting full pressure on their opponents, while the Polish national team is employing a 4231 formation, leveraging their physicality. Look, there's a gap in the center, shouts a Polish player. The ball is quickly passed forward, the commentator notes. The Polish team's 5 midfielders are dominating the field with their passing. A player shouts, go on, shoot, as a Polish player takes a fast shot. The main character's team struggles to keep up. The commentator announces, the ball has been passed forward, and it looks like Chabum's team might be on the verge of defeat. Their defense formation has been completely broken. A Polish player exclaims, finally, we're making progress. Roswat advances, and as Paul moves in to challenge him, he thinks, once I get the first touch, I can handle anyone unknown. Just then, our main character swoops in and snatches the ball away. The Polish player is stunned. What's this? He's a striker. Our main character delivers a long kick and shouts, run. His team charges forward with the ball. One of the opposing players stands ready and says, he'll make sure you don't pass. Our main character dodges and moves past him, wondering if he doesn't have the ball. Why is he running? The main character tumbles forward and calls, pass it to me quickly. A teammate complies and our main character acknowledges, nice pass. With 3 defenders in front of him, someone urges, run quickly and block that guy. As he moves forward, number 5 positions himself in front. But our main character's eyes are fixed and determined. He dodges all defenders and someone remarks, is this guy a monster? Now face to face with the goalkeeper, our main character skillfully dodges and turns inside. The commentator announces, in the 7th minute of the first half, FC Chab has scored their first goal, thanks to Young. Teammates surround him, praising Young. That was an amazing attack and a brilliant goal. The main character responds, I wanted to score in style, but my legs were moving so fast I couldn't control them. He chuckles to himself, guess my style was a bit too speedy. The commentator continues, FC Chab leads 1-0. It was a spectacular goal. Young's potential seems limitless. The other commentator adds, could this track also turn out to be a future star? He's showing promise despite the praise. A critic argues, I'm not convinced. He's just 9 years old, he might bring the ball up like a whirlwind. But can he really score consistently? Meanwhile, a teammate worries if this keeps up, I'm in for a tough time. Our main character urges, pass it to me quickly, and receives the ball. He scans the formation and realizes, I don't see any space here. The commentator notes, Young Tam is eyeing Shaok. He needs to stay active and link up with his main character. As Young starts moving forward, dodging a defender, the commentator praises, Young has managed to evade the defense beautifully. Our main character thinks, I can do this. A teammate calls out, here, pass the ball to me, with 2 players nearby. Our main character surmises this is a signal for a low pass but worries, I can't do this. He might intercept it. Determined to secure the perfect assist, he heads towards the goal. Player shouts, no, Young, but the shot is taken, and Young's mid-range shot goes straight into the net. The referee cheers, what a stunning play. The commentator is amazed, he didn't just assist, he scored the goal himself. The other commentator adds, indeed, he first scored for himself. What a remarkable performance. To create space, high test means he slowed down the tempo, found openings for himself and showcased excellent skills. This kind of play is characteristic of every smart player. My main character wonders if this approach really works. He reflects, I'm not sure if I'm thinking clearly. Everything seems to be going according to plan, but I still feel like I'm missing something. As he looks towards the sky, he jokes, I feel like I'm channeling my inner Ronaldo here. His mid-range shot, rated C, shows that his talent is gradually growing. He muses, if I can further enhance my shooting skills, imagine the possibilities. He believes that improving his talent could significantly boost his overall power. He thinks about his desire to play more football, enjoying every moment on the pitch. I should give this another shot, making sure not to strain my knees. He decides, shouting, hat-trick. The crowd cheers as he scores his second goal, and the force of the shot sends the ball into the corner of the net. The Portuguese players exclaim, what kind of monster is this guy? As he advances with the ball, a teammate complains, why aren't you passing to me? Our main character replies, there's no particular reason. We need to focus on winning first. You'll have to wait a bit. They'll create an opportunity for you with only 13 minutes left in the second half. He pushes forward and scores yet another goal, completing his hat-trick. He's elated, and the commentator remarks, this player is phenomenal. His future looks incredibly bright. The crowd cheers loudly, praising his performance, and speculating about a potential Golden Ball nomination. As the main character plays on, he notices that everyone's attention is now on him because of his hat-trick. He advances, but a defender approaches, creating a challenging situation. Suddenly, someone shouts his name and says, you need to give a proper header. Shaok jumps to make the header, and the ball goes into the net. The commentator exclaims, what a fantastic assist. As Chabum's team celebrates their 4th goal, the main character waves to his mother, who is cheering from the stands. This celebration is for you, Mom, he shouts. His mother responds with a thumbs up, and he returns the gesture. Shaok approaches and says, your pass was spot on. Thanks. The main character replies, thank you. Football is all about teamwork. Life might be solitary, but football is a collective effort. An interviewer asks, you've led Chabum to a 40 victory with 3 goals and 1 assist. How are you feeling? The main character responds, our victory is what matters most. My teammates supported me greatly. The commentator praises him. You answered like a true professional. Is there anything else you'd like to say? The main character smiles and says, I love you, Mom and Dad. I'm giving my all to become the best football player I can be. Thanks for all your support. As the match progresses, the main character is reflecting on his performance. "Thank you for watching this match," he says, feeling a bit impressed with himself. He jokes, "I feel like I'm sounding like an emo stuck in the clouds." The buzz around him is palpable. People are commenting that he'd never score a goal against foreign players, but now he's winning them over. He smiles, noting, "Looks like my fan base is growing slowly." The next day, the team faces Switzerland. It's a win for our main character's team, 3-2. Following that, they play against Portugal. The main character proudly announces, "We're contenders for the championship. We had some challenges, but thanks to multiple goals by P. Young, we pulled through." In the quarterfinals, they battle Prague U. P. Sayak and P. Hyo each score twice, leading to another win. Now, it's time for the semifinals, and their opponent is Japan, who finished second in Group A. The winner of this match will advance to Sangam Stadium in Seoul. The teams face off, and the main character thinks, "I cannot lose this match. Not even if Japan's Kang Daesung is on the field." He reviews Kang Daesung's stats. Football pedigree is B rank. Delicate ball touch C, on-ball movement C. To measure his abilities, the task is to win the game and steal the ball from him 5 times. 5 times? I'm an attacker, not a defender, he muses. He decides if that's the case, he'll play a free role. He talks to his teammate Kaising Insen and adds, "Yes, and you're gonna die singing too." Laughing, he thinks this is going to be wild. He explains, "A free role means I can move anywhere on the field. I'll need excellent judgment and positioning." At the 7-minute mark of the first half, the Japanese team is charging forward. A player passes to Kang Daesung, who moves with speed. Kang Daesung is in the lead, someone says. The main character closes in fast, and Kang Daesung comments on his impressive SP. Striker or not, this is going to be a technical showdown, Kang Daesung thinks, trying to control the ball. Sangban instructs him to return to position, but the main character manages to steal the ball. As he races towards his field, the coach internally marvels, when did he learn to defend so well? Spectators cheer, "You need to create chances for us." The main character recalls, "I picked up this precise ball interception skill from that guy during our match with the Brazilian team," he adds. "It's impressive that a midfielder could steal the ball from me, especially with such a high score." Deasley is fuming and mutters, "Does this person want to humiliate me here?" Meanwhile, Naveen charges forward with the ball, frustrated. "Why aren't things working?" he grumbles. Our main character shouts back, "Got it. But your shouting is louder than the game." He's informed that he's met the requirement of stealing the ball 5 times but still needs to win the match. "No worries," he replies, "I'm focused on winning now." He charges forward like a storm, with people around exclaiming, "Who's moving at such breakneck speed?" The Japan team's coach warns, "You cannot let number 7 get past. Be prepared for any long-range shots. Block all shooting angles." Our main character sees the CEO moving quickly and passes to him. It's not Yoke, but a red-haired player who gets the ball. The commentator says, "Look at this." He's heading towards an open space. The main character aims for the goal, but his shot hits the post and bounces back. The crowd groans, "No, this can't be happening." Bananaman Crater praises, "Good job, Jong." The ball comes to Jong, who heads it straight into the goalpost. Goal. Cheers the main character. The crowd roars. Suk's header has given the Korean team the lead. The main character and Suk exchange thumbs up. The game continues with the Japanese team struggling, and the Korean team scoring repeatedly. The final score, 3-0, with Football Club Chobum emerging victorious. CO exclaims, "Jong scored 2 goals and gave an assist. Isn't that amazing?" The other person agrees, "Absolutely. In a real match, that's outstanding. He must have put in a lot of work." Everyone hugs the main character and dances with joy, celebrating their entry into the finals. They need just one more win to claim the championship. The next match will be between Germany and Portugal. The commentator reveals that Germany defeated Brazil 4-0. Our main character thinks, this is disappointing. How did Brazil lose so easily? They're usually so strong. He notes, interestingly, Germany's players are all of average height, about 170 centimeters. They look more like high schoolers than seasoned athletes. Their physique might even outmatch my speed. He contemplates, we're in the final now, but it feels daunting. The stakes are high. He checks his skills, noting Eve acquired Kangwa's talents and now have 8 in total. I need to run with SEO Young Chun for 20 minutes in the final to boost my growth height. Wallace skill is B, and I need it badly for my height increase. Just then, Manhwa approaches and says, "Hey." Our main character responds, "What's up?" Manhwa extends his hand, saying, "Next time, I'll win." The main character shakes his hand and replies, "Good luck and goodbye." In his mind, he thinks, let's see what the final holds. In thinking, what's he saying? I can't understand at all because he's speaking Japanese. He's probably just praising my skills. The next day, the scene shifts to Seoul Sangam Stadium. Players are moving onto the field, and Hyo's fans are chanting, "Strong Young. You can do it." Both teams face off as the referee blows the whistle, signaling the start of the match between the German Football Club and Chabum Football Club. Our main character sizes up the German players and muses that guy's height is intimidating. He's going to be the main defensive player for the German team, and he's a top-notch prospect. I'm going to struggle against him due to his height. He's got nearly plus skills in football, minus in defense, and minus in blocking. If I want to win, I need to score a goal and give 10 assists. He's tall, which is a real challenge. I feel like a small, wet cat next to him. 15 minutes in, the German team scores their first goal. Our main character thinks this is getting tougher. This tall player is blocking me everywhere. It's becoming almost impossible to find a way through. He realizes they're targeting him because he's the lead scorer and says, "Damn it, I won't be able to stop them. I need to find a way to score." He speeds up with the ball, but the opposing team steals it and scores another goal. A commentator announces, "Germany is leading 20, showing complete dominance." Another commentator adds, "The average height of the German players is around 20 centimeters more than ours." It's a significant factor, but Football Club Chabum will gain valuable experience from this match. Jung is about to attempt a central breakthrough. Our main character charges forward like a storm, but a German player, acting like a human shield, stands in his way. Our main character yells, attempting a tackle. The German player falls and the referee issues a red card. That was a close call, our main character thinks. I could have gotten a red card myself, but this worked out. Now I have a penalty kick determined. He lines up for the free kick. I need to score this goal. He thinks he kicks the ball, which spins a little and goes into the goalpost. The football player and the goalkeeper are both stunned. Our main character, feeling victorious, strikes a Ronaldo pose and says, "I learned this move from that kid in Chabum's class who had class talent. Didn't realize it'd be so useful." Now the game ends with Germany winning 31. The crowd is ecstatic, but our main character's team stands in disappointment. He reflects, "This is my first real loss. I can't quite grasp what's happening, but I'll definitely come back stronger next time." His teammates are in tears, while Germany claims the under-13 championship title. Despite the loss, Hyung makes a record with 10 goals and 5 assists, earning the top scorer award and the Golden Boot, along with a prize of 4 million rupees. Our main character, thrilled, thinks there's more reward coming my way. He then ponders the height of his sorrow and the challenges ahead. He takes it and says, "Now I have 9 talents here." People nearby remark, "Look, they're coming." "Young, you played really well. You're the star of the show." Suyog, a bit confused, asks, "Do you have a fan club or something?" "You're amazing." Our main character replies, "I'm feeling great, and I'm thrilled to have your support. Next time we'll definitely win for you all." He adds, "The path to elite football is opening up for me." He heads to the bus, finds his seat, and says, "Let's go." The bus driver chimes in, "There's going to be a red light ahead. How are we supposed to get through that?" Our main character, ever the football enthusiast, asks, "When you think about football, which country comes to mind?" The driver responds, "Of course, Brazil. When it comes to football, Brazil is the first that comes to mind." Our main character reminisces, "On January 6, 2003, my parents arrived in Brazil. My mother said, 'I really like this JD Bank.' My father added, 'It's winter in Korea right now, but this place is incredibly hot.' A lady approaches and introduces herself. 'Excuse me, I'm Maria Choi. I'm the eldest daughter of the family where the young man will be staying along with us. Luz Kim will be here as a local football supporter.' A guy from South Feudal Palo Football Club also introduces himself, saying, 'Nice to meet you,' and turns to our main character, asking, "Why is your name so unusual?" Our main character replies, "Hello." The man says, "I've seen you many times on TV. You seem like a very good person. Welcome to our country. All of you are welcome here. Everyone is delighted." Our main character thinks, "I'd love to stay here." The scene shifts to Tokiria City. A house is shown, and someone says, "Your medical fitness test will be done in 2 days, so you should rest well until then." The room is on the second floor. "Would you like to see it?" Our main character says yes and follows them. A girl appears and says, "Hello, miss," causing our main character to feel a bit shy. Maria, who is guiding him, introduces the girl. "This is Manisha, who lives in the next room. She's about your age, around 10 years old." Our main character, surprised, thinks, "I can't believe she's my age. I thought she'd be older, like middle school age." They arrive at the main character's room, which is beautifully set up. He says, "I really like this room." 2 days later, the scene shows a medical exam taking place. The person in charge says, "This will be a simple physical exam to determine which team you'll join. There's no need to be nervous." The examiner then asks our main character's parents, "Excuse me, how tall are you both?" The father replies, "I'm 166 centimeters, and the mother adds, "I'm 168 centimeters. The coach notes, "Your mother is on the taller side, not your father." The father acknowledges, "I'm a bit shorter." The coach explains, "If this makes you uncomfortable, I apologize. The young man's growth is crucial because we need to measure his potential height. If he becomes a shooter, the system will work well." The parents understand and express their thanks. Our main character, hopeful for good results, thinks, "I hope this goes well." He receives a call and is pleasantly surprised. The caller informs him, "Your son's results are very promising. His height potential is looking excellent." Our main character learns that his height is approximately 182 centimeters and feels thrilled. He glances at the height of 189 centimeters and says, "I should definitely thank the coach here. All this progress is thanks to his growth talent. When I become a national representative, I'll make sure to pay him back." The coach hands out a leaflet and says, "Hey, race your plan for the future," then goes on about various things that aren't very useful to us, so I'll skip over that part. Our main character translates this in his own words and says, "So, you mean I just need to focus on football and not worry about anything else?" The coach confirms, "Exactly. If any issues come up, we'll handle them. You won't be here forever anyway." Our main character reflects, "Brazil is just one step in the journey. I want to visit different clubs and strengthen myself further." The coach continues, "Player registration happens in April. Until then, you need to learn the basics of the academy and pick up the language. After your individual training, they'll calculate your GPA based on your medical test. GPA ranges from 1 to 10. If your GPA is below 65, you won't be allowed to join the academy. If you score below 65, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity. Given how far you've come, aim to score above 65. Our main character nods, of course. The coach adds, "I think you'll definitely succeed. You'll pass your return test easily. Just don't neglect your Portuguese studies." Our main character asks, "What's Portuguese?" The coach explains, "The Portuguese exam is also done individually." Our main character is taken aback. The main character's parents prepare to leave. His mother says, "You'll need to stay in regular contact with us." Our main character reassures her, "Yes, Mom, don't worry. I've grown up and will stay in touch." His father says, "You can do this, right?" The main character replies, "Yes, Dad." His father places a hand on his head and says, "That's it. Stay in touch if anything happens. Don't handle it alone. Call us anytime." The main character responds, "I love you, Mom." She replies, "I love you too." With that, the main character dives into his studies. He's learning Portuguese and notes, "I don't need to study this every day, but my elementary test schedule is coming up next month." Thankfully, Mom knew Spanish, which is close to Portuguese, so she helped me a lot. Plus, Maria Choi brought together a lot of foreign kids who helped me improve my skills. I practiced with the under 9 kids from morning till afternoon before I officially joined here. As the registration period in April approaches, a coach is teaching him various techniques. Afterward, our main character collapses on his dormitory bed and says, "I wanted to come after sunset, But this place is just like Korea. It doesn't feel safe. I need a break. I feel like a 10-year-old in a 4-year-old's body here in Brazil. He reflects, I'm remembering the times when I had a drink back then, and it feels like a world away now. He decides he needs to make more friends quickly to improve his practice and says he should work on his social life venturing outside. He spots Manisha and thinks, this girl living next door seems to radiate warmth like flowers raining down on her. He approaches her with a friendly, hello. Manisha responds with a polite, hi. Realizing he forgot to consider the language barrier, he asks, do you speak Korean? She shakes her head. No. He then asks if she knows English and she confirms, yes, a little. He also inquires about Russian and Spanish, but she only knows Spanish a bit. Thanks to her mother. Manisha explains that her father is Brazilian, her mother is Russian American, and her grandparents were Spanish. She adds, my name is a tribute to my grandmother. The main character is impressed and thinks, wow, what a mix of bloodlines. He asks her how many languages she can speak, and she lists Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, and some native languages. The main character marvels, wow, as he notes her talent for gymnastics and innate sense of language, great balance and graceful flexibility. He's told that to emulate her skills, he'd need to converse with her for about 6,000 minutes in a foreign language and pass the International Language Certificate test at an advanced level. He's also advised to stretch for over 300 minutes. He wonders if he really needs her language talent and figures he might benefit from her help, especially since she's his housemate. They chat about sports, and Manisha mentions she practices gymnastics, which is popular in Russia and Spain. She explains, I was in Riyadh with my family for a long time, and I took it up as a hobby. My teacher said I had a lot of talent and should pursue it. I'll be going to Spain for further studies. The main character replies, I see you have a lot of talent. Manisha is a bit surprised and says, you're different from everyone here. You seem like a funny person. He suggests they become friends, and she agrees, shaking his hand. Time flies as he studies, exercises, and practices his language skills, surpassing his own expectations. By February, he shares that he's enrolled in a nearby elementary school and commutes by bus. Thanks to his sociable nature, he quickly made friends, although he faced some racism initially. Nonetheless, he found his place in Brazil, a country where football is everything. His excellent football skills impressed the local kids, and in the evenings, he attended tuition classes with his friend. She used to guide me on which language to study, and my life became incredibly busy. Despite that, I always made time for my family, chatted with them, and thought about them often. 2 months later, April arrives. My main character reviews his skills and notices a new one, graceful flexibility. This is a step up from his previous language sense skills. He muses, I guess this is progress. The communication situation has improved, and Eve gained 2 more talents. Now, I need to work on enhancing my assisting skills. Maria Young calls him from behind. He turns around and says, what's up? She approaches and asks, how did your Portuguese certificate exam go? Can you share? He replies, I passed the basic certificate test. He shows her the certificate with a grin. What's your mother's name? Maria inquires. Munisha chimes in, wow. Congratulations on passing the exam. It's great to see you're doing so well. The doctor adds, now all that's left is to finalize your contract with the under-15 football club. The players are chatting among themselves. One says, is Young going to be our teammate now? Kashmir remarks, it looks like our team is going to improve in the league matches. Douglas agrees, yes, it seems likely. I've heard he's quite good. Another player questions, does Young play so well? Douglas confirms, yes, he's excellent at scoring goals. The rest of the players become even more interested and look at the main character with excitement. Camaro thinks to himself, if we check the rank, we're currently 7th in the weekly league. Our football club has won 7 or 8 times in the under-13 weekly matches, but this time things aren't going as well. Maybe that's why Coach Carlo brought Young in. He wouldn't have brought such a player otherwise. A young player like this wouldn't typically be added to the under-13 team. Camaro then asks Douglas, do you also feel like his height has increased a bit? Douglas responds, yes, I noticed that too. Carlo addresses the team, everyone needs to train diligently. We have a new member joining us. I want to know if we'll focus on tactical training or teamwork. The team starts with basic drills, passing the ball around. The main character notes, we're starting with the basics, but I feel like something is off. He observes that Brazilian psychological education emphasizes improving structural elements until they reach their peak. Carlo and some coaches watch as the main character struggles with ball control during drills. One player notes he's having trouble with his passes. Another adds he's failed to execute a pass several times. A coach advises the main character, the pass you're trying to make isn't just about kicking the ball. You need to balance your body and maintain the correct posture to make a successful pass. Because you're not positioning your body correctly, you're struggling with the pass. The coach continues, you'll only understand this by practicing and improving your technique. The coach tells him, you'll understand when you play a good match. The main character responds, is this the right time to understand that? The coach replies, even if I explain it, you might not get it. You'll need to feel it out according to your own body. The main character nods and says, got it. He reflects that whenever he asks for an answer, the response is always the same, practice in your own way. At 1 o'clock, Carlo remarks, Young has great talent, but he's lacking in some fundamentals. A coach adds, the major issue is his stamina, he's not fit at all. Should we consider him for the under-19s? Carlo replies, no, he's not ready yet, he needs to grow. It might be tough for him, but it's our responsibility. He's only been playing football for 6 months, no matter how much talent he has. We'll need to invest our best resources in time to develop him. I believe he'll rise to the challenge if given the chance. The main character watches the match and thinks, there are so many talented players in the under-13 league. But now, I should focus on Douglas. He reviews the conditions. He needs to practice with Douglas for about 120 minutes and assist with 20 goals. He notes, Eve got my sports car skills up to B, but I need to decide on one more talent. Should I go for it? He decides to try it and thinks, today's a perfect day since team training happens 3 times a week. Douglas approaches and says, hey, this sport's mine. Why don't you move out of the way and work as a shadow striker? The main character retorts, no, today I'm staying here and scoring a goal. Douglas responds, you're too slow, you'll end up running the whole field and won't score a single goal because you can't control the ball properly. The main character protests, what do you mean I'm slow? Douglas replies, forget about what happened a year ago. I've become much faster since then. The main character challenges. Then let's race. The race begins. Douglas says, get ready, set, go. The main character and Douglas sprint forward. The main character is keeping pace, and Douglas eventually wins. The crowd cheers for the main character. Douglas comments, you're amazing. It was a close call, you ran really close to me. How did you manage that with our different physical builds? Douglas then forcefully kicks the ball towards the main character and says, come on, you can score today, I'll back you up. The main character responds, I told you to just pass it to me, and I'd convert it into a goal. Douglas passes the ball, and the main character converts it into goals effortlessly. The coach tells him he can choose one of his skills. The main character says, finally, Eve achieved it, but I'm still feeling nervous. Should I do football prologues? He decides to go for it. The next day, his system starts shining brightly, and the football prologues 2 skill is unlocked. The main character thinks, should I go ahead with football prologues now? He's become completely successful here and says, alright, let's get to work now. He knows that everything will depend on his practice, so our parts end here. In the new part, we see Ho Young moving forward with the football, saying, practice, more practice. Then, a scene after a month is shown where a person is walking with him. Ho Young is moving forward with the ball, and someone asks for the ball in the form of a pass. Ho Young passes it to him. People on the sidelines say, he is going to be very impressive here, he has improved a lot in just a few days. Ho Young thinks to himself, I have learned a lot here. My football skills were B, but they have helped me a lot. I started implementing many things within 2 weeks. When I gained talent here, I didn't feel anything big, but later I realized that everything was clear. He says, I also understood the coach's words. He told me that I have to free myself to dribble and move forward with the ball. He understands all these things and starts moving forward, dodging other players. Then he says, Kashmir, can we do our football practice here, shooting practice for the crown game? We are told that the crown game means the person who wins can get any of his work done by the other person. You have to snatch the ball from the other person. If you succeed, you become the crown prince. Kashmir says, why do you suddenly want to play a crown game? Ho Young replies, I want to defeat the best defender of my team once. Kashmir points his finger at his nose and says, but you can never do that. Ho Young says, I want to copy his skill, for which I will have to practice with him for 120 minutes and win for 5 minutes in the crown game. This training will help me gain even more talent. Ho Young starts the practice, and someone is standing on the side with a clock, which stops at 2 minutes 59 seconds. Kashmir snatches the ball from Ho Young, who says, it was very tough. He snatched the ball from me within about 3 minutes. This is going to be very dangerous. He adds, there is nothing surprising here because this person is in the under-13 league. He has football skills and B+ talent. There is no way he cannot snatch the ball from me. But I will narrow this gap even more and take it so far that he can never snatch the ball from me. They run and practice more. After some time, they play the crown game again with Kashmir. The time is topped up to 5 minutes, 001 seconds. Ho Young wins and says, finally, I have stolen the ball from you for 5 minutes. This is the result of my basic training and my fairly flexible footwork, which has improved to C+. He has picked up good ball blocking skills and says, whenever I acquire such talent, I feel my foundation is becoming more solid, and I am gradually making myself a more professional player. Ho Young is moving forward, and Carlo is watching him from outside. Carlo says, it seems you are gradually getting yourself ready for the league matches. The coach says, his growth is a bit more dangerous here. If it continues like this, he will be the best player in the under-19 league. Carlo says, his skills are going to be very good. We will use these skills even more in the match. We can see this coming out more because this person is going to be a real game player who often clutches very well in the real game. He asks, can we send him in the next match? Carlo says, isn't that an important match? Carlo replies, that's why we should send him there. The match on August 1st means there are going to be 23 rounds of the under-13 weekly league. Our opposite team is PA, which is third in the league, and we are fourth. Their player, Fabia, is excellent at tackling and stealing the ball. So, all of you have to pay attention here. He tells his team you have to put pressure on them and change your position with Douglas. Ho Young says, yes, sir, my debut in official matches is going to happen here. How much more time will I have to wait? My first game, which is being recorded, is going to start very soon. He takes a deep breath and thinks, I have truly become a football player. He remembers the days when he used to watch matches on TV and happily said, I want to become a football player. The same smile comes back on his face. A person extends his hand towards Ho Young and says, I am very happy to meet you. We will play here without wasting much time. He starts looking at the abilities of all the players and is told that if he wants to win, he has to score 2 goals. He says, this player is going to be the best defender in the under-13 league because I have trained with top players like Douglas and Chris. My standards have increased a lot. If I play with such players, I can give a very good impact in the under-13 league. He says, I lack a little in my physical ability and experience, but because of my demon god, I will steal the talent of everyone and take myself to a different level. The match poster of both teams is shown, and the game starts. Ho Young is taking his ball forward, and FIFA is running behind him. Douglas thinks, this is going to be the same person we saw there. I haven't seen a person running so fast for many years. His dribbling and passes are beyond imagination at the age of just 9 or 10 years. His defensive skills have also improved a lot. It feels like he is dominating the whole field on his own. Carlos says, his goal here is going to be top-notch. First 15 minutes are over. Young is moving forward with the ball and says, my warm-up here is very good. He sees Douglas and signals him. They cross each other and go to the other side. His left hand passes him a pass. They have 2 players at the back now, but Douglas is completely focused in going forward. Someone says, did they switch here? The Brazilian player says, the defense is completely clamped here. There are 2 people in front. Block quickly somehow. Then Young also moves forward very fast from behind. Douglas passes the ball to Hing. His main catcher is going to score a goal. He brings his left hand back and kicks the ball with great force. The ball goes inside the goalpost, and the goal is scored. Young thinks, I have spent almost 7 months here. Since coming to Brazil, I have put in a lot of effort just for the single shot, and the effort is never enough. I am thankful that I am waiting for my celebration here. I can't even do that. Carlo thinks the first half is almost about to end here, and everything is quite stable. The passing, the tempo control, everything is in our hands. Our youth here are managing energy consumption well. He is protecting that too in some way. He says if we see it, he is trying to recover his stamina slowly here. His main catcher passes the ball to Douglas on that side. Player gets very confused and thinks, these people have completely planned how to break our defense. They have thought of everything. Then he hits his foot very hard on the ground and says, there is going to be an inside switch here, but then his father smiles and Douglas passes the ball forward to Kashmir. They say, were we so focused on the here that he passed it forward to Paul? His father comes forward and says, hey, pass it to me quickly here. Kashmir also passes it forward. They say, my first touch was beyond the level. I should thank my C+ ball touch ability. He hits it very hard towards the front. But the ball is blocked. People outside say, oh no, how can anyone waste so much? Even Ho Yang says, it was blocked because I am not able to score with so much accuracy and power with my left foot. Still, I can create such a chance with my skills anytime. He says, we will have to do this thing again, as we had thought the basic skills of controlling, passing, and dribbling have opened up in my body, and I can use them according to my game. He says, what kind of player am I going to become? I want to become the best football player in the world, a star, and a top-tier player very soon. I am enjoying football here. The first half ends where the Brazilian football club has scored a goal. A scene of a meeting room is shown. The coach is scolding the team a lot. He says, why are you guys not able to focus here? Are you facing so much difficulty in defending your man here? Their hearts are much less than yours, so why are you not able to stop them? The defender says, sir, they changed their position again and again. The coach says, how many times have I told you that when the player comes from the front to switch, you have to narrow your space? Do not give him any way to go ahead of you. The guy says, I am sorry, sir. The coach claps his hands and says, this is not the fault of this person alone. All of you are our own. Why are you not adapting to them? You have to adapt to them and understand all their skills. Only then can you win here. Do not forget what you learned in the training session. The team says, yes, sir. The coach says, we have brought our team to the third place with a lot of difficulty, but if this continues, the Brazilian football club will take us even further down. The goal score is going to be 0-10. We cannot focus only on defense. You have to keep the opponent's defense strong. As soon as you defend, you have to immediately fire on the attack. His energy is decreasing gradually. In the second half, you will have to give your best. If you don't give your best, you will not be able to do anything. You have to go all in. Are you understanding what I am saying? Young says, yes, sir. The second half starts. A guy from the Brazilian football club is going forward with the ball. Carlo looks a little troubled and says, they have completely changed their defensive strategy. Are they trying to stop the switch play here? He thinks, what do you see? He says, the same zone the coach mentioned. There is no man-to-man marking here. The defender marks a special area to defend, making their defense weak in the last. The scene changes. Two Brazilian players are moving forward while changing the ball. Our main character is also slowly moving forward. Amiro has the ball. His main character is ready to go forward. He says, there is going to be an open mark behind them. He starts running from there. He passes the ball forward, and it comes straight to him. He immediately passes it to Douglas. Douglas does not hold the ball much and shoots it straight ahead. Hoyong is coming towards the ball very fast and says, nice pass. He thinks, I have learned to pass very well here along with my movement. He passes the ball. Douglas receives the pass and says, that was a great pass of yours. He shoots the goal and scores. He says, nice. In the second half, the Brazilian football club goes ahead by 2-0. They are celebrating. They are told, what talent are you here for? He takes the precious passing talent of C grade. The number of grades means the number of talents increases even more. He says, great, I have found a very good talent here. He thinks, I think I now have a good idea of how to use my talent here. My football talent is growing, and my skills are also improving. I will have to utilize my talent even better, but still I have a long way to go. This path is going to be even more difficult for me. Carlo pats the backs of all the players and says, you all did very well here. Then he gives a pat on the head of his main character and says, well done. Young also moves up and says, sir, I am going to do even better in the next match. Then he comes to Maria's house and says, I am back. Maria says, hey, Have you come back? I am smelling some good things here. What have you brought? I have brought some snacks for all of you. I think we should enjoy this together. She says, why have you brought so much stuff? Did you win today's game? His main character says, yes. I knew you would definitely do this. Congratulations then, he says, but you shouldn't have bought these things, he says. You also helped me a lot in my studies of Portuguese. Thank you, she asks. Did you enjoy it? He says, I was here to see you. I earned 60 reals as an appearance fee and 40 reals as a bonus for the goal I scored. I felt special. So I brought this treat. Maria says, where are you going? Aren't you going to eat this? He says, you guys eat, I have some work to do. I will come after finishing it. He goes and calls his father. His father asks, how is everything going there? Ho Young says, Dad, I am finding Mom a little awkward here. His father says, what? Ho Young says, oh sorry, I meant to say I got the Mom award today. They start celebrating. They drop their phone. Sharing your happiness with your family is the best thing. He is laughing and says, seeing your family laughing gives you more strength. The next scene changes. Ho Young has scored a goal for the Brazilian football club. They are told that the Brazilian football club has maintained their streak and will come in second place in September. Debutant Hing has also achieved 8 victories. He has scored about 13 goals and generated 3 assists in a very graceful manner. We thank him for his contribution. Young is sent forward in advance for the playoffs. The championship is waiting for the playoff matches. They are about 2 steps away from lifting the league trophy. Manish and Hung are watching the match. Manish says, wow, Kristen Gigi has scored there. Ho Young says, as I expected, this is going to happen on another level. This player is finally going to get this jack. Kristen, he says, this is my ideal even today. I want to meet you at least for a day. I have to meet her. And Ho Young stands up and asks, where are you going? He replies, it's obvious, and heads for his football practice. The coach is watching, and I think her name was Emily. She is watching too, and Kate is sitting on the side to rest. Then Emily comes over and says, why did you do such a good job here? Ho Young says, hello, Mississippi. She asks, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? You will need about 3 days of rest before the playoff. It hasn't even been a day since your game ended, and you're already practicing here. He replies, I still have a lot of energy left, so I want to use all the chances for my practice on my training ground. I think I still need a lot of hard work. He thinks to himself, last time I used to work, whenever I got time I would go and play football. Not because football is in my blood, but because I love playing football. Emily says, this is really unusual. Is it just you and me practicing here? He says, yes. Then he asks, would you like to have some roasted nuts? I bought them for my lunch. I usually eat them because they are my favorite. Emily thinks to herself, Ho Young is very kind. She says, thank you. Then Ho Young picks up his bag and leaves, saying, let me go now. She replies, sure, you are working very hard. After that, he starts eating the nuts. Someone comes from the front and says, oh, director, you. The director says, hello, Emily. She asks, what are you doing here, director? He says, I stopped in front of the main building office, but what is this? He says, I got this from Ho Young, who plays in the under-13 league. Would you like to have some? He adds, this is going to be popular here. Then he asks, but why was the under-13 student here? Isn't it rest time for the kids? Emily says, yes, there is a rest period for kids. But he came here to do his usual practice. The director says, I feel like I have heard this name somewhere in the reports. Emily says, yes, you must have heard this name. It's going to be very famous. He says, really? I will definitely check if he is participating in the championship. Ho Young is sitting in the middle of his football practice and says, it has been almost 2 months since I made my debut in the league matches. I now have a solid foundation which is improving my strength and skill very quickly. I have faced many talented players in the last 8 matches who have helped me enhance my talent even more. I have learned kickflippy footwork from one of them, which has improved my talent to see satisfactory ball blocking at sea, precious passing at sea, and a fairly sharp two-known pass at sea. He says, now I have a total of 14 talents. I have also got a fairly sharp two-known pass, fluent footwork, and flexible rhythm, often Brazilian. These are to be +2 with me, and my talent is improving even more. He adds, the thing I have discovered now is simple tracking, which is at C. I don't know if I will be able to level up or not. I will need C2 or C3 to level up. I cannot rely on C alone. I am slowly understanding that I need to acquire more C-level skills. He says, for now, I should focus on the urgent task. I have a goal of about 30 meters range. Let's try it. He remembers the talent of Chabam Kuti. The condition is that you have to score approximately 30 goals from about 30 meters away in official matches and advance to the semifinals in the tournament. When working in a tournament related to FIFA, they say, I have to acquire the grade talent of Chabum. No matter what happens, I will have to shoot from 30 meters for mid-range shots. He says, if this happens, it will be the best for me. For the last few days, I have been training all aspects of my free kick instead of basics. I have to perfect my mid-range shots. Today is going to be that day. He takes his mid-range shot, and all the balls go into the goal. 2 hours later, balls are scattered everywhere. Ho Yang is a bit tired and looks towards his system. His heavy left meter goes on short flat. He says, my training has worked a bit. My skill has increased a bit more. If I keep doing things this way, maybe I can take my talent to an even higher level. He says, I have to focus on the playoff match on September 27th. The third and fourth place matches are played. For the semifinals, the match between the two is very close, and one of the teams wins. Now they are going to face the Brazilian football club with their excellent defense. The match between Brazil and Pakistan starts. The Pakistani player is glowing as if with fire. The Brazilian player starts taking the ball forward. The Pakistani player is a little surprised and says, block it, you have to do your move. You have to defend inside this line. The whole team is ready to block from behind. Carlo thinks from outside, all these people want to put full pressure on Yang. So they have kept all their 5 midfielders standing behind. If the midfield makes a breakthrough, there will be a block. These people in the forward defensive line have started taking their defense more seriously. They have seen Yang's dribbling skills, so they are very scared. Their formation is becoming more compact. Then he smiles a little and says, but we have a plan. Ho Yang and Douglas look at each other. Douglas immediately passes the ball to Ho Yang. Ho Yang uses quite flexible footwork and completely confuses the opponent, passes the ball and takes it forward. He says, one strike close. What happened? What is this? The Pakistani player says, as we expected, as long as we can block the ball completely, we have an advantage. They say, these people have overlocked here. They were thinking there would be a huge difference in the skill level of our defense. Someone says, why are these people not stopping him when they know how he is going to dribble? Another replies, you can't stop a speeding car with a normal speed bump. It's a simple thing, dodging the defenders. Ho Yang goes forward. It is told that the defenders couldn't even react with their bodies. Ho Yang throws the ball forward between the legs of a player, catches it and scores a goal. The Brazilian football club wins the playoff match, and everyone congratulates them. They have made Brazilian football their sport. Yoon scored multiple goals in the second half, contributing to their victory. The participation of the Brazilian football club in the championship is confirmed. Carlos says, finally, I can relax, but I won't get too excited because our opponent in the final is Scotland. This is going to be our final step, and we have to win. It will be a strong team like a storm, especially if we can't stop that genius talent. We won't have any chance of winning. The next day's scene shows someone saying, listen, now all of you will have to practice wrestling. Pato is the one to block Ho Yang. He says, Alexander Pato, the genius football player, is also called the second player of the future. Those who don't know his name should know about the future. Some Brazilians don't even know him. He says, this guy is going to be the leader of the future. Vitania has Messi, we have Pato. He is an expert genius and only 3 years older than me. I can imagine him. He says, football is a team game, you can't fight alone. This guy has played about 414 games and scored 18 goals. He is the strongest contender for the Golden Football Ball, but their teamwork lags because he joined the football club recently. If we practice well, we can win the match. Winning in football means being better than the other team. The team that plays together always wins. The camera moves to the faces of all the players. Carlo says, we will focus on finding the weaknesses of the opponents. It won't be easy to stop Pato. We will prepare our best for this game and go in with full confidence. The players say, yes, sir. Carlo says, after 10 minutes we will conduct position training now. Quickly go and do your warm-up. They say, yes, sir. He says, the team will use the 4231 formation. Is there any way to stop Pato? Another person says, Sir, if we use the 41-41 formation, maybe we can stop our opponent. But the problem is we don't have resources for that. Our defense is good. But our offense will be a problem. They will try to put more pressure on us. Carlo says, I have something in mind. At the beginning of part 36, the meeting room of the Brazilian football club is shown. The CEO says, whatever happens in today's game, we have to win. He stands with his hands forward, and all the players are there. They say, in today's game, we will win and become kings on this field. Carlo says from behind, yes, sir. Ho Yang also says, yes, sir. He says, the field is the stage of a player where you can show all your training. Get ready to show everything you have learned. Ho Yang says, yes. After that, the lineup is done. All the players stand face to face and join hands together. Ho Yang says, I should see the talent of the opponents. He gets a little surprised to see the talent of Pato and says, the future of this person is unlimited. He is called the second Pelé. Finally, we have met a football genius. He has car-like speed, luck, precious ball touch, brilliant individual skill, and decent goal-scoring ability. If I want to copy his talent, I have to win this championship final and score more goals than him to win the golden football ball. He says, why doesn't he have a football puddle? He is a football genius. If I copy this talent, I will also become a genius. All the players start their sessions. Pato thinks, what is happening? Their coach says, what is this? The team of their main player has made a strategy to stop the genius. Ho Yang is standing in one place and people say, why is he there? The coach says, what is this player doing in the position of a midfielder? The student sitting with him says, Sir, I don't know anything about this. Carlo says, especially for today we have done special training. Ho Yang, you will play the role of midfielder. You can do it easily. Don't be scared. Ho Yang says, oh, surely he must have thought of something in return for all these things. Carlo says, you will have to follow me. Ho Yang says, but sir, what is our training going to be? Carlo says, your training will be in the outfield. You have special training. Follow me quickly. Ho Yang says, Douglas and Kashmir are also going to join. The coach tells them, you have to pass the ball to Kashmir as quickly as possible to Douglas. If the distance between you and Douglas is high, what is the best way to handle it? Ho Yang says, I have to connect my ball forward so that it goes a little further, allowing our player to take it in a good position. Carlo says, yes, so from today, we will focus on ball distribution training, which will be our key pattern. They practice this for many days. Carlo explains the strategy to improve these things. The main player says, we have focused a lot on how to make these things better. My talent has grown these days. Precious ball distribution has gone to C. Carlo says, great, now join the team training. Do your offensive and defensive drills. We have done a lot of training in the next 3 days. Carlo says, once again, understand and respond to all situations by combining your mind and body. The children say, yes, sir. Carlo says, our strategy can make a significant difference. It helps us strengthen the offense and defense together. Ahmed will play the biggest role because his speed is top-notch. We don't have any ability to stop this. But we have Young. All the strategies depend on Young's performance. This will determine today's outcome. The coach of the red team says, these things are very difficult. I had assumed Young would play as a striker, so I made all the strategies accordingly. But now he is playing in the defensive position. Position change can be a good strategy, but the player should also shoot. He thinks, we have been caught off guard. We don't know anything about the situation. We have no choice. The referee blows the whistle for the final championship. The match starts. In number 37, the opponent team is moving forward with the ball and he passes it to a person in the front. That person is thinking that I don't think I can pass from here, and he says that the escape is not recording for us, and he passes the ball there, and number 5 throws the ball forward and says that we are not going to have anything other than a long throw here. The person in front says gray, and he is moving forward with the ball, but 2 Brazilian players come to him, but he dodges them and moves forward and says Pato. Pato also comes forward on high alert, and that person kicks him. Pato starts moving forward with the ball and also kicks it there, and after receiving the ball, he is moving forward. All the people are saying that its speed is going to be a little more. Its speed here is like a rocket. Kashmir says that all the people should follow him quickly. They start following him. They say that we cannot catch him at all. The keeper is also saying that a very critical situation is going to happen here. Now only the goalkeeper is left here. Now it is going to be 1-1 here. The keeper gets himself ready, and so does Pato. And Pato shoots between the keeper's legs and scores a goal, and he is celebrating his goal there. At that time, his play teammates are saying that nice goal Pato there. The Brazilian players are saying that we had practiced a lot to stop Pato, but here he has scored the opening goal within just 5 minutes. Due to the complete specialty of Pato here, we cannot do anything here. Our Ho Young is shown, which is he is very tired and says that it's okay. Finally we have to score a goal here, and he says that if they don't concede here, then this thing is going to be useless for us in the first half of 30 minutes, and he is thinking that we have to make a call. Here somehow first in the half, Douglas is shown, who looks a little troubled. The Ho Young says that I am not seeing any opening here. He says that our team's defense is going to be very weak here, so I cannot play the role of a striker here. I am not able to stop Pato at all here. Lee says that the pair of Papato and all the things are going to be very solid. But I still cannot go forward to attack. I have to defend it. He says that I want to cover it as much as possible, and I am going to try to distribute the ball smoothly here. Then our Ho Young says from behind that Kashmir they are coming, and he says that all of you should focus on this now. The first tough match ends with his 1 goal, and our Brazilian football club scores only 0 goals. All those people are going towards their rooms filled with disappointment. Douglas is saying in his mind that we should thank Viram here only because of him. More goals were not scored here, otherwise we could have scored more goals from the front. Carlos is looking very much like Davis, and Douglas says that we can definitely hear some harsh words from him here. Carlos asks if everyone has gathered here. All of them say yes sir, and he says that you all played very well here. Douglas was sitting very quietly there, but he suddenly gets shocked. Lou had said that everyone played very well, all the players were shocked. Carlos says that you should think about the past when we let Patek score a hat-trick and we lost there, but today you have not done that at all, and he says that today we should turn the passes and rates here, so we have done very well here in the midfield and your control is also very good. Was there, and he says that this thing is going to be proof that you have done the ball distribution training here very well. Kashmir says that no matter what happens here, we cannot stop Pato in any way, no matter how hard we train. Carlos says that Kashmir, those people, have also done their training with everything that they had so that they can come here for the champion trophy and win it. Everyone can train themselves hard here, but only the one who shows all his training can claim the victory here. You do not need to be dull here, you just need to score a goal. Why are you not enjoying this thing after all? If you start enjoying it, then you will automatically start enjoying it, and you will also be able to score goals. And Carlo looks towards his Ho Young, where his Ho Young is giving a little smile. Carlo, he says, "Whoa, did I say something funny about you?" My Ho Young says no. Then Carlo asks, "Then why are you smiling here?" My Ho Young says, "I am going to enjoy this. Enjoy football," and he thinks in his mind that I have practiced that much hard here. I need to show it. The match is going to start. The other team of Brazilian football club is going forward with the ball. My Ho Young says, "Kashmir, are you ready here?" and says, "Bring up, I will try to give you as much backup as I can. Possibly give you here." Camaro says, "Okay." The number 2 player in front says, "You can do anything here, all the things are going to be useless," and he gets ready to give the ball to Pato, and he says, "Come on, let us show Pato special move here," and he throws the ball forward. The actor starts moving forward very fast and taking the ball forward. They are also very surprised. Their Ho Young says that the same tactics are not going to make any difference again, and he keeps moving forward, dodging many players in the same way, and he says that now I am feeling that we can win here. Pato says that how can this guy be so fast here in the second half, and his movement has completely changed here, and he says that earlier he was defending very well. Was he not doing it? And here he came forward at the right time and stole the ball from me, and he says that all the things are not working as we had planned here, and he also player, let's go quickly, and now we have to snatch the ball here. Our Ho Young is standing ahead of him and Pato is there. He makes his move and he moves forward from his side very fast. The face of the Ho Young becomes a little weird. Carlo is shown from outside, who is saying that his attack has completely changed here. He says that when he is here, we also do not have any choice. We need to completely rethink our strategy here. The other team is getting really confused. The Brazilian squad has switched up their formation and the coach is strategizing from the sidelines, indicating that we should focus on our next move. Pato, wearing number 5, is calling for the ball to be played forward, urging, "Hey, pass it to me quickly." He receives the ball and skillfully maneuvers it between the feet of number 10, taking it for himself. Pato charges ahead with the ball, but Kashmir comes in from behind, attempting to tackle him. Unfortunately, he can't stop Pato, who continues to advance. Now, it's an unknown situation with the goalkeeper. Pato approaches, ready to shoot with his left foot, but just as he's about to kick, someone shouts that it's almost too late, and another player slides in, kicking the ball into the air. Pato exclaims in frustration, "What? This kid keeps following me. Meanwhile, Ho-young encourages everyone to sprint forward for a counterattack. They all dash ahead, weaving past defenders. As it's announced that the team is pushing forward to attack, Young moves ahead, dodging players, thinking to himself that he won't get many chances to break through. Douglas, too, realizes that this team isn't going to give them any openings, and he notes that the defenders are already positioning themselves. He considers passing the ball to the side to slow the game down, but then a player blocks his path, insisting you can't pass here. In a clever move, he plays the ball through his legs, recalling how Pato used the same tactic to score before. Ho-young seizes the opportunity, replicating the move, and charges forward with the ball. He mentions that he will be over 20 meters away from the goalkeeper, but he feels very confident because he has practiced extensively on the field and has developed a solid mid-range shot. He notes that he will need a 68 movement here, then moves forward and kicks just like he practiced. Successfully scoring a goal, the commentator announces that Young has scored, leaving Pato completely bewildered. It's reported that the Brazilian football club has equalized in the match, and the Brazilian players are celebrating joyfully. Pato is eager to finish the game quickly, charging ahead and skillfully maneuvering past his opponents until Kashmir tackles him from behind, resulting in a red card for Kashmir. Pato remarks that this player only came to the game to get a red card. Defending in such a reckless manner, he expresses his determination to score, insisting that nothing will deter him, and adds that they will never lose here. He steals the ball from Ho-young, and it looks like a tussle for possession ensues. About 33 minutes into the second half, Apneung advances with the ball, stating that there's no turning back now. If they fail, their attack will be completely thwarted. His main catcher passes the ball to the side, urging for a quick return pass. The main catcher moves forward with the ball, while Douglas positions himself to receive it. However, Ho-young takes a shot, which strikes the goalkeeper's post and bounces back. Ho-young comments that Carlo believes the game is far from over. Douglas takes off running at full speed, striking the ball and sending it straight into the goal, scoring a point. The commentator exclaims, "What an incredible comeback by this team." The Brazilian football club had already netted 2 goals, but this one from Douglas in the first half secured their victory. The crowd is buzzing with excitement as it's confirmed that the Brazilian football club has won the match. Outside, Kashmir sits with Douglas Carlo, proudly holding his golden cup. His captain cheers, "We did it, we've won the championship." Who would have imagined that an Asian boy would come abroad and reach such heights? He reminisces about his early days, recalling the time he and Carlo Douglas had a playful argument over the goalpost. They used to switch positions to score, and now he's taken a shot from mid-range. All these memories fill him with joy, and he thinks to himself, "This is going to be such a memorable moment for me." A building is shown where some people are talking among themselves. One says, "Our meeting is going to be held here for the selection of the golden ball and top scorer of the under-13 league." Another says, "The golden wall here is going to the right." A guy says, "He is definitely the Asian player here. Maybe he can grow even more, he is like a trophy. He might get even more motivation, and many local players will also be motivated by it." An old man says, "This year has been a very good year." Another person agrees, saying, "This is the first time in our league that an Asian player has achieved our championship trophy." They talk about many things, including a player whose number is 10, and they express excitement for next year's division league. The next day, the award ceremony scene is shown. It is announced that this year's Golden Wall winner is him, and everyone claps for him. The guy gives the trophy to Ho-young and says, "Congratulations to our Ho-young." Ho-young, laughing, says, "Thank you, sir." Young thinks, "I have received a reward of 3 million rupees along with the trophy, and I have also been recognized as a football genius. The real reward for me is this recognition. The 3 million is nothing." He thanks Pato, saying, "Because of you, my meal is getting more tea." He comes home, lies on his bed, and looks at his skills. He says, "Finally, I have something like football genius in my hand, which can improve my growth even more. Maybe because of this, my football pedagogy is also +2, but now I feel it is going to be completely meaningless here. But this doesn't matter at all," he says. "Pato had football genius -, but I had football +B+2. Which gave me football genius 1. This is amazing for me. Pato's football genius was probably at -, and now after absorbing B level it has come to A. No effort has been wasted here." He is told that he cannot acquire anyone's talent for 30 days. He says, this is going to take a very long time, but I have 30 days left. My professional debut record of playing in the world was set by Aro, who debuted in 2016 for me. The physical condition for debuting is going to be a turning point. He stands up and says, it is going to be a busier prince than a regular prince. The scene of November 8, 2003 is shown, where Ho Young arrives in Korea with his bag. He says, finally, I have come here. My club provided me a free plane ticket because I had a huge contribution to the team's victory. I played very well. He smiles and his mom and dad call out, hi. He looks very happy. His dad hugs him and says, your height has increased a lot. Ho Young says, Dad, why are you crying? His brother or sister says, wow, you have grown even more since I last saw you. He picks up his sibling and says, this time, I am going to sleep here with my brother. His sibling agrees. He says, when you start going to elementary school, your brother will be playing for a very famous team. They talk a lot, and his mother says, it must have been very hard for you, hasn't it? Ho Young smiles and says, yes, mother. He says, I have eaten home-cooked food after a long time. I missed it a lot. He plays football with his brother and says, I got a request for an interview when we were coming home. My fan club members are increasing very fast, with about 20,000 members. There is a lot of talk about whether I will be promoted to under 14 or another league. Ho Young says, who is going to be the working person here? Is this going to be a club official? He hears about promotion for the first time and says, maybe she is a power-type cow, my original aunt who has become my diehard fan. Someone from behind calls out to Ho Young, surprising him. His father says, sorry we disturbed you while you were resting, but do you have a minute? He says, what is inside this bag? Feels very heavy. Ho Young says, these are things I received there. He opens the pack and says, what a trophy. There are many things in it, including his travel allowance, performance bonus, and other items totaling 5 million rupees. His family is very surprised and hugs Yoon, saying, thank you. His dad says, I am very happy. His mother says, I am even more proud of you because you have earned money. His father says, I will not be able to sleep properly tonight. The next day's scene shows someone shouting, hing hing, and opening the door quickly. Ho Young says, just 5 minutes. His mother says, didn't you call Coach Cha Bumak? Ho Young flies out of bed quickly and says, right, I did. He says, when I told my family about my victory in the Champions League, I also called Coach Cha Bumak to talk about something important. Please contact me when you come home. Ho Young and his father go to meet Cha Bumak. Cha Bumak says, you have worked really hard in the under-13 league and achieved a lot of good things. Ho Young says, thank you, sir. Cha Bumak says, why don't you eat something here? He says, I don't think any audition is going to be scheduled for you. Ho Young says, yes, sir. Cha Bumak says, I have already told your father that I want to send you for Dream Tree expansion. Ho Young is shocked and asks, what is Dream Tree expansion? Cha Bumak explains, it is an overseas program where football clubs send their dream projects to players under 13 years of age. It is done by a small group of lights in a small place where they practice and prepare their youth for tournaments. Ho Young says, is it not that difficult? Will it be okay for me to join this place? Cha Bumak says, what kind of things are you talking about? A spot in tea has been arranged for you here. Ho Young says, thank you. I also want to join this. He asks, will we have to go there and play games? Cha Bumak says, you will get time to play games, train, watch others' games, and receive many promises. I am very excited. I would also like to play with those people. Ho Young says, I am ready to play against them. The coach says, you are looking very curious. Ho Young, with shining eyes, says, of course. The main character tells him that the expansion will take place in Germany because the coach has many big contacts everywhere, and he can see a lot of amazing talent there. The scene of December 18th is shown, where Ho Young is seen at the airport for Dream Tree Express. The player is going for the draft and is told that the 30-day project period is coming to an end. Before that, they will have 2 matches and participate in the 4-continent youth internet tournament. In the tournament, a guy sitting next to Ho Young is talking a lot. Ho Young looks very shy and wants to sleep. Then, the scene shifts to 11 hours later, where they have landed at the Germany airport. Upon arrival, Ho Young says, this place looks very cold. Is this really going to be a football powerhouse? He goes inside and, after seeing the gym corner, says, this place is amazing. He adds, after Brazil, I wanted to go to England or Spain to learn football. But Germany isn't going to be that bad. Who are the famous German players here? He starts remembering many names and says, "It would be great if I could meet any one of them." He tells his main cricketer one ball sticks and the guy says, "Hey, why are you not focusing?" Ho Young thinks, what is Chadurim, and says, "I am going to have a chance here to gain another good talent." Ho Young says, "Brother Chadurim, this is the one from whom I took a unique skill." The person also says, "Ho Young, you have changed a lot in just 1 year." Ho Young says, "There is a brother, Chadurim, who has come here after being transferred. He plays for his club, and it will be very difficult for him to survive in La Liga." The person pats Ho Young's head and says, "Wow, you have grown a lot, I could not even recognize you." Ho Young says, "Maybe it's because I was in Brazil." The person says, "Were you in Brazil? That's amazing." Ho Young says, "All this has been possible only because of you. Brother, your practice helped me learn more things." Rim says, No, this was nothing. Ho Young's skills are shown, and it is said that if you want to copy his skills, you will have to play football with him for about 150 minutes, defeat his Frankfurt club LJ13, and show your special goal achievement in front of him. Ho Young thinks, you have increased your talent a lot and gained even more talent, but conditions to acquire your talent have become more relaxed. Is it because I have already acquired the talent of you grade? But why is there no new talent? Is it because I have practiced a lot of basics? He says, I think this is good as long as I can acquire someone else's talent. These things will be even more helpful for my next season. I am going to try my best to acquire their talent. He thanks Rim and, after coming to his room, says, I was very lucky to meet Rim. Our match is in about 4 days. We have to win at any cost. He trains a lot with his under-13 team to become even stronger. Many people stand in front of Ho Young and say, I heard you trained in Brazil. How do all these things feel there? Someone comes from behind Ho Young and says, it has been a long time since we met. Seo Kyungju also arrives and says, this is not a joke, you are being treated like a hero because you went to Brazil. Isn't it so? I think you have grown in height and your skill has improved a lot. Ho Young says thank you and thinks I should thank you for the wide open growth plate of B+ rank. Ho Young says, I will get a lot of happiness playing with you here. I am very curious. They ask, do you know the name of the kid here, Yu Young Who? He says, no, I don't know anyone by this name. The main cadre says, really? Don't you know Hing Young? In 2003, he won the Chobok Football Award. Ho Young wonders, has the future changed only because of my actions? Maybe many more things will change because of me. I am talking about the future of football. Ho Young says, after a long time, the day has come for our match. People have worn their uniforms. Ho Young stands with the ball and says, Benil, who was reborn in 1991, is typically going to be a striker. His height is 180 centimeters. His football pedagogy is C+3. His header is C+, and his quick kicks are C+2. Ho Young says, it has been a long time, but I did not see the heading talent here. If I take the heading talent, I will get even more advantage. Now it seems that even more delicious things are going to happen. Chidori says from outside, wow, he has improved so much that I can't even recognize him. His father says, I used to be like this in my youth. The main cat takes Paul forward and says, he is going to have such fast speed, like a leopard. His claw is like a sharp knife. He goes to score a goal from a long range, and the ball goes into the goal. The main catcher celebrates the goal and says, we have scored the first goal. The Brazilian training has paid off a lot. He says, wow, my talent has grown. His Suis celebrates again and says, now the real game is going to start. Many players clap for him and say, yes, it is going to be in great condition. Cha Distance is also there, and PM says, Father, I think his future in South Korea is going to be even brighter. When will he be taken into the national team? If we look at this, I think he can break the record of the youngest player. Cha Bum Kum says, I don't know what will happen in the future. Darren says, Father, don't you feel that his football playing is very good? His dad says, even the king of football, raised by 2 football players, could never say so much about his future. His son says, right, but I get a very good feeling about this child. Oh no, brother, that thing is banned. Okay, don't even think by mistake that, brother, you will sink my channel. He says, a genius cannot achieve anything here, but he does a lot of hard work, which is why he is moving forward rapidly. Another ball goes into the goal and people say, wow, Hong has scored his second goal. It has not even been 10 minutes since the game started, and he has already scored a goal. He moves forward and thinks, my dribbling has become even better, And my shot accuracy has also improved when it comes to mid-range shots. I find them even more helpful in the real game. My coach alone helps me. I have received a lot of help in training as well. If I keep working like this, I can achieve all the things before the season ends. My mid-range shot will also reach grade B very soon. The second half starts, and the other team takes the ball forward. Frankfurt is also counterattacking in the second half. They try to attack by going forward. He tells me to run quickly and defend. He says, we are attempting a counterattack because he is attacking both offensively and defensively. But now we have to focus on the attack because this kid will also worry about his stamina a bit. The main critic says, there is no need for me to waste my stamina here. In friendly matches, number 6 is taking the ball forward, and a guy says we should use our energy and take the next game. Number 7, i.e. Ho Young goes forward with SEO Paul and says, nice pass, you have done a very good pass. All the people of the other team turn their backs to stop Ho Young. But he goes forward, dodging 4 players at the speed of lightning. They say, did this really happen? There is going to be a unknown with the goalkeeper. Ho Young uses a fake and takes the ball forward, but then the person falls down. They say, was this a trick? He says, this was the person who looked like a ball to me, but this time I have defeated him. These people had defeated us completely in the final, but I went to Brazil and trained with the best players. My speed and skills have improved even more. Now there is only going to be a fight between the goalkeeper and me. He says to the goalkeeper, I will block you here. Then Ho Young goes forward and throws the ball between the goalkeeper's legs, scoring a goal. He says, I faked it. The players of the other team say, it was a clear hat trick. How can such a player exist in this world? The players of Ho Yang's team say, has he scored a goal again? Maybe all things become different when you come back after learning football from Brazil. The coach says, no, this is not natural talent. He has worked very hard to learn all these things. And now his height has also become a little taller. He has started catching up to all the things from now on. Ho Young celebrates and says, a person is going to be a monster. In the end, the other team also scores a goal, and Ho Yang's team wins 41. Ho Young says, if they have to choose the man of the match, then I will win without a doubt. But there is a more valuable thing I have gained. There are 2 windows in front of him, asking which thing he wants to copy. Football puddle C+3, decent heading C+, quite fast lack C+2, sports like car lack, strong physique B+, decent stamina C-. Ho Young chooses decent heading C+, and strong physique B+. He says, I am overflowing with energy. I have more talents now. I have a total of 16 talents, but this is still not as much as I need. The more talent I gain, the better it will be for me. I would first like to take the talent of the German players, and one day I will make all the talents in this world my own. We are shown a scene where someone offers a hot dog to Ho Young. He says, thank you. They tell him, we have unpacked our bags in the dormitory. We have come outside to see our things and will also have to find out about our stool. The ladies say, why is so much fuss being created here? They ask, do you need some other things as well? We are going to have more snacks. The main character says, there are going to be some parents following me here. The main character says, thank you, I accept your gratefulness. The Shyok says, this thing is very delicious. Person says, the juice here is also very good. Would you like to try it? The main cat thinks, I have become famous here. All these people want to take my favor in advance. He eats the hot dog and says, this is going to be a homemade hot dog. I really feel like I am in Germany. He says, people also call this place Toy Town because the old buildings look like a European town. I feel like I am running forward without a break. All those people finish eating and say, we are very full. They tell Ho Young, we are going to the museum in the afternoon. What are you going to do? Ho Young says, I have a little peach, so I will go to the museum first. He thinks I would like to talk to Cha Bumk, the coach. After that, I can think of visiting the museum. The football players are practicing something. One person says, seriously, are you serious? That person is coming here to watch our game, my role model, Cha Bumk. And another person says, is he such a great person? Another says, yes, he is a legendary player. Maybe you don't know these things because you are still very young, but I have grown up watching Cha Bumk and they plan to meet later. Another person says, he is going to be a very big fan of his. The person moves forward quickly and says, that dormitory is going to be here in this building. The person stands in front of Ho Young and says, who is waiting here in my place? Ho Young turns back and looks at the person, saying, what is happening here? Treble, a star player whom everyone knows, is in front of him. He starts seeing his talent: midfield commander T ranker, mid-val commander versus ability U rank, April headings S rank, high sky high jump ability A rank, and many other skills. Ho Yang says, wow, he has so much talent that I can never even imagine. He comes down and says, you can see even more talent in him. Ho Yang says, how can he have so much talent? I am seeing this for the first time. Seymour is going to be more than the rest of the players, he says. If you include his C rank talent, he will have more than 30 talents. I cannot miss this opportunity. He is told that if he wants to copy his abilities, he will have to win the football club Pyongyang's under-13 team, score at least 5 goals in the 4-continent tournament, and the hidden goal condition will be activated if he manages to get one of his talents. The main kid keeps looking at him and says, this guy is going to be very great. Ho Yang is with Cha Bom Kim, sitting in front of him. He says, I really enjoyed meeting you. This is going to be very exciting. Cha Bom Kim says, it is very good to meet you. What is your condition these days? The person says, it is very good. Ho Yang says, this guy is a little too excited, whereas he himself is a very famous player. He looks at Cha Bom Kim and says, he is a legend and remains a legend. When I meet Messi and Ronaldo, will I also behave the same way? Wait, maybe I will also behave like this one day. Players will come to me. I wanted to meet you, young man. I felt very good after meeting you. Can you give me an autograph? He dreams about all these things and says, but first things first, I have to develop my skills and acquire more talent. T rank title? What does it stand for? Does it mean there is going to be a title here? He wonders. This talent could be the best for me. Meet full commander T. But the biggest problem is that I need to be 18 years old first. If I had acquired it now, I could have achieved a lot more. He continues, just wait until 8th grade. I am going to take midfielder commander versatility, which is going to be a talent of U rank. But the 3 conditions here are very different and difficult. I will have to score 5 goals in front of Football Club BN, and there are 44 continent youth tournaments where I need to score as well. He says, in terms of difficulty, the U rank grade is going to be more challenging than the U grade I took from Doom, but it will be done quickly if I give it my all. I am going to try until the end because I don't know what will happen. The person with him asks, who are you, kid? Cha Bom Kim tells him, his name is penned here. He wins the under-13 league and also the golden ball. He extends his hand towards Ho Yang, who says, hello, while thinking I really wanted to meet you. He asks, how can I be a good player in football? His mean cut looks at him and he says, most likely, there is something in German I don't know. Ho Yang also asks Chabni Kim, what does this mean? He replies, it means there is no free lunch here. The mean cut says again, I will tell you about this only when you win your game. 2 days later, their match starts in front of Munas. A person scores a goal and Chai scores his first goal. People outside say, wow, this is amazing. It has only been 2 minutes since the game started, and he has already scored. Ho Yang says, we need to score at least 5 goals. He continues, their defense is average, but their attack is not bad. Breaking through them won't be easy because this person is Thomas Baylor. He won a golden boot in the 2010 South Africa World Cup and has a lot of talent. Ho Yang is told, if you want to copy his abilities, you need to score more goals than Thomas and score a hat-trick. Ho Yang says, this guy led Germany to victory in the 2014 World Cup. Their players keep giving the ball to him. He thinks they are playing as if they are killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But the same condition applies to me. I can take the talent of 2 people together. Ho Yang throws the ball at the goalpost, but it hits the pole. He says, why did this happen? He keeps trying for the goal, but the same thing happens repeatedly. He says, whatever happens, I have to score a goal. I need to focus more on the game. I feel distracted because of Baylor. Then, a player from his main character takes the ball and scores a goal. The game ends with 3 goals in the first half and 2 in the second half, totaling 5 goals for Ho Yang's team. Ho Yang says, our defeat was very bad. His main character says, this was my first time losing a strike in a match. I don't know when I will play in front of Nunez next time. I have lost the talent of Balek and Baylor. He stands alone, feeling disappointed. While enjoying his food, he looks sad. People notice and say, there is so much delicious stuff here. Why are you eating such things? Are you okay? Ho Yang moves forward with a little disappointment. They try to cheer him up, saying, today was not your day, that's why you couldn't score a goal. Ho Yang collides with someone and thinks, how can I be so bad? He says, how can this be such a problem? Someone calls his name and tells him, "Your coach is looking for you." Ho Young asks, "Why?" He is told, maybe it's about the Fourth Continent Youth Tournament. Ho Young says, "I have heard it is going to start next week." He opens the door and goes inside. People say, "We believe our first point is going to happen." Another person says, "Is it so?" They say, "We will definitely take our revenge. We will do our special training in a very good mode. I am going to fire here you Munichab, just wait for us, we are coming to win." Ho Young starts playing and says, "This is my last chance. If I score 4 goals in the next match, I can copy Balance's talent." The next morning, in preparation for the upcoming tournament, the team began an intense and specialized training regimen naturally. The session started with essential drills, including free kicks and penalty shots, that couldn't be skipped. The focus was on offensive strategies, emphasizing quick passes and movement across the field. The players trained hard, working tirelessly from the basics to more advanced techniques. A coach observing from the sidelines couldn't help but praise Ho Young. "This kid really stands out. He's special. He has a solid foundation and is far more diligent than the others." At that moment, Ho Young was on the field, but his expression looked troubled. Coach Cha Bum-kun, overhearing the compliment, remained silent, his eyes fixed on the small figure in the distance. Suddenly, Coach Cha Bum called out, "Ho Young, how are you feeling? You seem a bit off. Is something wrong? Are you not playing well?" Ho Young paused, then sighed deeply and nodded, "Yes, I feel a bit overwhelmed. My body isn't responding the way I want it to. It feels like something's wrong." "Is it that your legs feel tangled and you're not moving the way you'd like?" the coach asked. Ho Young nodded again. "Yes, exactly. I don't know why." To help Ho Young relax and clear his mind, the coach took him to watch a match between Bayern Munich and Hamburger SV. Munich was clearly a strong team, scoring 2 goals in the game. After watching, Coach Cha Bum-kun asked, "What do you think, Ho Young?" "The Munich team played excellently," Ho Young replied, exhaling deeply. "No doubt about it, they were amazing." Despite the talent on Hamburger's side, Munich's dominance was almost total, with the passionate support of their fans fueling their strength. Pleased with the answer, the coach asked, "What about Hamburger? What's your impression?" Ho Young thought for a moment before answering. It felt like something was holding them back. They couldn't carry out their strategies. "That's exactly it, Ho Young. You need to clear your mind when playing football. If you overthink, your body won't respond smoothly. You're not just playing on the field, you're playing the game itself. Have you forgotten how to enjoy football?" Ho Young stood there, realizing the truth in his coach's words. He had become so focused on copying others' talents that he had lost sight of the joy in the game. Even in his recent match, he had been preoccupied with outscoring Thomas Muller. The pressure to score 5 goals and gain Gabriel Padua's support had weighed heavily on him. "What should I do now, coach? What can I do?" Ho Young asked. "You don't need to do anything," the coach replied. "Just play football. It's a sport, and part of it is battling your own anxiety. Overcoming those worries is as important as any skill on the field, but don't take this as a reason to become complacent. Your mind must be clear, your head sharp, your body strong, and most of all, your heart must burn with passion." Ho Young smiled, adding a light-hearted comment that made Coach Cha Bum-kun laugh. "Thank you so much, Coach," Ho Young said, his expression much brighter, a rare sight since his recent defeat. It seemed the boy had transformed, maturing further. A week passed, and the new year arrived, bringing heavy snowfall that made the town picturesque but freezing. On Tuesday, January 9th, 2004, the 4th youth tournament in Europe began. Ho Young, dressed in his uniform, stepped onto the field with his teammates. Taking in his surroundings, he exhaled deeply, closing his eyes and allowing himself to sink into a meditative state using the breathing techniques his coach had taught him. He cleared his mind of anxiety, improving his mental focus. Though he hadn't yet mastered these techniques, they helped. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he felt a surge of energy course through him. "Let's do this," he thought. Filled with determination, his intense focus caught the attention of Thomas Muller from the Munich team, who was surprised by Ho Young's presence. "Ah, do you see that? Isn't he the kid who scored the last goal in the previous game? He's come here with some serious determination," Muller remarked. "Ha, he's a cute kid," the other players agreed, unaware of the admiration coming from their opponents. But Ho Young remained focused, his eyes straight ahead, taking strong, determined steps across the field under the bright sunlight. Today was the faithful match between FC Munich and the Dream Expedition Club, and the game officially kicked off. Dream Cheese team started strong, moving the ball with sharp, precise passes. The green jerseys flowed across the field as the players exchanged the ball effortlessly. Suddenly, one player sent the ball soaring ahead, and like an arrow, Ho Yang shot forward, sprinting toward it with incredible speed and unshakable confidence. His sudden burst of energy caught the opposing team off guard. Thomas Muller watched in astonishment at Ho Yang's terrifying speed. "Daniel, stay on him, don't let your guard down," Muller commanded. "Got it," Daniel replied, immediately moving to shadow Ho Yang. But Ho Yang wasn't intimidated by Daniel's close marking. As the smallest player on the field, he knew that the key to winning the ball was timing and positioning. He just needed to get to the right spot first. With his eyes glued to the ball, Ho Yang sprinted ahead, determined to win. Daniel stepped in, using his body to block Ho Yang's path. But it wasn't enough thanks to his strong physique and natural athleticism. Ho Yang slipped past Daniel and took the lead. In a split second, his leg muscles tensed, and with incredible power, he leapt into the air to meet the ball with a perfectly timed header. The ball shot forward, and Ho Yang didn't hesitate to call out to his teammate. "Song Chun, here it comes," he shouted. Song Chun understood the signal immediately and intercepted the ball from Ho Yang's header, dribbling forward without missing a beat. He quickly launched the ball toward the goal, and Ho Yang, now running like a speeding bullet, left his opponents scrambling in his wake. Daniel, realizing what had happened too late, struggled to keep up. "Oh no, he's too fast. I can't catch him." Daniel fought with only the goalkeeper left to beat. Ho Yang didn't hesitate. He kicked the ball with precision, sending it flying toward the goal. The goalkeeper barely had time to react before the ball slammed into the net. A spectacular opening goal in under 30 seconds. The Munich players stood stunned, unable to believe what had just happened from the stands. Coach Cha Bumkun nodded in approval. Scoring right at the start of the game, he mused, this will give him a huge confidence boost. Ho Yang, now full of energy and excitement, had regained his form after his previous defeat. He turned to Song Chun with a smile and gave him a fist bump. "Great pass, let's get back to our positions, everyone." For the next 30 minutes, Dream Cheese team focused on defense, but the score leveled when Bella, a player from the opposing team, managed to score. The first half ended with a 1-1 tie, and the second half began with even more intensity. As soon as the second half kicked off, Ho Yang relentlessly stole the ball from Thomas Muller, blocking his plays and disrupting his rhythm. Muller was taken aback by Ho Yang's speed, strength, and newfound confidence. "What's going on with this kid?" he wondered, bewildered. Last week, he wasn't this strong. Ho Yang now played like a towering tree, firmly rooted on the field, defending and attacking with equal skill. To Muller, Ho Yang seemed almost like a monster, playing at a level he couldn't believe. Again, Ho Yang stole the ball, leaving Muller with a sinking feeling. "Every time he touches the ball, we're in trouble. We need to tighten our defense and stop him before he takes control of the game," Muller thought urgently. "If we don't shut him down, we're finished." Muller and his teammates quickly adjusted, forming a tight defensive line. Their swift, coordinated defense made it harder for Ho Yang to break through. Now surrounded by opposing players, it was unclear how the small-statured boy would manage to outmaneuver them. "Close in from the back," Muller shouted, waving his arms. "We have to stop him at all costs." As the opposing team converged on Ho Yang, someone's leg accidentally extended, tripping him in the heat of the game. These kinds of collisions were inevitable, but this time the impact was serious. Ho Yang wobbled but didn't fall immediately. Moments later, he cried out in pain, and it became clear that his leg had been injured. The Dream Chi team was filled with concern. "Ho Yang, are you okay?" his teammates asked. Worried about his condition, Ho Yang winced but tried to stay positive. "It hurts a little, but he'll be fine. Besides, this is a chance we can't afford to waste," he smiled, attempting to reassure them. His eyes shifted toward the opponent's goal with a determined glint. Song Chun, noticing Ho Yang's injury, cautioned, "It might be better if we played as a team, especially with your leg like this." But Ho Yang wasn't listening. Despite the pain, he stepped back onto the field, the ball at his feet, staring down the defensive line. Is the distance too far for a shot, he thought, quickly calculating. He was about 24 meters from the goal, far, but not impossible normally. Passing to his teammates would be the safer option, but in such a crowded field, the ball might never reach them. He decided to take the shot himself. The goalkeeper, focused on defending the center, left the sides open. A perfect opportunity for Ho Young. Ho Young had learned from his recent loss to never underestimate his opponent. The opposing goalkeeper, Fenin, was a talented player, the U13 keeper for Bayern Munich, known for his control and ball handling skills, especially given his height. Ho Young knew this would be no ordinary challenge. Across the field, Fenin had his eyes locked on Ho Young. He's good, but not unstoppable. The blonde goalkeeper thought his shots are fast, but predictable. If he shoots, it'll likely go to the left, the safer spot. But as Fenin braced himself, expecting Ho Young to aim left, Ho Young sprinted toward the ball in a surprising twist. He kicked it sharply to the right, catching Fenin off guard. The ball rocketed into the net before the keeper could react. What an unbelievable shot. The crowd gasped. Not only had Ho Young scored, but he had done so with a free kick, using a technique that allowed him to strike with precision from a distance, though risky due to potential injury. Ho Young's mastery of the technique paid off. He had successfully outsmarted the goalkeeper and scored a fantastic goal. His teammates erupted in cheers, gathering around to celebrate. Well done, Ho Young. We're so close now. The score stood at 21, with Dryami in the lead. Ho Young took a moment to breathe, closing his eyes to calm his mind. Just one more goal, he told himself, his coach's words echoing in his head. Remember, you're here to play football, not just to fight. With a smile, Ho Young thought, that's right. I just need to enjoy this moment. Despite Munich equalizing later in the game, Dryami soon found another golden opportunity. A teammate launched a perfect pass toward Ho Young, who leaped into the air and met the ball with a powerful header. The ball soared through the air and slammed into the net. Ho Young had just scored his third goal. The team's spirit soared as Dryami now held a commanding 32 lead. Ho Young's incredible performance had put them in a prime position to win, but the game wasn't over yet. Munich, determined not to give up, launched a counterattack. Their players moved with speed and precision. Slicing through Dryami's defense, the ball eventually made its way to Thomas Muller's feet like a predator ready to strike. Muller prepared for the perfect shot. Song Chun rushed to block him, but Muller was quicker, nudging the ball through Song's legs and toward the goal. To everyone's shock, the ball rolled past the goalkeeper and into the net. Muller had equalized, tying the score once again. With the game hanging in the balance, would it go into overtime? After two intense halves and draining overtime, the exhaustion on the field was palpable. Every player was panting, struggling to stand, and even the Munich team, known for their stamina, was on the verge of collapse. Ho Young, drenched in sweat, felt the fatigue in every muscle, but he knew the game wasn't over yet. He had to push through just a little longer. Steadying his breath, he mentally reinforced his resolve. Stay calm and focus, just a little more effort. The overtime period began, and Dryami's quickly shifted to a defensive stance. They had 5 crucial minutes to hold out. Ho Young knew that if they kept their defense strong, victory was within reach. Coach Kam Im-kun, watching from the stands, nodded in approval of their strategy. The team had reached their physical limit, and going on the offensive could be disastrous. Defense was the safest option now. Thomas Muller, leading Munich, hoped Dryami would rely solely on defense. Seizing the moment, he took control of the ball and charged toward the goal. The 5 minutes passed in a blur, with both teams pushing through exhaustion, barely able to breathe. The only sound in the stadium was the labored breathing of the players as they fought for every inch of the field. Coach Kuhn smiled as he saw the clock winding down. We've held on, he thought. If this continued, the match would be decided by penalties. The short break before the penalty shootout felt like a reprieve from the war on the field, but both teams were mentally preparing for the final showdown. Song Chun was the first up for Dryami, facing the blonde Munich goalkeeper who had stood tall all game. They've already scored their first penalty, so I have to match it, Son thought, taking a deep breath. Charging toward the ball, he unleashed a powerful kick. The ball sped past the goalkeeper and into the net. Dryami had matched Munich's first goal. The penalties continued, with Muller scoring again for Munich and Dreamy's players matching them shot for shot with each round. The pressure mounted by the fourth penalty. Both teams were tied at 4 goals each. Munich's fifth player approached the ball, but disaster struck. His shot hit the post and bounced out. It was a devastating miss. Leaving the fate of the game in Dreamy's hands, Ho Young was the final kicker for Dreamy. Victory, defeat, or a draw now rested entirely on him standing in front of the ball. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath. If I score, we win. If not, it's a draw. He reminded himself after a deep breath. He charged forward, lifting his leg and pouring all his energy, emotions, and focus into this final kick. The ball flew with blistering speed, so fast that it seemed to blur. The blonde goalkeeper barely had time to react before the ball was already in the net. The stadium fell into a stunned silence for a moment, as everyone, including the Dreamy team, stood in disbelief. Then, like a tidal wave, the realization hit. Ho Young had scored. The silence shattered into an eruption of cheers as the crowd roared in celebration. Ho Young's teammates swanned him, jumping up and down in pure joy. Overwhelmed, Ho Young collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, his body utterly spent but his heart full of triumph. As the celebration continued, a shadow appeared before Ho Young. It was none other than Thomas Muller. The German star extended his hand to the young player in a gesture of respect. Ho Young, smiling sincerely, shook his hand. They exchanged a look of mutual admiration. Muller had won the previous match, but today, Ho Young had emerged victorious. Both players felt a quiet acknowledgement that they had reached a balance in their rivalry. Looks like we're even now, they thought. Who knew if they would ever face each other again? But deep down, Ho Young hoped they would. As he lay on the grass, catching his breath, a screen appeared in Ho Young's mind. It displayed several abilities he could now choose from, a reward for his incredible performance. Penalty box infiltration, physical strength, football IQ, and finishing ability. The options read. Ho Young thought about it carefully. Physical strength is important, he mused, but penalty box infiltration, that's the key. With that, Ho Young selected his first ever A+ level skill, knowing it would only make him stronger for the next challenge. Ho Young couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the brink of something extraordinary. He had just chosen the ability of penalty box infiltration at an A+ level, a skill that would take 40 days to copy. During this time he wouldn't be able to acquire any other talents, but he felt it was worth it. Sure, he regretted missing out on Gabriel Leo's abilities, but he had done his best, and that had to be enough for now. However, the excitement of defeating Munich quickly turned sour just 2 days later when Dreamy faced Cristiano Ronaldo's U13 team. The reigning qualifiers exhausted from their previous match, Dreamy lost 21. They played well, but fatigue was an undeniable factor. Despite the loss, the team remained in good spirits. Coach Kamam praised them, saying, "You've all done incredibly well. Just beating Munich was a huge achievement." Following their trip to Germany, the Dreamy team was granted a well-deserved 3-day rest before the tournament wrapped up on the last day before heading home. Coach Kan called out to Ho Young, "Come here for a moment." "Yes, coach?" Ho Young replied, curious. Coach Kan gestured toward a man sitting on the sofa. "There's someone I want you to meet." The man who entered the room was none other than Gabriel Petuta, the same player Ho Young had encountered in the dorm earlier. Ho Young was taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. "I came to see you because I heard you're leaving tomorrow," Gabriel said as he took a seat. "Why me?" Ho Young asked. Startled, Coach Kan chuckled. "He's here to fulfill a promise you might have forgotten. Didn't he say he would give you an answer if you defeated Munich?" Suddenly, Ho Young remembered their conversation. He hadn't expected Gabriel to actually keep his word. With a gentle smile, Gabriel added, "I watched your game and I found it quite interesting." Ho Young's eyes lit up. "You came to watch us play?" "Of course, I believe you can become like me if you continue to work hard." Hearing this, Ho Young thought to himself, "Great, he thinks I can win a bunch of runner-up titles too." Gabriel continued, "You asked me how to become a great player, right? Well, let me share a little secret. When I play, I envision the entire field in my mind. Whether I'm controlling the midfield like a playmaker or pressing the opponent's defense like a forward, I need to read the movements of every player on the team. Most importantly, I have to understand the rhythm of the match. It's hard to explain, but I feel the flow of everyone on the field with my heart." As Ho Young listened, a light bulb went off in his head. Understanding the rhythm of the game, it was a revelation. "I'll do my best, thank you so much." Just then, something extraordinary happened. Ho Young's eyes widened in shock as a strange light appeared behind Gabriel. A panel displaying skills emitted a bright, mysterious glow that was visible only to Ho Young. "What's this?" he thought, astonished. "No way is this real." The glowing panel displayed several skills with the words, "Choose a talent you want in 33 days." Options included midfield commander, Y-level, unstoppable header, S-level, shining footwork, S-level, and off-the-ball movement, B-level, among other dazzling talents. "Oh my god! I can actually choose one of these skills." Ho Young was on cloud 9 but puzzled. Didn't the conditions say he had to score 5 goals? How had he met the requirement? He tried to recall the goals he had scored in recent matches. Could penalty shootout goals count as well? Excitement washed over him as he realized what this meant. "So I can choose a new talent now, right?" Ho Young was ecstatic and wanted to scream with joy. His attention was drawn to a skill called midfield commander at Treble. Although he wasn't entirely sure what it was, the idea of maximizing flexibility was appealing. He didn't just want to be a goal-scoring forward, he wanted to be a playmaker who could dictate the flow of the game. Thinking this over, Ho Young immediately selected the skill and began copying the flexibility of a midfield commander at Y-level. Though he was trying to contain his excitement, he remained calm. "Thank you so much, Gabriel. Did I really gain something from you?" he asked, still a bit unsure. Gabriel laughed. "Of course. I've helped you a lot, my young friend." Ho Young smiled brightly. "You've helped me more than you know, senior." Gabriel burst out laughing. "That's good to hear, and remember, they'll support you throughout your journey to becoming a professional player, just like me." As they wrapped up, the narrator couldn't resist adding, "And remember, young Ho Young, in football, just like in life, if at first you don't succeed, there's always a chance to nutmeg your way back into the game." Additionally, Gabriel offered to give Ho Young a private lesson to highlight areas for improvement. It was an unforgettable night in Germany on January 26, 2000. For a few days later, Ho Young boarded a plane back to Brazil, feeling refreshed after a well-deserved break. As he stood in front of the charming old house that felt so familiar, he thought to himself, "It's been a while since Eve been back." When the doorbell rang, a blonde girl with bright blue eyes rushed to open the door, excitedly shouting, "Ho Young, welcome back." The girl was Monica, and she was as beautiful as ever. Despite not seeing each other for a long time, Ho Young noticed that Monica had grown up a lot. He couldn't help but think she had matured in both appearance and ability as he observed Monica's skill display. He realized that, according to the conditions, he'd have to work hard to gain skills like language proficiency and a balanced physique from her. While he was deep in thought, Monica leaned in close to his face, making him feel a bit shy. "Oh, you've gotten taller, you seem a bit troubled. What's on your mind?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Ho Young smiled and replied, "Not for long. I'll catch up soon." Monica teased, "If you keep growing, I won't be able to ruffle your hair anymore. Can I still pat your head?" Caught off guard by the suggestion, Monica blushed and stammered, "Oh, but if you get taller than me, then sure." I guess they both laughed, and it was a light moment amidst their anticipation of the upcoming challenges. A month passed, and on February 17th, Ho Young returned to school with his friends. He had learned to balance his studies with football training, and that day he received fantastic news. The skill display panel reappeared, showing new information. The flexibility of the midfield commander had been selected, and the talent had expanded. It would take 60 days or around 30, depending on his progress, to fully unlock the skill. Seeing this, Ho Young was astonished. This ability even enhances other skills as well. Incredible, he thought, smiling as he remembered Gabriel Petuta. He won't be disappointed. "Thank you so much for this amazing talent," he exclaimed. Ho Young didn't pay much attention to the skill display anymore. Instead, he focused on his rigorous training, practicing with the ball at his feet. He started with basic juggling, improving his technique until he could do it effortlessly. He practiced long-range shots as well as medium and short-range ones. 3 weeks passed since Ho Young began his intensive training aimed at developing the talents he had acquired. The talent he received was key to his success, but he knew he had to diligently to unlock its full potential. Perhaps it was his natural football genius, but his progress was noticeably faster than usual. His quick feet skill upgraded to a +2, his healthy physique to be +2, and his tone muscles to C+3. These three talents were all physically related, so their development affected one another. One breakthrough would elevate the others. Simply put, a stronger body led to firmer muscles, which in turn made my legs quicker. If I'm already at this level now, the U13 tournament will be a breeze, he thought confidently. At that moment, Coach Carl appeared behind him and called his name, Ho Young. Are you free tomorrow after school? Ho Young nodded immediately, eager to continue his training. Good, then tomorrow, come to the physical evaluation room at 2:20 p.m., Coach Carl instructed. The next day, right on time, all the young players of the club gathered in the physical evaluation room. Ho Young entered slowly, observing his surroundings. Got it, today's the medical checkup, he thought, looking around. He spotted Casmo, the blonde player, in the distance, but something felt off. Everyone seemed tense. Why is everyone so anxious? Ho Young wondered perhaps it was because they were older now and needed to pass the tests to qualify for the U15 team. If that was the case, today's medical exam could determine their future. Ho Young stroked his chin thoughtfully. This was a great opportunity to move up from U13 to U15 at his age, and an incredible chance to prove himself. This won't be easy, but I have to give it my best shot, he thought confidently. This medical checkup was much more thorough than the ones they had at U13. It included bone and joint structure tests, cardiovascular endurance tests, blood analysis, muscle flexibility checks, cardiovascular function analysis, and body fat composition testing. There was even a 25-meter sprint test in addition to the basic tests from the U13 exams. These new assessments added a higher level of complexity. That afternoon, the group finished their physical evaluations and waited for the results. Suddenly, another coach rushed in excitedly, seeking out Coach Carl. Carl, you won't believe this result, the coach exclaimed. Look at the 25-meter sprint time. This kid, Ho Young, broke the 4C barrier. He clocked in at 397 seconds. If you ever need to run from a bad date, just remember no one can outrun the truth, but you might just outrun your ex. 397 seconds. Coach Carl was astonished, shocked by the result. That's right. Isn't it incredible, said the other coach, equally amazed. That speed is fast enough to compete in track and field, even compared to prodigies in our country. He's already among the top. He's faster than some professional adult athletes. Coach Carl couldn't believe how remarkable Ho Young had progressed in such a short time. What about his promotion to U15? He asked. Of course he passed. He exceeded the standards by far. He's eligible to play in about 31 matches this season, the coach responded. Hearing this, Coach Carl breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but chuckle. But deep down, he was curious about what had happened this season that led to such a leap in Ho Young's abilities. One thing was clear, the boy had been training incredibly hard. At that moment, Ho Young sat on a bench at the club, reviewing his medical test results. His face radiated happiness, showing just how pleased he was with his progress. In just 4 months, he had grown 7 centimeters, and if he kept this up, he'd be 17 m tall by next year. Could I hit that height before returning? Maybe even become a model, Ho Young mused, secretly dreaming while he was lost in thought. Coach Carl's voice interrupted. Ho Young, starting now, you'll be training at the main facility. You've officially been promoted to U15. Ho Young wasn't surprised by the news but was incredibly happy, as this had been one of his main goals. Filled with excitement, he shouted, I did it, haha. Coach Jean then added, they'll be in charge of the U15 team starting in March. Hearing this, Ho Young was even more thrilled. Really? That's amazing. However, he quickly composed himself, sat down and spoke more calmly. Coach, I realized a few things while I was in Germany. Coach Carl noticed the serious look on Ho Young's face and wondered what it could be. He didn't seem to lack confidence, though. What did you realize? Tell me. I gained a different perspective on football, Ho Young replied. You'll need to adapt and learn new ways in U15. Coach Carl asked, are you worried about moving up? No, quite the opposite. I'm really excited and I believe in myself. Although I am a little nervous, haha, that's a good mindset to have. As an athlete, you must always stay alert. When you move up to U15, you'll experience a different level of gameplay and competition. You'll have to adapt to the style of the new season, and most importantly, align your skills with the demands of the league. Ho Young listened closely to his coach's advice and nodded. I understand, coach. Seeing Ho Young's dedication and humble attitude, Coach Carl felt even more satisfied. This kid has really grown a lot after his trip to Germany, he thought. By the way, coach, Ho Young said, a little shy, I have a request regarding my contract. Go ahead. What's on your mind? I want to play in at least 31 matches. The medical team also said my abilities could handle it. Coach Carl was a bit surprised by Ho Young's request but then burst out laughing. Don't worry about that, the club will give you all the support you need for your development. He reassured him. Hearing this, Ho Young smiled happily. Thank you, coach. And, have you thought about which club I might move to in the future? If you perform well this season, scouts from top clubs will definitely come looking for you. Coach Carl replied. Ho Young gazed thoughtfully at his hands and answered, I haven't really thought about that yet, I just want to focus on the present. A few days later, at the main training center in Baja Folda, Ho Young arrived to review his contract. A woman with tan skin, short hair, and smart glasses greeted him. Welcome back, Ho Young. She was Binka, the club's manager. Time flies, it's already been a year, hasn't it, she said, reminiscing about the first time she met the young Asian boy standing before her. You've changed a lot since then, I almost didn't recognize you, she added. Ho Young smiled politely. Really? Yes, not just in height. You're starting to look like a real footballer now. But that's not the only change, Binka continued, handing him a carefully printed document. The biggest change is your salary. It's increased significantly. Ho Young was stunned as he glanced at the paper. His weekly wages had tripled compared to last year. In addition to bonuses for achievements like top scorer and golden ball, there was also a healthy amount in prize money. And most importantly, you're guaranteed to play in 31 matches this season. We don't want to miss out on you, she said with a smile. On top of that, your transfer fee has skyrocketed, she added. Hearing this, Ho Young's eyes widened in shock and joy. Really? He quickly scanned the contract, realizing his transfer value had risen to 10 million. That's right, don't be too surprised, that's your current market value, Binka said with a grin. With a salary like that, Ho Young, you could afford a lifetime supply of energy drinks. Just remember to train hard, you can't run on caffeine alone. It was now April 3rd, exactly 1 month after the start of the Brazilian National Football League. As Ho Young strolled through the busy streets, he couldn't help but reflect on how hectic things had become. Brazil is a football-obsessed country, and the schedule was packed with the season stretching over 10 months. A typical season involved 70 matches, sometimes even reaching 80. This provided ample opportunity for young players to prove themselves, but also meant that starters could quickly burn out if the squad lacked depth. However, this intense schedule fueled the players' passion, and they played harder than ever. As Ho Young made his way to meet his new U15 teammates, he noticed something strange. The moment he entered the room, whether intentional or not, everyone's eyes seemed to be on him. Sensitive to the atmosphere, Ho Young quickly picked up on the tension in the air. Though no one expressed it openly, it was clear they were watching him closely. After all, no matter where you go, you can never escape the competition for a spot in the starting lineup. This tournament was a major event that attracted the attention of many scouts, making it an opportunity that no player could afford to miss. For players like Ho Young, it meant he could easily become a top target that everyone needed to be wary of. As Ho Young pondered this, he noticed Dolls and Casimo waving at him. I just need to play like I always do. If I keep progressing like this, they'll be recognized sooner or later, he thought. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, piercing gaze coming from somewhere behind him, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He quickly turned around, his eyes serious, scanning for the source of the unsettling feeling. He spotted a young man with a cold demeanor and striking red pupils. The boy wasn't engaging with anyone around him, instead sitting quietly and exuding an eerie atmosphere. Noticing Ho Young's stare, the mysterious boy responded, "What are you looking at?" He then stood up and walked toward Ho Young, but passed him without saying anything more. However, in that moment, Ho Young felt a jolt of recognition. Wait, I've seen him before, haven't I? He thought. That's right, he's one of the top 3 most promising young players in Brazil, the one who made waves in the B tournament. His name is Oscar, the U15 ace who was transferred from Sao Paulo this year. That's him. Ho Young's eyes followed Oscar's retreating figure, and an uneasy feeling settled over him. Something told him this wouldn't be a simple rivalry. Before long, the players gathered as the coach blew his whistle. Now that the new players have joined the team, we'll be focusing on team formation drills to get used to playing with each other. You'll be divided into 2 teams, A and B, and will continuously rotate to get familiar with everyone's style. Team A will wear green jerseys and Ho Young was placed on that team. Team B wore yellow jerseys. And Ho Young was surprised to see that in the very first match, he would be facing none other than Oscar. As soon as the referee gave the signal, the match began in a flash. A gust of wind swept across the field, leaving a player from Team B in yellow looking dazed and confused. That gust was none other than Ho Young, moving with such incredible speed that no one could react in time. What was that? One player yelled, "Quick, stop him. He's too fast." Ho Young dashed past obstacles and opposing players like a lightning bolt, leaving everyone in his wake with breathtaking precision. He unleashed a powerful shot that flew straight into the back of the net. Oh my God. He completely dominates the field. What an incredible goal. He got past everyone in a flash, and they couldn't do a thing. He's like a wild stallion. Even Oscar stood dumbfounded by Ho Young's lightning-fast goal. Damn it, how can he be so good? The coaches watching from the observation deck all nodded in admiration, even seeing it live. It's hard to believe what this kid just did. Ho Young is truly extraordinary. After a few moments of shock, Oscar's legs finally started moving again on the field. Born in 1991, Oscar was an exceptional player regarded as one of Brazil's top 3 prospects. He played more like an attacking midfielder than a traditional one and was known for his sharp football intelligence and ability to dictate the pace of a match. Looks like I'll have to step up my game, Ho Young thought, determination burning in his eyes. If I want to shine in this tournament, I'll need to show everyone that I belong here. Starting with Oscar. Oscar found himself thinking, I need to catch up with that kid, Ho Young. Without hesitation, he signaled to his teammates, pass it to me. The ball was quickly sent his way. But just as he was about to take control, Ho Young closed in from behind with blinding speed. His acceleration was so remarkable that he effortlessly caught up with Oscar. Moving gracefully as he approached, feeling Ho Young pressuring him from behind, Oscar, normally brimming with confidence, began to panic. The intensity from this kid is unreal. It's dangerous to hold on to the ball like this. He'll get dispossessed in a desperate move. Oscar tried using his body weight to bump into Ho Young, hoping to disrupt his advance. But it didn't work. Ho Young easily pushed back, maintaining his balance and expertly knocking the ball away. One of Ho Young's teammates in green quickly intercepted the loose ball, shouting praise. Great job. Now it was Oscar's turn to panic. What the hell? He's smaller than me, but what kind of monstrous strength does he have? He thought, realizing that his earlier pass might have been a deliberate ploy to create space and bait him into a counterattack. It was then that Oscar finally recognized Ho Young's tactical brilliance. But it was already too late. He watched as the small green-haired boy sped away, thinking to himself, this kid is not normal at all. As Ho Young darted across the field, another player chased him but found himself unable to catch up. Damn it, I can never surpass his speed, he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. His passing ability is on par with his speed. He's dominating the entire game, and with his solid defense we can never win against him. If that weren't enough, he also has an extraordinary talent for heading. Is there anything he's not good at? Realizing he needed to think strategically, he finally conceded, no, I shouldn't discard my chances here at all. Football is a team game, and maybe, just maybe, our team will look a little better this time. At that moment, Coach Carlo called for a switch in teams. Now on Ho Young's side, Oscar thought, finally, him on this team. The coach's attention is going to be completely on him now. Whatever happened, he had to bring all the attention toward him. When Ho Young glanced back, Oscar quickly turned his eyes away, suddenly aware that Young was studying his every move. This guy is going to be weak in physicality and endurance. Ho Young assessed silently, but his judgment skills are outstanding. He has mood swings, and if he doesn't manage his mentality properly, they could easily overwhelm him. Yet his skills are top-notch and promise to make him a talented player in the future. Intrigued by his assessment, Ho Young decided to stand near Oscar. A teammate passed the ball to Oscar, who started moving forward. Ho Young called out to him, indicating he was open for a pass. Oscar hesitated. Why am I overthinking? He ended up passing to another teammate, but a player from the opposing team intercepted the ball and ran away. Damn it, how could this happen? Oscar exclaimed, glancing at Ho Young, who had been in an open space just moments earlier. Should I have passed it to him? No, I'm fine here, he reassured himself, frustrated by the realization that he had missed an opportunity. 15 minutes passed, and the ball came to Oscar again as he advanced forward. This time, Hoyoung called out to him again, "All right, let's go." He moved forward using his gapping space penetration skill. Oscar thought, when is this going to happen? With renewed focus, he saw Hoyoung passing a defender and heading straight for the goal. "Hey, the path is clear," he shouted, urging Oscar to kick for the goal. Oscar launched the ball toward the net. "It's going," he exclaimed as Hoyoung chased after it. His heart racing, the ball moved forward, nearing the edge of the goal line, but Hoyoung darted in, skillfully redirecting it into the net. The crowd erupted, chanting, "This is an unbelievable play." The energy in the stadium surged as Hoyoung celebrated with his teammates, knowing they had just created something special together on the field. Coach Carlo was on edge, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. "Wow, what a goal," he exclaimed. The assistant coach nodded in agreement. "It's unbelievable, I can't believe it at all. That speed is something else, even I can never match that pace." Hoyoung's passing ability, combined with his speed, dribbling, and shooting, makes him a complete package. He has every element necessary for a breakthrough. "This kid is impressive." Hoyoung, catching the praise, turned to the player who had spoken. "Hey, thumbs up," he said, giving a thumbs-up gesture before moving on. The player watched him leave, thoughts racing. This kid is a complete monster. Where did someone like this come from? As the match continued, another player kicked the ball toward Hoyoung, who intercepted it easily. "Nice pass," he called out. The assistant coach chimed in, "The team is leading completely thanks to only 2 players. He turned to Carlo. "By the way, Roscoe is finally stepping up." Carlo replied, Yes, I can feel it. They're completely trapped in the game now." Just then, the announcement came over the speakers, "The game is over." Hoyoung fell to the ground, breathless but exhilarated. "We played a great match. It was tough, but I scored 2 goals and made almost 2 assists." He took a moment to catch his breath, then grimaced, "Eve runs so much that there's a weird taste in my mouth." Turning around, he spotted Roscoe. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he called out. Roscoe replied, "Are you really that good?" Hoyoung chuckled and extended his hand. They clasped hands and pulled each other up. "I enjoyed playing with you a lot," Hoyoung admitted. "Eve been practicing vigorously since I joined your team." "I remember what Carlo said. An athlete never lets their guard down. You always have to learn new skills to stay competitive. Because of that, Eve picked up some more skills myself," he continued, enthusiasm brimming. "Now, everything is set this Saturday. The Under-15 National League kicks off. There are about 20 teams participating in the first division." Hoyoung exclaimed, "Among them is my team, the Pablo Fan Club Football Club, and a couple of others like the Gemo team, the German squad." Carlo gathered everyone together, explaining the game plan. "We're going to play in a 4,312 formation, and I believe Yosang and Roscoe can handle their roles well." Hoyoung nodded. "Let's do it. Come on, everyone, onto the field." As they prepared, Hoyoung remarked, "The weather is perfect for a match, don't you think? I can't wait for my debut in these long rain suits." He grinned, eager to see how they would match up against their opponents. "I want to see if there's any challenge awaiting us," his teammate interjected. "What about Luhan? Isn't he a key player?" Hoyoung frowned. "Yeah, he's injured and won't be able to play this match, but he was already focused on the game ahead. Look at this stylish volley. The conditions to choose it are going to be very simple," he said, excitement building. His friend glanced at him, eyes blazing with determination. "This debut match is going to be spectacular." Hoyoung urged, "Pass the ball quickly." As the team moved forward, passing back and forth, suddenly, an opposing player snatched the ball and bolted down the field. "Their counterattack is going to be fast," Hoyoung warned. "If their triple threat isn't up to par, their attack will fizzle out." He had anticipated the level of competition in the Under-15 league would be high, and he was ready for the challenge. "Maybe you'll enjoy playing here after all," he mused, just as Roscoe rushed to intercept the ball from the opponent. But to Hoyoung's surprise, Roscoe got completely confused, caught off guard by the quick counterattack. "Come on, Roscoe. Focus," Hoyoung shouted, rallying his teammate to regain composure as the game unfolded before them, each moment filled with excitement and uncertainty. As the game progressed, Friend, the captain of the Sao Paulo Under-15 team, shouted out in frustration, "Why aren't you engaging with him properly? We're hardly making any shots here." Despite the pressure mounting on him, he reassured his teammates, "It's okay. I don't need to sleep on it, everything will be fine." He took a deep breath, recalling all the strategies he had learned during practice. I usually feel the weight of the world on my shoulders when I captain, especially after a rough start like today, but I won't worry too much now. Meanwhile, Hoyoung was on the move, dribbling the ball forward with determination. Friend's focus shifted as he watched Hoyoung, his mind racing with memories of their practice sessions. Just then, a teammate passed the ball to Roscoe, who was sprinting ahead. But Roscoe frowned in frustration, spotting an opponent set to block his path. This breakthrough was going to be difficult, he thought, glancing sideways at Hoyoung, who was moving into position. Pass it to me. Hoyoung signaled with a confident gesture. Roscoe hesitated, puzzled, but it's so tight on the right, he protested. Trust me, just kick it, Hoyoung urged, determination glinting in his eyes. With a reluctant nod, Roscoe kicked the ball towards the right. Hoyoung sprinted forward, expertly controlling the pass. Suddenly, 3 defenders were in front of him. But before they could react, he deftly maneuvered past them, eyes locked on the goal. With a powerful strike, he shot the ball from outside the box. It's going in, he declared, a burst of excitement propelling him forward as the ball soared past the keeper. The crowd erupted in cheers. What a goal by Hoyoung, they shouted in disbelief. The opposing team could hardly believe it. Did they really score from 30 meters? One of them gasped. Hoyoung's speed is incredible. Carlo, the coach, couldn't hide his surprise either. Hoyoung rushed over, grinning. Wow, that powerful mid-range shot has really improved, he exclaimed, feeling a surge of confidence. This unpredictable talent is something even I can't fully grasp. My ranking is climbing, maybe I can even take the remaining C+ or C ranks to higher levels. But Friend's mind was still focused on the game. Our coach warned us not to let them get an easy shot. We can't give them any angles, he barked, rallying his team. Stay focused and remember everything we practiced. As the players nodded, Friend continued, everyone rise the line and push forward. We need to narrow the shooting range. We can't let them create space. His determination fueled the team, and they started to regroup. The Sao Paulo players knew Hoyoung was a specialist in mid-range shots. They had to stop him. I'm really enjoying this match, one player exclaimed. But I won't let him score any more goals. Well, stop him with our counterattack and our signature formation. Roscoe's frustration grew as he noticed 2 defenders had been assigned to mark him. Why are there 2 players on me? This is insane, he muttered. The opposing captain sneered, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you can't score, it means nothing. He was determined to stop their momentum at all costs. Just then, he passed the ball forward to a teammate, but Hoyoung intercepted it seamlessly. Great job, someone shouted. Hoyoung quickly turned. Moving as fast as the ball itself, he darted past defenders, keeping his eyes peeled for an opening. Someone mark him quickly, the opposing team shouted, scrambling to catch up to him as the game reached its most intense moments. With his heart racing and adrenaline pumping, Hoyoung was ready to take on the challenge and lead his team to victory. As the game intensified, the Sao Paulo players were determined to keep Hoyoung contained. 2 or 3 defenders surrounded him, with the captain of the opposing team blaring, "You really think you can get past me?" His thoughts were focused on blocking Hoyoung at all costs. "I won't let you through, no matter what." Hoyoung felt the pressure. The defenders were suffocating him, not giving him an inch of space to breathe. This marking is relentless, he thought, as he anticipated the referee's whistle. The ref approached, pointing at one of the defenders. "Number 4, you'll get a yellow card." "Yeah, sure," the defender muttered, somewhat resigned. The captain, despite the setback, reassured his teammates, "Even with a yellow card, we can turn this to our advantage. I'm confident. Our set-piece player is about to take a shot inside the box. We'll definitely score." The tension was palpable as the ball approached, and both teams braced for action. The opposing captain, trying to keep Hoyoung at bay, thought to himself, "He's stronger than I expected, but I won't let him win." With a surge of determination, he prepared to push Hoyoung off the ball. Suddenly, Hoyoung leaped into action, timing his jump perfectly. He met the ball in midair and headed it towards the goal. The stadium erupted as Sao Paulo scored their second goal. "That's our boy," his teammates shouted, filled with excitement. "Nice pass, and even better header on the sidelines." Carlo watched in disbelief. "That was Hoyoung's first headed goal in Brazil," he exclaimed, amazed. Who knew he had such an incredible talent? Scoring with a header at his height? When did he even learn that skill? He recalled how the legendary Romario, despite his short stature, excelled in heading. Could Hoyoung have a similar gift? He pondered, but comparing him to Romario might be setting my expectations too high. As the first half concluded, with Sao Pablo leading 20, Carlo reflected on the unexpected prowess of Hoyoung and Roscoe, who knew they would shine so brightly. He thought, "We'll need to tighten our defense in the second half, especially against Hoyoung." The coach gathered the team, seriousness etched on his face. "Listen up, we need to double down on our defense. Alexander, you've got to stick to Hoyoung like glue. Don't let him out of your sight, even if it means losing your position." As the second half began, the energy on the field shifted dramatically. Sao Pablo had changed their strategy entirely. Hoyoung now roamed into midfield. Roscoe had dropped back into a defensive role, and a new striker, Douglas, joined the front line. The opposing team was completely thrown off balance. As the game unfolded, Hoyoung received a crisp pass and began advancing with the ball. The captain of the opposing team muttered in frustration, "Damn it. He's getting away again." In a swift motion, Hoyoung surged forward, dodging defenders and struck again, scoring a third goal. The crowd erupted once more, celebrating Hoyoung's spectacular performance. He raised his arms in celebration, performing his signature move. The shiv open. The opposing captain could only stare in disbelief. "This can't be happening. How can there be such a vast difference in our talents?" The atmosphere in the stadium was electric, and it was clear Hoyoung was not just a rising star. He was a game-changer. The roar of the crowd had died down, and the scoreboard told the tale of a commanding victory, 60. Sao Paulo FC had emerged victorious, with Hoyoung standing out as the star of the show. In the aftermath, he exchanged a celebratory fist bump with Roscoe, still in disbelief over his performance. A hat-trick on his debut felt unreal. As Hoyoung rebelled in the moment, a sudden screen materialized in his vision, his system interface. Among the options, one stood out: stylish volley kick. C. With a wide grin, he selected it. Now his list of talents was growing: football genius, powerful midfielder Rain, B. versatile midfield commander U. strong physique B2, and impressive dribbling C3. He mused that perhaps soon, he might even copy some of Roscoe's abilities. Moments later, the team began moving towards their meeting room. Inside, the air was buzzing with excitement. As Hoyoung stepped in, he heard a voice: "Winning 60 in our first match? That's the Sao Paulo FC." I expect the voice belonged to an older man, extending a hand with a warm smile. Hoyoung recognized him immediately. It was Victor, the club director. He had seen the man's portrait in the training facility corridor. "Hello, director," Hoyoung said casually, cutting through the chatter. His teammates froze, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. How could he address the director so informally? Victor chuckled. "You must be Hoyoung. It's an honor to be recognized by someone as young as you." Hoyoung noted the director's easygoing demeanor. He doesn't seem the formal type, he thought. Still, curiosity lingered. What kind of reward would they be getting? Victor clapped his hands, breaking Hoyoung's thoughts. "Anyone here want to visit Mobi?" The room erupted in cheers. Yes, the players shouted in unison. Mobi, Sao Paulo FC's home stadium, was their dream stage. Victor grinned, producing a stack of tickets. "Then we'll meet there tomorrow." Amidst the jubilation, Hoyoung noticed Coach Carlo signaling him from the door. Intrigued, he stepped out to find out why. Outside, Carlo explained that reporters wanted to interview him. "A hat-trick on debut doesn't go unnoticed," Carlo said with a proud smile. Minutes later, Hoyoung was sitting in front of a group of reporters. One leaned forward and asked, "How does it feel to be the first to score a hat-trick on debut since Rivaldo?" Hoyoung chuckled. "Feels great." Another reporter pressed on, "Your first goal was a stunning strike through a narrow gap. Was that intentional?" "Of course," Hoyoung replied confidently. "I've always trusted my speed and precision. When I saw the opening, I took the shot." Impressed, the reporter followed up, "You ran straight to Coach Carlo after scoring." "Why?" "Because he gave me the opportunity," Hoyoung said plainly. The room buzzed with admiration. A young player, fluent in Portuguese, humble, and talented. It was a rare combination. Even Coach Carlo, listening from the back, smiled with pride. The next morning, the training facility was alive with excitement. Among the bustling crowd, a blonde girl, Monica, sat alone with her lunchbox, looking despondent. She muttered, "Everyone's off to watch the match, I wish I could too." Her thoughts were interrupted by the sneering voices of two bullies. "Can't afford a ticket, Monica," one jeered. "Yeah, we're going with our parents." "Too bad you're always alone," the other added before running off, laughing. Monica sighed, trying to shake off their words. But before she could wallow too long, Hoyoung appeared. "Want to go to the match with me?" Her eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course," he said with a grin. "You've helped me a lot with my Portuguese. Consider this a thank you gift." Together, they headed to the stadium. Monica's excitement was palpable, but when they reached their seats, her jaw dropped. "The VIP section? The Sky Lounge?" "Surprise," Hoyoung said casually. As Monica went to grab snacks, Hoyoung sat alone, scanning the bustling stadium. "Where's Coach Carlo and Director Victor?" he wondered. Deciding to find them, he wandered off and stumbled upon them deep in conversation with another man. Curiosity piqued, Hoyoung greeted them. As the third man turned around, recognition struck him. It was none other than Coach Scolari, a legend and football coach. The air was electric in the stadium as fans roared, eagerly anticipating the match's kickoff. Hoyoung, seated with Monica in the VIP section, tried to focus, but his thoughts wandered to the exchange he had just had with the legendary Coach Scolari. "Does this kid even recognize me?" Scolari had news to Coach Carlo, referring to Hoyoung as an international student. It was plausible he didn't, but Carlo saw the unmistakable gleam in Hoyoung's eyes. "You've got quite a sharp look, kid," Scolari had remarked with a wry smile. Now, back in his seat, Hoyoung found himself captivated by the game. His gaze fixed on none other than Ricardo Kaká. Even after all this time, Kaká's brilliance on the field was undeniable. "He's incredible," the coaches muttered from their reserve section. Coach Scolari turned to Carlo. "Cornering the Santos defense right from the start. He's truly a player worthy of AC Milan's interest. Let's hope he doesn't overdo it before joining them." Victor chimed in reassuringly, "Don't worry. After this match, we'll carefully manage his schedule to maintain his condition." Scolari nodded, his admiration evident. "Every time I see players like Kaká, I'm reminded of how remarkable Brazilians are. It's no wonder FIFA had to implement the naturalization clause to balance the global influx of Brazilian talent." He turned to Carlo. "And to think, you were the one who trained such a player. Do you always find such gems? Any promising prospects this term?" Carlo smiled knowingly. "You've already met him," he said, glancing toward Hoyoung. Scolari's eyes widened in disbelief. "That Asian boy?" Carlo chuckled. "You'll see him soon on PSFC TV." On the pitch, Kaká dominated. His precision, agility, and strategic brilliance captivated Hoyoung, who couldn't take his eyes off the field. This, he thought, is what a playmaker looks like, an all-rounder, leading the attack, dominating the game. "I want to play like him someday." As Hoyoung lost himself in admiration, Monica snapped him back to reality, playfully shoving a piece of popcorn into his mouth. "Idiot, watch the game properly while you eat," she scolded. Hoyoung laughed sheepishly. "Why am I an idiot?" Monica rolled her eyes. "Because you're a football idiot. Let me guess, you're a Kaká fan too?" "Of course I am," Hoyoung replied, his voice filled with admiration. "I want to be as great as he is." Monica smiled softly. "You're already on your way," she said, but Hoyoung barely heard her, engrossed once again in Kaká's performance. Scolari, still observing from afar, leaned toward Carlo. "That boy, is he really?" Saw Paulo's promising prospect to follow in Kaká's footsteps? "It's hard to believe, but your eye for talent is unparalleled. I'll inform the scouting station to keep a close watch on him." May ushered in winter in Sao Paulo, but even at its coldest, the temperature rarely dipped below 10 degrees Celsius. Training carried on, and so did Hoyoung's rigorous schedule. School, practice, home. His days became a blur of relentless effort. During one such session, the physical coach pulled him aside. "Hoyoung, you've got compact muscles, but your ligaments and tendons are weak. If you don't manage them now, you'll face issues with balance and coordination, and if that happens, your career could be at risk." The coach's words hit Hoyoung hard. He took the advice seriously, adjusting his diet, correcting his posture, and committing to stretches and specialized exercises. It wasn't easy. Every day felt like climbing a mountain. Yet he understood the importance of balanced growth. Sacrificing the present to build a better future was the only way forward. Weeks flew by, and Sao Paulo FC progressed steadily through the National League. The tight schedule was grueling, but the team's results were stellar. In the second round, Ho Young recorded 2 assists, leading the team to another victory. His growing synergy with Rosca was evident, the two exchanging knowing smiles as they worked seamlessly on the field. On the sidelines, Coach Carlo watched with satisfaction. The National League is going well, he thought. But what really matters is the Super Championship next week. The tournament was a clash of titans, pitting the previous year's regional league champions against one another to crown the best in the nation. High stakes, prestige, and significant prize money were on the line. Sao Paulo FC's first opponent would be Fluminense FC, the legendary Rio de Janeiro State League champions. Boasting a roster filled with top-tier prospects, the training ground buzzed with energy as Coach Carlo gathered Ho Young and Rosca for a crucial meeting. He looked at them both, his usual calm demeanor now tinged with seriousness. Starting today, you two will begin special training targeting Fluminense's defense, he began. Rosca's face lit up with excitement. Do they have exceptional defenders, Coach? He asked, already brimming with curiosity. Coach Carlo nodded. You might not know this since you joined earlier this year, but Fluminense has a monstrous player who can dominate as both a forward and a defender. Your roles as the first line of attack will be crucial in countering him. Ho Young, intrigued, asked, who is it? Could it be someone I know? Carlo pulled out his trusted notebook, flipping through its pages. He stopped on a page detailing player stats and handed it to them. His name is Carcelo Nera Sr. Better known as Carcelo, he's a promising defender, often compared to Robin Hood for his precision in stealing the ball. The notebook also contained Carcelo's specialty, weaknesses, and a comparison of both team strengths. As Ho Young skimmed through, he was struck by the level of detail. This is impressive for a non-professional team, Ho Young remarked, but as he read further, he noticed Sao Paulo's performance last year had been significantly behind Coach Carlo's side. Last year, the U15 team was severely beaten by Carcelo. By Carcelo alone? Ho Young asked, wide-eyed. Yes. Carlo confirmed. That's why bringing you to the U15 team wasn't just to add an attacker. We needed a solid pillar, someone who could withstand pressure and counterpress the opponent's defense. He pointed to the notebook. Carcelo's ability comes from his instantaneous speed. He doesn't allow any space, sticking to the attacker before they even get the ball. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ho Young's brows furrowed as he processed the information. So, I need to run fast enough to escape his press and simultaneously apply pressure from the front line to prevent his overlaps? Coach Carlo smiled, impressed. Exactly, but, he added with a serious tone, it won't be as easy as it sounds. Carcelo isn't the only top-tier defender in the league. This isn't an opponent you can beat with theory alone. Turning to Rosca, Carlo instructed, head to tactical coaches Frenu and Casimelo for your training. Rosca nodded enthusiastically. Got it, he said before jogging off. Carlo then turned back to Ho Young. You're going to have individual training tomorrow morning. Meet me at the first team training ground. I'll introduce you to someone who can help. The next morning, Coach Carlo waved to someone approaching, a tall, lean figure with an unmistakable presence. It was Ricardo Kaká. The two exchanged pleasantries, Kaká's easygoing nature immediately evident. How have you been, Coach Carlo? Kaká asked with a warm smile. Busy as always, Carlo replied. How's the transfer preparation going? Kaká laughed. The club's been very supportive. I'm just relaxing for now, well, as much as I can. You know, I can't go a day without kicking a ball. Carlo chuckled. I heard you were training even last night. Some habits never change. Kaká shrugged, just maintaining the basics. So, what's the favor you need? Carlo grinned. We have a promising young player who could use your guidance before you leave for AC Milan. Think of it as a farewell gift to the club. Kaká nodded. Understood. Who's the player? Carlo smirked. It wouldn't be fun to tell you right away. He should be arriving soon, but as they entered the training ground, they saw Hoyam already practicing. Carlo shook his head, a fond smile on his face. He's always so punctual. Kaká walked over and greeted him. Hello, Hoyam. Not realizing who he was talking to, casually replied, hello. It wasn't until a moment later that realization hit him. His eyes widened in shock. Are Ricardo Kaká? Coach Carlo chuckled. From today, for the next 4 weeks, Kaka will be your mentor. Hoyam's excitement was palpable. Thank you, coach, and thank you, Kaka. I'll do my best. As training began, Kaka kept it simple. Focusing on the basics, Hoyam quickly noticed Kaka's unparalleled skill. Not just his precision and control, but his ability to seamlessly transition between roles. Watching him, Hoyam thought, he's not even in his prime, yet he's already this good. No wonder they call him the crown prince of football. Determined to make the most of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Hoyam resolved to absorb everything he could from Kaka in the coming weeks. The training session continued with relentless intensity, pushing Hoyam to his limits. As he darted past cones to receive Kaka's precision passes, his legs burned and his breaths grew ragged. Meanwhile, Kaka seemed untouched by the strain, his movements as fluid as ever. Hoyam admired him, thinking, Eve worked hard, but I still have a long way to go. This training is tough for a 12-year-old, but I have to seize this opportunity. With a pure heart, calm mind, fierce determination, and passionate spirit, I can do it. I will make it. After another drill, Hoyam paused, hands on his knees, gulping air. Kaka walked over with a calm smile. Don't overdo it, he said kindly. It's only your first day. Hoyam nodded, still catching his breath. Thank you for the advice, he managed, but I want to be a great player like you. Kaka laughed, his warm chuckle filling the field. I see what Coach Carlo meant now, he said. Before we get into serious training, let me ask, what role in football do you aspire to play? Hoyam's eyes lit up. I want to lead the game. Kaka nodded thoughtfully. A playmaker, then a player who sets up attack routes, controls the tempo, and creates opportunities. That takes intuition, decisiveness, judgment, and foresight, just like legends such as Maradona, Zidane, Ronaldinho, and Messi. A playmaker is also versatile, able to cover positions from attacking midfielder to false nine. He set up a drill with cones and instructed Hoyam to stand at a distance. Let's see if you have the potential. Start by working on receiving the ball. Possession is the foundation of playmaking. Hoyam stood ready, focusing as Kaka sent a sharp, calculated pass cutting through the cones. He sprinted, weaving through the obstacles, and successfully received the ball. Kaka raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking, he's only 12 and we've never trained together, yet he's already adapting. His reflexes may not be top tier, but his speed and anticipation are impressive. Kaka called out, focus on me, not the ball. If you follow the ball, you'll always be late. Hoyam absorbed the advice, his determination fueling each movement. Though exhausted, he managed to keep up with Kaka's increasing tempo, his technique improving with every pass. After some time, Kaka called for a break, but Hoyam, still catching his breath, shook his head. I'm fine, let's keep going. Kaka smiled knowingly. Take 10 minutes. Rest is as important as effort. Reluctantly, Hoyam lay on the ground, staring at the sky. Nearby, Kaka watched him thoughtfully. He's much better than expected, Kaka mused. He reads the flow of the game well, and his mental fortitude is remarkable. It's like looking at a younger version of myself. Hoyam turned his head toward Kaka. Shouldn't you be resting too? Isn't recovery important for you? Kaka chuckled, sitting beside him. Are you worried about me now? Are you really only 12? He grinned and added, people should always be diligent. It's the only way to tackle big tasks. To Hoyam, Kaka's presence was like a beacon of light, and his words hit deep. Inspired, Hoyam stood up with renewed vigor. Let's start again. Kaka, pleased with the boy's spirit, said, diligence always pays off, whether in skill or any other pursuit. Let's try a different drill. We need to prepare for your next match. Hoyam's expression grew serious. There's a defender on the opposing team named Carcelo. Coach says he's a monster, even among the top U15 league players. Kaka put a thoughtful hand to his chin. Carcelo, huh? I don't remember him, but if Coach Carlo says he's good, he might end up on the national team one day. Who knows? We could even play together. Hoyam was amazed at the thought. Kaka's foresight is incredible. He's already thinking years ahead. Kaka began outlining strategies to handle Carcelo. Anticipating the opponent's moves and responding appropriately is crucial for a playmaker. Let's focus on reading the game and making quick decisions. The two continued their training, with Hoyam absorbing every lesson like a sponge. He shadowed Kaka throughout the day, Determined to make the most of this rare opportunity as Kaka trained him with the same diligence that had made him a superstar, Hoyam vowed to follow in his mentor's footsteps, step by step. The days leading up to the match flew by, with Hoyam spending every possible moment with Kaka, soaking in lessons not only about football but also about mental fortitude, routines, and the mindset of a champion. He even pushed his dream training to new limits, determined to make the most of his precious time with the legend on the fourth day of their sessions. The two sat on the grass, catching their breath after a particularly grueling drill. Kaka took the opportunity to share a personal story. I was privileged as a kid. Football was just a hobby for me at first. But one day I realized that to enjoy the game more, I needed to get better. So, I started working hard, jumping rope, kicking the ball, swimming every morning. Hoyam's eyes widened. That's why you started standing out. Kaka shook his head with a gentle smile. Not at first. I was stuck on the bench until I was 14. My coach and even my parents suggested I give up, but I couldn't. Eventually, my hard work paid off. I had a growth spurt, and at 15 I led my team to a championship. He paused, his expression momentarily clouding. But at 18, I suffered a spinal injury. The doctors told me I'd never play again. It was devastating. But I refused to give up. Through faith, determination, and relentless effort, I returned to the field. He placed a firm hand on Hoyam's shoulder, his eyes warm with encouragement. You're much younger than I was back then, and you're already so skilled. Believe in yourself. Remember, you have 10 players behind you. Focus solely on football with diligence. Hoyam, awed by Kaka's resilience, felt his admiration deepen. Kaka wasn't just a star, he was a true role model. Thank you for your advice, he said with heartfelt sincerity. Kaka stood, stretching with an easy grace. Now, let's talk about Carcelo. You've got a good sense of what's important already. Breaking free from his pressure, Hoyam nodded eagerly. Kaka, do you have any tips for someone like him? Kaka grinned. I'll teach you something. I used to counter a defender just as terrifying, Johnny, back in my U15 days match day. The stadium buzzed with excitement. Fans packed the stands, eager to see the rising star Hoyam, whose recent exploits had earned him the nickname Caballo Marinho, or the Seahorse. Many spectators whispered about the article, dubbing him a dragon in the making. As Hoyam stepped onto the pitch, the crowd roared. He could feel their energy fueling him. Across the field, Carcelo stood tall, his intense focus already locking in on Hoyam. Hoyam observed Carcelo's movements carefully. He thought, he's rough yet flexible. Fluent's defense revolves around him and their counterattacks are deadly, but there's a flaw. He keeps possession too long and is overconfident in his tackling ability. Midway through the first half, the opportunity presented itself. Hoyam gave Rosca a subtle signal, and his teammate applied intense pressure on Carcelo's nearby partner, number 2. Flustered, number 2 signaled for a pass. But as Carcelo moved to oblige, Hoyam suddenly burst forward with startling speed. Carcelo barely had time to react. When did he get so close? Carcelo thought, momentarily caught off guard. Rosca's tackle disrupted no. 2, forcing Carcelo to make a split-second decision, dribble or pass. Before he could act, Hoyam pressed aggressively, his timing impeccable. Hoyam remembered Kaka's words. Players like Carcelo are vulnerable to body checks. Press hard and don't give them time. With a sharp move, Hoyam stole the ball cleanly and bolted toward the goal. Carcelo chased him, stunned by the younger player's speed and physicality. He's like a raw, untamed force, Carcelo thought, gritting his teeth. Near the penalty box, Hoyam executed a quick pass to Rosca, who had taken a prime position. Despite number 2's tight marking, Rosca received the ball with precision, then returned it in one swift motion. Hoyam saw his opening. A blonde Fluent player lunged to block him, but Hoyam, with a composed inside foot kick, sent the ball soaring past the goalkeeper and into the net. The stadium erupted in cheers as the first goal hit the scoreboard on the sidelines. Coach Carlo beamed with pride that was textbook. Stable, efficient, and not overly taxing on their stamina. A model play. He turned to his assistant, adding, their 21 passes were perfect. All that practice is paying off on the field. Carcelo stood frozen, glaring at Hoyam as he celebrated with his teammates. Who is this kid? He thought, his competitive fire igniting. As the first half ended, The score was Sao Paulo FC 1, Fluminense 0 inside the team meeting room. Carcelo vented his frustration by kicking a chair. His mind raced. If we can win here, the path to the finals will be smooth. But anger simmered within him, fueled by the memory of the goal scored by Hoyam just before halftime. Carcelo clenched his fists. I can't let some kid humiliate us like this, he thought grimly. 20 minutes into the second half, a Sao Paulo FC player carried the ball down the field. Suddenly, a Fluminense player, a fiery female midfielder, slid in from behind and took the ball. The referee's whistle blew, and she was shown a yellow card on the sidelines. Carcelo looked stunned. They're trying to provoke us into a physical game, he muttered, turning to his teammates. Don't let them drag us into their pace. Meanwhile, Coach Carlo observed the game with a furrowed brow. He recognized Fluminense's strategy. It was similar to Grêmio's infamous mud football, designed to disrupt aggressive play. Carlo smirked. If they want to play dirty, well, exploit their chaos. Douglas, get ready, he shouted. The crowd erupted as Douglas, Sao Paulo's second forward, stepped onto the field. The commentators buzzed with excitement. Sao Paulo FC is going Allen on offense. One of them speculated as Douglas joined the fray. He clapped his hands and barked instructions. Spread out, make them chase us. Sao Paulo's players began to stretch the field, their passing game more precise than ever. From the opposing side, Ho Young observed the situation. His sharp eyes tracked Carcelo's movements. He's too aggressive, Ho Young analyzed. Their ball distribution is sloppy. If we strike now, we can widen the gap before they reorganize. With his keen tactical mind, Ho Young spotted the weak link. The second and third lines are too far apart. The flow is breaking there, he called out to Douglas. Drop back quick. Short passes. Douglas nodded and executed the plan. Sao Paulo FCS players move like clockwork, their rhythm mesmerizing. The Fluminense defenders were frustrated, chasing shadows as Douglas carried the ball forward. Their passing is unbelievable, a fan exclaimed. Ho Young timed his run perfectly with a decisive burst. He signaled Douglas, who passed the ball forward. The crowd held its breath as Ho Young received the ball, pivoted, and fired it into the goal. The stadium erupted in cheers. Sao Paulo FC had scored again. Fluminense FCS players were rattled. Their pace is insane, one muttered. Our defense is falling apart. Desperation crept into their movements, creating gaps in their formation. With the game slipping away, Carcelo tried to counterattack, but Sao Paulo's defense held strong. His overlapping runs, his specialty, were neutralized, leaving him frustrated and ineffective. The final whistle blew. Sao Paulo FC had triumphed 20. The crowd chanted Ho Young's name as he became the hero of the match. His 2 goals cemented him as a rising star, a rookie with limitless potential. As his teammates celebrated, Ho Young took a moment to reflect. This is the result of my training, he thought, a satisfied smile on his face. No matter how hard it gets, this sense of achievement makes it all worth it. Coach Carlo approached him with a proud grin. Well done, Ho Young, keep this up and you'll be unstoppable. Later that night, while others celebrated, Ho Young sat alone in his room. His phone screen glowed faintly in the darkness, displaying a message that made his heart race. Talent copy activated. Football genius say. 15 days remaining for full synchronization. Ho Young stared at the screen, his determination hardening into resolve. 15 days to fully integrate this skill, and 3 more matches against Carcelo to prove myself again, he thought. This is just the beginning. Far from the celebrations, in a quiet corner of a bustling cafe, a man sat nursing a cold Americano. Antonio Soriano, a seasoned scout with a sharp eye for talent, scanned the reports in front of him. This year's youth prospects were exceptional, and his workload had been overwhelming. But one name kept drawing his attention. Ho Young, he muttered under his breath, a smile playing on his lips, a talent worth keeping an eye on. Nearby, the cafe staff whispered among themselves, glancing at him. That guy's been here for hours with just 1 coffee. Couldn't he at least order a slice of cake? One of them grumbled. Unbothered, Soriano continued poring over his notes. His instincts told him this was a player who could shake up the football world. As he sipped the last of his drink, he made a mental note. They'll need to see this kid in action again. 3 days later, National League match. Antonio found himself seated in the audience, his sharp eyes scanning the field as the first match kicked off. Santos FC versus Caridi FC. The stands weren't brimming with fans but were packed with family members, journalists, and scouts like himself. The collective focus was on one player, a rising star from Santos FC. As the match progressed, Antonio's sharp observations painted a clear picture. The boy had excellent agility, delicate ball control, and flashy footwork that screamed a Brazilian finesse. However, Antonio noted a glaring flaw: stamina. Still, his overall balance as a player stood out. When the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read 30 for Santos FC. It was no surprise. This year's championship heavily favored them. Antonio scribbled down a few notes, thinking ahead to the next match. The second match, Sao Paulo FC versus Bahia, was the real reason he had come. There were 4 players to observe: Case Moreau, Douglas, Rosca, and, of course, Wu Hoyoung. Antonio's lips curled into a smile as he made his way to his seat. Let's see what kind of magic this kid shows today, he thought. As the match progressed, Hoyoung did not disappoint. Antonio watched with rapt attention as the young midfielder orchestrated plays. Covering multiple positions like a seasoned professional, he created opportunities, executed 9 successful dribbles, and even managed 3 shots on target before being subbed off in the 60th minute. A tactical decision, no doubt. With an eye on the upcoming rematch against Fluminense, Antonio leaned back in his seat as the sun began to set. His notes were clear. Hoyoung was versatile, skilled, and had a knack for adapting quickly. With proper training, this boy could shine even at the professional level. Antonio thought the match ended with a decisive 30 victory for Sao Paulo FC. And as Antonio left the stadium, he felt an increasing desire to meet the young prodigy in person. Walking along the dimly lit footpath, Hoyoung replayed the day's events in his mind. The win was satisfying, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he could have done more. If I hadn't been subbed off, I might have scored another goal, he mused. There's so much more to learn and so much more to achieve. Lost in thought, Hoyoung didn't notice the man approaching him until he heard a voice from behind. Wu Hoyoung startled. He turned to see a man in a suit holding out a business card. Antonio Soriano, football scout. The man introduced himself, his smile calm but confident. I've been watching your matches. I came here to learn more about you. Hoyoung took the card, glancing at it briefly. His eyes widened when he saw the words Madrid, Spain. Antonio chuckled at his reaction. Don't let it overwhelm you, he said. Just remember, a Spanish team values your talent. Keep working hard, and he'll be rooting for you. With that, Antonio waved and disappeared into the night, leaving Hoyoung standing alone, the card clutched tightly in his hand. For days later, pre-match tactics at Rio de Janeiro. The team meeting room was filled with the hum of anticipation after a 5-hour flight. Sao Paulo FC was now in Rio de Janeiro, preparing for their rematch against Fluminense. Coach Carlo stood at the front, his voice firm and commanding. This isn't just any match, he began. We're on their home turf and they'll be out for revenge after our last game. Stay focused. A win or a draw advances us to the Super Championship quarterfinals. Even losing by a single goal keeps us in the race. Stay sharp out there. A collective yes, sir, echoed in the room as the players absorbed his words. On the field, the tension was palpable as both teams lined up. Hoyoung stepped forward to shake hands with Carcelo, their eyes locking in a silent clash of wills. Carcelo's grip was ironclad, his intentions clear. Hoyoung winced slightly but didn't look away. This match is mine to win, he thought. As the whistle blew, Fluminense revealed their strategy early, employing a reinforced side attack with Carcelo as the right winger. Coach Carlo immediately recognized their tactic, a 442 formation aimed at exploiting Sao Paulo's narrow play. From the sidelines, he adjusted the strategy, ordering his team to dominate the midfield and cut off ball distribution to the sides. The battle begins 8 minutes into the first half. Fluminense executed a clever pass that slipped through Sao Paulo's defense. Hoyoung narrowed his eyes, recognizing the danger. They're trying to open up the wings, he realized. Calling out to Rosca, he instructed him to fall back and strengthen the midfield. Rosca nodded and adjusted his position. Sao Paulo transitioned to a 433 formation, countering Flumin's side-heavy play on the sidelines. Coach Carlo nodded approvingly. The sides may be strong, he muttered, but the center is weak. We'll win this through strategy. As the game continued, the intensity only grew, each team fighting to assert dominance on the field. And amidst it all, Hoyoung prepared to make his move, determined to prove once again that he was a force to be reckoned with. The crowd's energy was electric, fueling Flumin's FC as their players charged forward with relentless aggression. Rosca, carrying the ball, faced his own challenge. A Flumin's player pressed him hard, frustration bubbling up between them. In a split second of anger and imbalance, the two players collided, both crashing to the ground. The referee's whistle cut through the noise, and Rosca's heart sank as he saw the red card raised against him. This can't be happening, Hoyoung thought, his stomach sinking. He knew the consequences. A red card wasn't just an ejection, it was a stain that meant Rosca would miss the next two matches, even if they advanced to the quarterfinals. Rosca, still on the ground, argued, "It was an accident, I didn't do it on purpose." The referee's expression remained unmoved. "Your name," he demanded, warning Rosca that further protest could result in additional penalties. Before things escalated, Hoyoung stepped in, placing a firm hand on Rosca's shoulder. "Just do as he says," he urged quietly. "It's already decided, let's not make this worse." Rosca, seething with frustration, gritted his teeth and gave his name as he trudged off the field. His shoulders slumped. Hoyoung could feel the weight of his teammates' anger and despair. "We trained for days for this match," Hoyoung thought. "All that effort gone because of bad luck." But his resolve only hardened. "If luck is a skill, then we'll have to rely on our real skills now. We have to win no matter what." Coach Carlo, pacing the sideline, clenched his jaw. With Rosca gone, they were down a player. He called for Prino and quickly adjusted their strategy. Focus on cutting off their passes. Don't give away shooting angles and avoid unnecessary physical confrontations. We're switching to a false nine tactic. Move Douglas back and let Hoyoung take the role. Prino nodded. "Got it." Carlos' eyes lingered on Hoyoung for a moment. The false nine is a versatile role. He thought, a midfielder disguised as a forward, orchestrating counterattacks and managing the team's rhythm. It's a lot of responsibility. But he's our best hope. As the game resumed, the commentators buzzed with speculation. How will Sao Paulo FC overcome this crisis? One wondered aloud. On the field, Hoyoung ran tirelessly, determined to justify his coach's faith. He supported the midfielders, dropped back to help in defense, and intercepted passes with precision. Yet the absence of Rosca left a gaping hole in their formation. No matter how much Hoyoung bolstered their defense, Flumin's relentless attacks found opportunities. Carcelo, in particular, was a force to be reckoned with. He seemed reborn from their last encounter, darting across the field with unmatched energy. With a calculated pass to his teammate, Flumin seized the moment the ball soared into Sao Paulo's net, and the stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Hoyoung clenched his fists. This is bad, he thought, but worse was yet to come. Carcelo struck again, weaving through their defense and burying another goal before the half ended. The scoreboard now read 20, Flumin's leading. The Sao Paulo players trudged to the locker room, their heads hanging low. The cheers of the home crowd felt suffocating, their intensity intimidating even the most seasoned players. Captain Prina slumped into a seat, his face clouded with frustration. "How is this happening?" Case Moreau muttered, disbelief etched into his features. "They're cowards," Rosca snapped, his anger still simmering. "All that rough play. They're not even trying to hide it." At that moment, Coach Carlo entered the room, his face a mixture of disappointment and determination. He sighed deeply and then spoke. "Pathetic. What on earth are you all doing out there?" Prina looked up and said bitterly, "It feels like we'll get fouled for even the slightest contact. It's making us play cautiously." The room fell silent, the weight of their situation hanging heavy in the air. But Hoyoung, sitting quietly, clenched his fists. He wasn't ready to give up. "We'll turn this around," he thought. "We have to." Coach Carlos' voice cut through the tense silence of the locker room, sharp but steady. "I told you to avoid unnecessary physical confrontations," he began, "but I didn't say to play passively. This isn't an uncommon situation. And you're not amateurs anymore, this is a stage that borders on professional. Whatever happens out there, losing your drive is unacceptable. The players listened intently, their heads hanging low but their focus shifting. Carlos continued, his tone firm yet encouraging. Your actions might be excused by me, but not by the home fans or the club, and let me be clear, our target is to win. To achieve that, you need to give everything you've prepared, for no excuses. A unified yes echoed through the locker room. Determination returning to their eyes. Turning to Hoyoung, Carlos spoke more personally. You did well stepping in with Rosca. If you hadn't, he'd be out for 3 matches instead of 2. That shows good judgment. Hoyoung nodded but couldn't hide his concern. Even so, coach, the players aren't pressuring their opponents properly, they're scared. And it's making them play too cautiously. Carlos met his gaze with a confident look. Then use your head more, that's why you're set as the false 9. It's tough, but in this situation your role is critical. Hoyoung straightened, his voice steady. Understood. As the players left the locker room, Rosca approached Hoyoung, his expression a mix of regret and gratitude. Why did you stop me earlier? I could have handled it on my own. He paused, then added, but thanks. Do your best out there for me too. Hoyoung gave a small smile, his confidence shining through. Of course, leave it to me. The scoreboard loomed over the stadium, showing a combined score of 22 from the first and second legs. If Sao Paulo FC conceded another goal, they'd be out. If it stayed tied, the match would go to penalties. Every second of the second half would decide their fate. The whistle blew, and the Sao Paulo players emerged with a newfound energy. Frenier, their captain, moved with purpose, orchestrating the defense with precise commands before the half had started. Hoyoung had approached him. Don't feel pressured. Well, hold the midfield, let's fight together. Frenier nodded, his confidence bolstered by his teammates' words. Now, he took control. Rafinha, press softer. Centauro, cover the front, he commanded, his voice steady and clear. The team moved as one, doubling their efforts to mark Carcelo. Fluminen's key player on the sidelines, the commentators couldn't hide their admiration. Sao Paulo FC has tightened their defense. Fluminen's offensive development is completely blocked. Carcelo, however, was growing frustrated. No matter how he tried, Sao Paulo's defense refused to give him room to maneuver. They've completely changed since the first half, he muttered, gritting his teeth. Hoyoung, meanwhile, knew their survival depended on more than just willpower. We have to hold this defense no matter what. If we falter, it's over. Despite their determination, cracks began to show. Carcelo's cunning started to exploit the gaps, especially on the left side. Sao Paulo couldn't commit to a triple marking strategy without exposing other vulnerabilities. Fatigue was becoming a factor. With only 10 players, their stamina was waning. By the 25th minute of the second half, Sao Paulo was visibly exhausted. Frenu and Casemiro were breathing heavily, their movements slower. On the opposing side, Fluminen's coach sensed his opportunity. Spread out and widen the field, he commanded, taking full advantage of his team's superior numbers and energy. Flumin surged forward, breaking through Sao Paulo's defense. A shot came flying, only to be narrowly blocked by the goalkeeper. The audience groaned in disappointment as the ball deflected away. Moments later, Carcelo fired another shot, but it bounced off the goalpost. Sao Paulo was barely holding on, their energy drained as Fluminen's continued their relentless assault. With just 10 minutes left, Hoyoung's mind raced. What can I do? Carcelo's on fire, and if we can't stop him, this is over. From the sidelines, Coach Carlos shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Hold on until extra time, less than 10 minutes. Share the pain and work together, support each other. Hoyoung clenched his fists. We can't give up now. Well, endure, no matter what, we have to fight as one. As his teammates nodded in silent agreement, their determination reignited. The battle raged on with everything they had left. The clock ticked relentlessly, the pressure mounting on Sao Paulo FC as they entered the final minute of the match. The stadium was a cacophony of cheers for Fluminen's, but a determined energy surged through Hoyoung and his teammates. If the body responds passively, the mind must take control, Hoyoung thought, his vision laser-focused on the field. Carcelo is the biggest threat. If we can neutralize him, we can balance the difference. There's got to be a way out. Carcelo, meanwhile, was confident. Dribbling down the left wing, he smirked at Sao Paulo's defensive line. They're exhausted, their stamina's gone, and their spirits are breaking. Hoyoung is stuck covering Rosca's position too. He's overworked. This is our game with a quick pass. Carcelo initiated a triangle formation, Fluminen's strategy to break down Sao Paulo's defense. As the ball moved seamlessly among his teammates, he prepared for the final blow. Santaro, visibly drained, marked Carcelo as best as he could, but it was clear his legs were giving out. Carcelo sought his chance, but just as he made his move, Hoyoung darted in. Intercepting the ball with impeccable timing, the ball soared back toward Fluminen's half, forcing Carcelo to curse under his breath. What? How is he still keeping up? Carcelo's mind raced as he recalculated his next move. He passed to a teammate and tried to reposition himself, but Hoyoung read the play like an open book, intercepting the ball again. Carcelo's frustration boiled over. He knew my next move? No way, this guy's on a different level. Sao Paulo FC shifted gears into an all-out attack. The players digging into reserves of energy. They didn't know they had the ball reached Santaro, who, despite his fatigue, managed to pass it cleanly to Hoyoung on the sidelines. Coach Carlos clenched his fists, his voice steady but commanding. It doesn't matter how little possession we've had or how many players were down. The game is decided by goals. There's still time for one last strike. Hoyoung felt the weight of the moment. His legs were heavy, his body screaming for rest, but his mind was sharp, and his willpower unshakable. 1 minute, I just need 1 minute of everything Eve got. Santaro's pass connected perfectly, and Hoyoung took off, surging forward with breathtaking speed. The commentators were stunned. Hoyoung is breaking through at an incredible pace. How is he moving like this after 89 minutes of relentless running? The crowd, initially biased toward Fluminen's, couldn't help but gasp at Hoyoung's effort. Some even began cheering for him, their admiration for his determination overriding their allegiance. Carcelo shouted at his team, "Stop him. Don't let him get through," but Hoyoung was unstoppable. Every fiber of his being was focused on this final push. The ball seemed to glide effortlessly between his feet as he broke through defenders, weaving past them with skill and precision. The audience was on their feet, the tension palpable. Hoyoung is going for it. This could be Sao Paulo's last chance. Hoyoung's thoughts were a mix of determination and desperation. I'd been running like a machine all game. My legs feel like lead. But this is it. One last push, one last chance to win. The Sao Paulo players rallied behind him, their movements synchronized perfectly as they surged into Fluminen's half. As the game barrels toward its climax, Sao Paulo FC launches a desperate counterattack. The stadium is electric, a cacophony of cheers and jeers as fans demand their team to fall back, to defend, to hold the line. But poor Justice, loses control of the ball, and Hoyoung pounces on it like a starving wolf. The opposition swarms him, trying to force a mistake, their eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. Hoyoung is gasping for breath, his lungs burning, his muscles on the verge of rebellion. His heart pounds so hard it feels like it's auditioning for a solo in a rock concert. Sweat pours down his face, soaking his jersey, but he pushes forward. Because this isn't just about him. His teammates, his brothers-in-arms, have been enduring the same grueling battle, and they refuse to falter now. Every single Sao Paulo player is drenched in sweat, panting like overworked oxen, but they push forward. This counterattack is everything. He grits his teeth, memories of the brutal match against Munich flashing through his mind. That game went into overtime, but somehow, this one feels even tougher. It's as if they're running on sheer willpower now, fueled by some divine force or maybe just sheer spite. His mentor's words echo in his head. Keep your mind cool, your body fierce, and your heart on fire. Carcelo, watching from a distance, is baffled. How the hell do they still have this much stamina left? Are they robots? Have they made a deal with the devil? He clenches his jaw as Hoyoung blazes toward the goal. The defense is shattered. The midfield is in chaos. The goal is within reach. Hoyoung charges, the goalkeeper narrowing his eyes, ready for the challenge. With a final burst of strength, Hoyoung kicks the ball. Time slows. The stadium holds its breath. The ball zips past the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. For a moment there is silence. And then Eruption Sao Paulo FC scores their first goal. The commentators scream, their voices cracking with excitement. His teammates rush toward him, half in disbelief, half in awe. He actually did it, someone shouts, that guy is a monster. Rosca exclaims, shaking his head like he just witnessed a miracle. Ho Young, rebelling in the moment, drops into a familiar stance and shouts a triumphant so. A stolen celebration, but one he owns now. But just as the celebration peaks, something unexpected happens. A system window appears before Ho Young's eyes. His breath catches a title, now blazing willpower. A rank acquired. His mind reels. Did his talent just awaken? He has spent years observing his teammates, knowing how rare late awakenings are. For some, it takes years. For others, it never happens at all. But him? Now, was this something he earned through sheer hard work, or had it always been lurking within him, waiting for the right moment? One thing is certain, this isn't the end. If anything, this means his potential is limitless. His spirit ignites. With blazing willpower, he has unlocked something deeper, an unbreakable mental fortitude. Meanwhile, the game isn't over yet. Stay sharp. Frenu yells, reminding the team that while they lead 32, this is only the first leg. They can't afford complacency. Their bodies scream in protest, but in unison they shout back, got it. Carcelo watches, his hands clenched into fists. This was it. Sao Paulo FC has done it. The final whistle blows. Sao Paulo FC advances to the quarterfinals of the Super Championship. The team erupts in celebration, while Rosca lingers at the sidelines, catching his breath. Then, another system window pops up. Choose a talent to copy. Hoyoung's eyes scan the options. Active overlapping, outstanding dribbling, B2, flexible dribbling, B, sharp cross, B, organized playmaking, C, rhythmic flexibility, C2, clean Marseille turn, C, he grins, no hesitation. Outstanding dribbling is the prize. Flexible dribbling? Hell, copy that when he faces Carcelo again in the next league match, because, oh, they're gonna clash at least twice more this season. Meanwhile, Carcelo sits on the bench, staring at the field. So close, he was so damn close. The scouts must have been watching. This was his shot at recognition, and he blew it. Hoyoung approaches, his jersey drenched, his eyes filled with something unexpected. Respect. He extends a hand, offering a jersey swap. Carcelo blinks. What? Hoyoung's expression doesn't change. He wants this. A lump forms in Carcelo's throat. To think he would be consoled by Hoyoung. Of all people, he lets out a shaky breath, removes his own jersey and hands it over. A silent acknowledgement. Today he lost. But today is also a stepping stone. One he will never forget. Shift to the Sao Paulo FC locker room. The coach stands before them, his expression serious. Despite the victory, you played well, he says, his voice steady. But this is just the quarterfinals. Don't get ahead of yourselves. There are bigger battles ahead. The National League, the Regional League in June, and the Champions League in December. He pauses, looking at each of them. Be ready. A wave of determination ripples through the team. Yes, coach, they shout in unison. Hoyoung leans back against his locker, catching his breath, a small smirk playing on his lips. The Champions League? Huh? That means meeting prospects from other countries. Good. Because he's just getting started. The atmosphere buzzed with energy. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet of talent. Except instead of stuffing their faces with food, these players were devouring opportunities. Hoyoung was looking forward to the match, his excitement barely contained, when Hoyoung, the coach's voice cut through the air like an executioner's blade. For a split second, Hoyoung felt a chill. Had he done something wrong? Missed a pass? Forgotten to bow properly? Head to the stands. Someone's here to see you, the coach added. A guest? Hoyoung's mind flickered with curiosity. Who would come all the way to Brazil just to see him? Unless, was it debt collectors? No, he paid off his ramen tab last month. As he reached the stands, a man waved at him with the enthusiasm of someone who either knew him or was about to sell him something. Hoyoung. It's me. Wong Tes-York, do you remember me? Hoyoung blinked, searching his mental archives. Then it clicked, the journalist from last year. The one who had covered his return to Korea like he was some kind of war hero, of course. Hello. Hoyoung greeted him with a polite nod. Wong beamed him here in Brazil as a special correspondent for the 2014 World Cup. Heard you were playing today, so I thought I'd drop by. Ho-young was genuinely pleased. Thank you for coming. No, Wang waved him off. I should be thanking you. You're giving me great material to write about. You're already pretty famous. But I have a feeling this article will make you even hotter. Ho-young chuckled. Hotter? Huh? He'll try not to get burned. Wang grinned. Speaking of pressure, are you feeling any? Ho-young smiled, his face radiating confidence. Pressure? Not at all. Expectations, anxiety, stress, that's just part of being a pro. I'm actually grateful for it. Then he added, narrowing his eyes playfully, just, please, no devilish editing. Devilish editing? Wang cocked an eyebrow. You know, those dramatic headlines like Ho-young crumbles under pressure or the fall of a star. Let's keep the knives in the kitchen, alright? Wang burst out laughing. Relax. I'm not out to ruin you. No hit pieces, I promise. Satisfied, Ho-young nodded. The interview continued smoothly until, near the end, Wang leaned in with an extra question. So, I hear you're quite close with Coach Chebunkwin. If he ever asked, would you join the youth national team? Ho-young didn't even hesitate. Of course, every footballer dreams of that. Being selected is a must, and if it means putting Europe on hold, so be it. Wang's eyes twinkled. Interesting. Speaking of which, Europe? Or a pro debut at Sao Paulo? Ho-young dodged the question like a skilled midfielder. For now, I'm just focused on the present. Wang smirked. Smooth. That was politician-level dodging. As the interview wrapped up, Wang clapped him on the back. Thanks for taking the time, especially when you're probably dead tired. I'll make sure to write you a great piece. Also, congrats on making it to the quarterfinals. Ho-young grinned. Thanks. Wait, congrats on being man of the match? That hasn't been announced yet, has it? Wang scoffed. Please, even a blind squirrel could see you're getting it. With that, Wang waved and walked off. Ho-young stood there, suddenly wondering, am I really getting it? The next morning, a tired champion as it turned out, Wang was right. Ho-young had indeed been named man of the match. But there was just one tiny problem. He was so exhausted that he had passed out and only found out the next morning dragging himself out of bed. He pulled open the curtain, groaning as every muscle in his body screamed at him for yesterday's hard work. If pain was proof of effort, he was practically a saint. And then, the system window appeared. Talent acquisition conditions met. A slow grin spread across his face. Finally, he could acquire one of Ricardo Gaga's talents. He had already picked up agility in mid-range shots, so now it came down to two options. Crown Prince playmaking, U-rank, or sculpted beauty, a rank. U-rank, that's unique. Only Gaga has that, he muttered to himself. A-ranks are rare, but I should prioritize U-rank first. If I get it now, the difficulty for acquiring other talents later will drop. Decision made. He selected Crown Prince playmaking, U-rank. Talent copying will take 30 days during this period. Other talents cannot be copied 30 days. Huh? No problem, I'll just get the others afterward. Training with Gaga, a master and his apprentice at the training ground. Ricardo Gaga, his mentor and the star player, watched him with arms crossed. You seem motivated, but are you sure you're okay? You went all out yesterday. Ho-young grinned. I'm fine, I want to push myself while I can. Gaga smirked. If that's the case, I won't stop you activating the system again. Ho-young checked Gaga's stats. 2 more minor talents were now within reach, and the difficulty for acquiring them had decreased even better. There was strength talent, lightning dribbling, hidden behind a simple but grueling condition. Complete 2,000 minutes of tutoring under Ricardo Gaga. Ho-young's eyes glinted. This was an opportunity. Gaga raised an eyebrow. You're in a good mood. Ho-young smirked. Well, Eve got a great teacher. Meanwhile, in the coach's office, head coach Victor leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers against the desk. Come to think of it, aren't the scouts bothering us a lot these days? His assistant sighed. Like flies to honey, or sharks to blood, or journalists to controversy. Victor exhaled. Looks like we'll have to start swatting them away. The scouts had been hovering like vultures lately, and it wasn't going unnoticed. Did you watch the game yesterday? One of them had asked. Coach Carlo only chuckled. There'll probably be more of them in the future. His voice carried the weight of something inevitable. Ho-young's form is insane right now. Winning the championship isn't just a dream anymore. I want to make sure we show our best football. Then, with a slight shift in tone, he added, by the way, I'd like to submit an appeal regarding Rosca's red card. Victor nodded without hesitation. Of course you should. A few days later, the Federation finally responded to Sao Paulo FC's request. After reviewing the match footage, the game committee determined that Rosca's action had been unintentional. The ruling was officially labeled a misjudgment, which, in football terms, was the committee's way of saying, oops, our bad. Rosca's red card had been nullified. When the news came in, Coach Carlo, Rosca, Ho Young, and Frenyu sat there, momentarily stunned, as if they had collectively imagined it then. As the reality sank in, Frenyu burst out laughing and clapped Rosca on the back. Well, congratulations, you're no longer a criminal. Rosca exhaled loudly, half in relief, half in disbelief. About time. Ho Young grinned. At least now we can all play together in the next match. That's a relief. The rest of the team, upon hearing the news, gathered around Rosca, celebrating like he had just been released from football prison. Even Coach Carlo cracked a rare smile. Meanwhile, back in Korea, journalist Wang Tae-seok's interview was spreading across the internet like wildfire. South Korean prodigy Woo Ho Young named man of the match in Super Championship round of 16. Expressed desire to join youth national team, could be called up as early as next year. The article ignited a storm of reactions. Some fans were ecstatic, already imagining Ho Young in the national team. Others were skeptical, cautioning people not to get ahead of themselves. And, of course, there were the ever-present keyboard warriors launching baseless criticism just for the sport of it. Ho Young, however, didn't bother looking at the comments. He had bigger things on his mind. Gaga approached him with a slightly apologetic expression. Unfortunately, I have to head back to Milan. Ho Young nodded. Yeah, I figured. They shook hands. But there was an unspoken understanding between them. We'll meet again on the field, Gaga assured him. Ho Young smirked. You better be ready when that happens. As Gaga left, Ho Young watched him go, thinking, thanks to him I gained a lot of good talents. The talents acquired through Gaga's special training were still being processed. But he didn't mind waiting. After all, what was a little time compared to the power he would gain? Then his thoughts drifted to Rosca's talent, precise judgment, a rank, and Gaga's sculpted beauty, a rank. And, most importantly, the hidden condition that required him to complete 2,000 minutes of tutoring in order to unlock lightning dribbling. S rank. The condition for street talent had already been cleared, and after a fierce battle with Karstelo, he had received a well-deserved reward. A system notification popped up. Lightning dribbling S rank acquired. But then, another message followed. Similar talents can be combined. Ho Young's eyes narrowed as he read further. Chinator's fast sprinting U rank, lightning dribbling S rank. The system explained the value of Chinator's fast sprinting U rank would transfer to lightning dribbling S rank. Ho Young processed the information quickly. Wait, so a Udyr talent can transfer into an Steer 1? That means Udyr isn't always superior to Steer. Another message popped up. Transfer process will take 15 days. During this time, no other talent can be copied. Ho Young leaned back, exhaling. He had figured something out. The system wasn't just about copying talents. It had rules, a structure, and he was beginning to piece it together. There were roughly 9 key points he had discovered so far. You cannot unlock a lower-tier talent of the same type as one you already have, but you can unlock a plus version of it. Talents were ranked as Tire, Udyr, and Steer, while S, A, B, and C existed independently of those. Tire talents were exclusive to elite players over 18, like the legendary football Prince Tlu. Udyr talents were unique talents. Only one player could have them, like Cha Inator's fast sprinting U. When a legendary player retired, their Udyr talent could turn into tier legendary. The difficulty of acquiring talents varied. Some could be obtained in a single match, while others took far longer. Talent grades didn't correlate directly with their rarity. For example, superior shot accuracy C3 could still be incredibly valuable. C3 talents weren't. 3 times the value of a Tire talent. Could be twice the value or just 11 times. The exact numbers were unclear. Only a limited number of talents could be copied at once. Some took time to process, during which no other talents could be obtained. Talent synthesis was largely unknown. However, if 2 talents were of the same type, Udyr and Steer could be combined. And that was all the information he had gathered so far. But what intrigued him the most was talent grading. Giga had an steer talent already. And he wasn't even in his prime yet. Gabriel Malik had only one steer talent. But Buzz was loaded with 8 steer talents, so that raised the biggest question of all. Were there talent grades beyond steer? If top-tier players had something beyond steer, what did that look like? Did they have 10 steer talents? Or something entirely different? And if Udyr and steer could be synthesized, what would that create? His eyes flickered to the transfer progress bar. Xayanator's fast sprinting, lightning dribbling. 15 days remaining. Hodiong exhales sharply. Whatever happens next, I'll be ready. As June faded into July, someone sat watching a football match on ATV. The commentator's voice rang through the room, and there it is: the 2004 European Championship crown goes to Greece. The team once written off as the weakest has conquered Europe's traditional powerhouses. A true giant killing. Who could have predicted this? The camera panned back, revealing Hodiong sitting with a blonde-haired girl, watching the screen. He smirked to himself, exactly as expected. This is just like the future I know, right down to Greece winning with their supreme defensive strategy. At that moment, Monica, sitting nearby, turned her gaze toward him. Hodiong noticed her stare and raised an eyebrow. "What? Is there something on my face?" he asked. Monica leaned in slightly. "Something feels off? What do you mean?" Before she could answer, the blonde girl suddenly called out, "Maria." Maria walked over, concern etched on her face. "What happened?" "Take a look at him," the blonde girl said, nodding toward Hodiong. Hodiong, completely baffled, sat still as Maria examined him. After a moment, she tilted her head. "Your vibe seems a little different." "Something's changed," Monica nodded. "Oh, you've lost weight. Your face looks a bit slimmer." "Really?" Hodiong asked, feigning surprise. Internally, he smirked. "It's all thanks to Gaga's sculpted beauty." A few days later, Hodiong's eyes snapped open. Today's the day he had been waiting for. The system window flickered to life, displaying a long-awaited message: "Synthesis complete. Xayanator's fast sprinting, lightning dribbling has evolved into storm dribbling." Su. Hodiong blinked. Su. Then another notification popped up attempting to acquire storm dribbling. Su. Estimated time, 75 days. During this time, no other talent can be copied. Hodiong sat up, wide-eyed. Su. This is the first time Eve's seen in Su rank. Is it a special, unique grade? The scene shifted. Hodiong was now on the training field. Sprinting down the pitch, his mind raced just as fast. Storm dribbling, a talent that belonged to no one but him. It would take 75 days to fully integrate. That meant September 23rd. It felt far away, but at the same time, he could barely contain his excitement. The summer grind. The calendar flipped to July 7th. Days blurred together. Mornings spent waking up on the field. Nights falling asleep on the team bus. August was even worse. The FA Cup was in full swing. Matches piling up to the point of dizziness. By September, both mental and physical exhaustion were at their peak, but Hodiong had no time to slow down. The watchful eyes of Real Madrid somewhere else. Real Madrid scout Antonio sat at his desk, poring over match reports. He muttered to himself, eyes locked on a particular name. The one to watch is the youngest player on the team, Wu Hoyoung. Despite being the youngest, he had led Sao Paulo FC to second place in the National League. Antonio flipped through the stats of the last 5 months. 23 matches played, 17 wins, 4 draws, 2 losses, 24 goals, 11 assists, and, most importantly, his dribbling, already elite, had refined even further. "This kid is the real deal," Antonio murmured. "The next match will be crucial." The battle against Santos FC back at the Barra-funded training ground. Coach Carlo gathered the team. "Our next opponent is Santos FC." The room went quiet. Everyone already knew who that meant. Carlo continued, "There's someone on that team you're all familiar with." The name was on the tip of everyone's tongue before Pasta Polaris finally said it aloud. Damar. Brazil's top prospect, the one everyone was calling the next big thing. Hoyoung's fingers clenched into a fist. "Finally, I get to face him." October 7th, Sao Paulo FC versus Santos FC. The stadium buzzed with anticipation. Fans filled the stands, the air electric with excitement. The match was all over the papers. Both teams couldn't afford to lose. One commentator summed it up best. The spotlight is on the showdown between Sao Paulo FC and Santos FC. It will come down to the strikers, another added. Demar and Woo Hoyoung. It'll be crucial to see which of them can lead their team to victory. In the Santos FC locker room, their coach, Pamela, addressed the team. This match determines the top spot. We must defend it no matter what. One of the players, KB, smirked. No problem, coach. Demar grinned. It's a piece of cake. We'll win for sure. Pamela frowned. You all still don't understand, do you? His voice dropped to a serious tone. Watch out for Woo Hoyoung. Demar, sitting silently, finally spoke. Eve seen the footage of his play. He smirked slightly. He's good, I'll give him that. Then his eyes darkened. But he's not better than me. He turned to the coach. Don't worry, coach, leave it to me. This match is going to be fun. The moment of truth. The whistle blew. Hoyoung stepped onto the field. His eyes locked onto Demar, standing across from him. He has a talent ranked higher than Football Genius, eh? To think that just a short while ago, Hoyoung wouldn't have even dared to dream of standing on the same pitch as Demar, but now he was here on equal footing. And he wasn't here just to participate, he was here to win. The match kicked off. Santos FC immediately went on the attack, their players passing the ball back and forth, looking for an opening. Hoyoung watched, waited, then his moment came. As the match continued, a blonde guy in the audience cheered loudly. They're charging right from the start, he shouted, his eyes glued to the action. He was cheering for Demar, who had just received the ball and was making a move. Hoyoung, watching intently, thought to himself, he's not just going to stand there and watch me, I have to block him. Hoyoung dashed forward to cut off Demar, but Demar swiftly passed through him. Leaving Hoyoung in the dust, the ball zoomed forward, and Frenny was left in shock. As Demar passed him, Frenny's heart raced. He spotted the goalpost, and with the ball now 13 meters from the goal, it was the perfect position for a shot. But as he prepared to take it, he noticed Tabajul, ready for a rebound on the other side. I can do this, Frenny thought as he kicked the ball toward the goal. But instead of finding the back of the net, the ball struck the goalpost and bounced off. Ah, this is bad, Frenny muttered under his breath. He was too late to react. Rosca sprinted towards the ball, collected it effortlessly, and turned toward his teammates. Coach Carlo had warned them about Rosca's quick ball distribution, and now they could feel the pressure. Rosca's quick thinking had given Santos FC a counterattack opportunity. The situation was dangerous. At that moment, Oscar passed the ball to Hoyoung. Shouting his name, the crowd roared. It's Woo Hoyoung, someone shouted as Hoyoung received the ball. The lightning dribbling technique kicked in. Hoyoung sliced through 4 Santos FC players, each of them stunned by his unbelievable speed. Even the players on the bench couldn't believe what they were seeing. Hoyoung, with his sheer agility, broke through the defense, and with a sharp strike he sent the ball flying toward the goal. Sao Paulo FC had scored the opening goal, and the fans erupted in cheers. Hoyoung fist bumped Rosca, exclaiming, "My bad. I got this." Meanwhile, Demar stood in disbelief, watching as Hoyoung celebrated. This shouldn't be happening, Demar thought, frustration bubbling inside him. It wasn't a mistake. I should have scored that goal. It was just bad luck. The ball hit the post and fell right to them. But that kid, he didn't even use any special technique to score. The crowd cheered, and Demar's thoughts drifted to the past, when everyone had spoken of him as a prodigy. They said I would lead the future of football. I had been hailed as a God-gifted talent. He clenched his fists, but deep down, he couldn't help but sigh as the match continued. Frenny, now drenched in sweat, struggled to keep up. Demar continued to break through the defense with elegant dribbling, and Frenny was left speechless once again. Coach Carlo watched from the sidelines, carefully observing the game. He thought back to the opening goal from Sao Paulo FC, but since then, Santos FC had regained momentum. The key to their success was Demar. His ability to create space with his top-tier dribbling made him a constant threat. Carlo knew that once Demar had the ball, the formation didn't matter. As Demar approached the defense, Coach Carlo ordered, "Send Rosca to the center to operate with a double pivot. Cashmero, drop back to support the flank defense." The players on the field acknowledged the shift, and as they adjusted, Hoyoung shouted for Kashmiro to drop back, urging the defense to push further up. Kashmiro hesitated. But the move was crucial. Daymar was already attacking with great precision. The Santos FC players passed the ball to Daymar again. Frenyu tried to block him, but exhaustion had caught up. Kashmiro quickly realized that Frenyu needed support, but by then, it was too late. Daymar weaved around them, and with a precise strike, he sent the ball flying into the goalpost. Scoring a spectacular goal, Santos FCS players patted Daymar on the back, praising his incredible finish. Frenyu and Kashmiro, meanwhile, bent over, gasping for breath. They were tired and frustrated. The first half ended, and the score was 22, with Hoyoung having scored 2 goals for Sao Paulo FC, and Daymar scoring once for Santos. As Hoyoung walked off the field, he passed Frenyu, who was sitting on the bench, deep in thought. "You okay?" Hoyoung asked. "We're not losing. If it wasn't for me, you'd be down by 2 more goals by now." Frenyu gave him a tired smile. "Thanks, man. They'll keep pushing." As Hoyoung sat next to him, Frenyu reflected on the history of Santos FC, a club known for its powerful and aggressive play style, a lineage that Daymar had inherited. He had come to understand just how tough Daymar was to stop. As the second half kicked off, the commentators reminded the viewers that Santos FC had brought in their defensive powerhouse, Philippe Laz, a center-back with reflexes so sharp he could probably catch a fly midair. Hoyoung had the ball, and Rosca passed it to him with a look that said, "Do your thing." Hoyoung, with his usual confidence, ran straight toward the Santos FC goal, shouting, "Leave it to me." On the defensive side, Philippe Laz was ready. He knew that Hoyoung's breakaways were dangerous, quick, unpredictable, and lethal. "He's coming right at me," Philippe thought, "and I absolutely have to stop him. But I've seen his videos. I know I just need to maintain my distance." The anticipation was building as Philippe recalled watching hours of footage, trying to learn Hoyoung's tricks. But something felt off. Where did this guy come from today? Hoyoung was faster. The dribbles were even slicker than usual. Philippe had to stay focused and not panic. "I know his moves. I know what he's gonna do next." "Wait, no. Is he going left? Or is he faking right to pass it to Douglas?" Philippe's mind was spinning as Hoyoung feinted and then made his move. Suddenly, Hoyoung stopped dead in his tracks. Philippe froze. What feet was like being hit by a truck that wasn't even moving. Hoyoung had him beat, but Philippe, still trying to stay calm, thought to himself, all right, hold it together. Just a few more steps and we'll get him in a formation." But then, in the blink of an eye, Hoyoung's eyes locked onto Philippe's with lightning reflexes. Hoyoung made a sharp pass to his left foot, and Philippe watched in disbelief as Douglas darted to the right, catching the ball before anyone could blink. "I've been outsmarted," Philippe thought, cursing under his breath as he sprinted to close the gap. But it was too late. Douglas, with all the time in the world, slotted the ball home, past Santos FCS goalkeeper. A perfect goal. Sao Paulo FC had scored again. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Hoyoung couldn't help but smirk. He had assisted his teammate, and with his 2 goals earlier, he was becoming the man of the match. As the final whistle blew, Sao Paulo FC emerged victorious with a 32 scoreline. Hoyoung had scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist. The victory was bittersweet for him, though, as he glanced over at Daymar, the prodigy whose stats were undeniably impressive, football prodigy with minor genius dribbling and a whole list of other flashy abilities. At this rate, it's no wonder the kid's been called the future of football, Hoyoung thought, but he'll get there too. Just wait. The system popped up as Hoyoung processed the victory. To copy Daymar's talent, Hoyoung had met some of the conditions: win the match, score more goals than Daymar, and be named MVP. But there was also a hidden condition, something that Hoyoung couldn't quite crack yet. He'd need to fulfill that condition to unlock football prodigy S and complete his mastery of dribbling. Hoyoung smiled as he thought about Daymar, a true prodigy. 13, he's already a football god. But the way I'm playing today, he might want to start taking notes. He had almost met the conditions to copy football prodigy S, and once the MVP was announced, he'd unlock that talent. Bring it on, Daymar, Hoyoung thought, him coming for that prodigy title. Meanwhile, Frenyu, drenched in sweat, sat on the bench reflecting on the 80 minutes he'd just endured against Daymar. Hell, pure hell. He was grateful for his teammates' support, especially Hoyoung, who had saved his skin more times than he could count. What would I have done without him? Hey Hoyoung, Frenyu said, shaking his head. You saved me out there. Man, I don't know what I would have done without you. Hoyoung gave him a deadpan look. Don't thank me, we won because we didn't give up. You were the real captain. You kept everyone together. Frenyu was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. This kid, he thought, isn't just a genius on the field, he's got the wisdom of someone twice his age. As Hoyoung and Frenyu chatted, Daymar and the rest of the Santos FC players stood at a distance. Watching Hoyoung with a serious intensity, Hoyoung caught their stares and turned back to Frenyu. He leaned in, his voice low but full of mischief. By the way, Captain, what time do you usually wake up in the morning? Frenyu blinked, thrown off guard. Around 8 a.m.? Hoyoung raised an eyebrow. You'd better start waking up at 6 a.m. from tomorrow. Frenyu stared at him, a mix of confusion and concern in his eyes. Why? Hoyoung gave him a sly grin. Because next time, they'll be ready to take you on earlier in the day. Think you can keep up? Frenyu chuckled, but the humor was laced with a hint of nervousness. Maybe Hoyoung's the one who needs to wake up at 6 a.m. He thought the morning after their hard-fought victory against Santos FC. Sao Paulo FC stood proudly at the top of the National League. But despite reclaiming their position, the journey to the championship was far from over. Coach Carlo was seated, reading the newspaper, his eyes scanning the words that spoke of Santos FC grinding their teeth, preparing for the rematch, the decisive match they believed would likely happen next February, and Carlo was not one to get too comfortable. It's too early to feel at ease, he thought grimly. Setting the paper down, their defense had been too shaky in that last match. Hoyoung and the team were playing well, but they couldn't afford to continue this way. Frenyu was struggling more against Neymar than Carlo had anticipated. But for his own development, he needed to face that wall. He needed to understand how to stop Neymar's relentless style. Carlo knew the team had learned a lot from their battle with Santos, but he also knew they needed to refine their strategies if they were going to keep their spot at the top and tackle their remaining challenges. They needed a solution to stop Neymar and tighten up their defense. That afternoon, as the team gathered on the training field, Hoyoung, Frenyu, and Kashmiro were already hard at work. Carlo couldn't help but admire the dedication. Even after a grueling match the day before, these players were already out there. Preparing Hoyoung was truly something special. His passion and talent were undeniable. What surprised Carlo more, however, was that Kashmiro and Frenyu were also joining in extra practice. He approached them with a smile, his voice warm. What are you doing here, coach? Hoyoung asked, clearly amused. Carlo chuckled. It's good to see you working hard. We've got to win the next match too, right? Hoyoung nodded. Of course, coach, we can't stop now. Carlo's heart swelled with pride. This is what a professional mindset looks like. From that day on, Sao Paulo FC focused heavily on practical training. Hoyoung began leading extra sessions, gathering teammates whenever he could. Most notably, he and Kashmiro worked together to help Frenyu prepare for the relentless task of defending against Neymar. Hoyoung knew just how difficult it was to face a player like Neymar, so he made it his mission to help Frenyu and the others get as much practice as possible. One day during training, Hoyoung turned to Frenyu and said, "Now that Rosca is here, let's do a Tuntuo practice match. He'll take the role of Neymar and you two can face me." Frenyu gave a heavy sigh. He had faced Neymar before, and it hadn't gone well. He was still shaken by the intensity of the match. But Hoyoung wasn't going to let him back down. "You'll be fine," Hoyoung said, grinning. "Stay focused, because Neymar is a whole other level. I'll try my best to mimic him." Frenyu nodded, setting his jaw. This is for the team. For Sao Paulo, he had learned from Hoyoung's guidance. It wasn't just about Neymar. It was about improving, adapting, and getting better together. As the game began, Hoyoung immediately took off towards Frenyu, using his quick, agile dribbling to throw off his defense. How does he move like that? Frenyu wondered, but he was ready. "I need to keep my distance. I can't let him break through me like Neymar did. I have to be smarter." Hoyoung grinned as he evaded Frenyu's best attempts, dancing past him with ease. "You've got to focus harder, Frenyu. Neymar's moves are unpredictable, but you'll get used to it." As Hoyoung pressed forward, Rosca and Kashmiro worked to block Hoyoung's path. It wasn't easy. Neymar was a player who could change the game in a heartbeat. But Frenyu, though fatigued, was holding his own after the session. As they sat on the sidelines, Frenyu turned to Hoyoung. "Why are you helping me so much?" Hoyoung glanced over, his expression serious for a moment. Because we're teammates, it's just what we do. Frenyu felt the weight of the response. If I were in Hoyoung's shoes, I don't think I could have helped someone as much as he's helped me. Hoyoung smiled, then show me in the real match. That'll be the best way to repay me. And with that, Frenyu's confidence grew. He was improving with every practice session. Hoyoung wasn't just a teammate, he was pushing him to new heights. A few months later, on December 22nd, Sao Paulo FC entered the field for the FA Cup final. Their opponents were Santa Cruz FC. A team from the second division. The match was expected to be easy, but Hoyoung wasn't taking anything for granted. This is a perfect chance to see if our trainings paid off. As Santa Cruz FC passed the ball around, a blonde winger received the ball, attempting to dribble past Frenyu. But Frenyu was prepared. He blocked the winger's every move, forcing him into a corner. The blonde player tried to break through, but it was no use. Frenyu was on fire. The ball was eventually stolen by a Sao Paulo player, who passed it to Rosca. From there, Rosca had options. Hoyoung and Douglas both open for passes. Rosca chose Hoyoung, and with a quick pass, Hoyoung was off and running. He received the ball, weaved through the defenders, and shot the ball past the Santa Cruz goalkeeper into the net. A perfect goal. 10 Sao Paulo FC. The crowd went wild, and Hoyoung patted Frenyu on the back, acknowledging his solid defense. Thanks to you, that goal was possible. But Hoyoung wasn't done. He went on to score 3 more goals, solidifying his dominance. By the end of the match, the score was a stunning 70. A blowout victory for Sao Paulo FC. The final whistle blew, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Hoyoung had scored 4 goals, and Sao Paulo FC were officially the FA Cup champions. Despite the victory, Sao Paulo FC had struggled in the South American Champions League, falling early due to fatigue from the demanding league season. But with the Super Championship and National League still on the horizon, they focused their efforts on those 2 titles, determined to keep their eyes on the prize. The journey to the championship wasn't over yet, but with players like Hoyoung, Frenyu, and the rest of the team, they were ready for whatever came next. Meanwhile, Hoyoung was preparing for his international language exam in mid-February, working toward absorbing Monaco's language talent. He knew this would be crucial for his future growth. Everything seemed to be falling into place, especially as Sao Paulo FC continued to dominate the National League standings with 25 wins, 8 draws, and 5 losses, securing a total of 77 points. Santos FC was trailing closely with 75 points, and as the match against them loomed, Hoyoung knew that this round would be more than just another match. It was a decisive battle for the National League Championship. It was February 14th, National League, round 37, and the match was set. Sao Paulo FC versus Santos FC. Hoyoung gathered his teammates, reminding Cashmero to stay alert for Consolo's long-range shots. He also warned that Consolo was not just about distance shots. His power could be devastating. We need to be prepared for his shooting range, Hoyoung said, his eyes scanning the field. If we play this right, we might even meet the conditions to copy his talent. The plan was clear. Hoyoung aimed to replicate Consolo's ability, which would allow him to unlock a hidden condition to copy the football prodigy talent. To do that, he had to perform well in this match, and winning the Golden Ball by the end of the season was the final step to fulfilling that condition. As the match began, Santos FC passed the ball around, trying to control the tempo. Then, Consolo got possession. He looked up, sizing up the distance, and decided to go for a long-range shot, but Cashmero was quick to intercept, blocking Consolo's attempt. The ball bounced away, and Rosca picked it up. Rosca, with his usual determination, shouted, "If we cut off the midfield, we'll dominate." He quickly signaled for a formation switch, moving to a 433 to bolster the attack. The team responded, moving forward with urgency as Douglas sprinted down the field. One of the Santos players thought to himself, "This guy is too fast." Rosca, with a swift pass, sent the ball to Hoyoung, who took control of the situation. He slowed down momentarily. Analyzing the defense, Santos FC had 2 defensive midfielders positioned well to block any breakthroughs. One of them, Menardo, signaled for the defense to close off any space while preparing to intercept the other defensive midfielder. Voter was ready to counter any sudden moves. Hoyoung grinned inwardly. Bring it on. He was ready to test himself against their defense, especially Menardo. He had faced worse. He had faced Damar, and he had learned how to handle the best, but then, as Hoyoung closed in, he began to perform a series of quick, intricate movements. Maynardo knew Hoyoung's tricks, but it didn't matter, Hoyoung was too elusive. In a blink, Hoyoung slid past him. How did he do that? Maynardo thought, helplessly watching as Hoyoung rushed forward. Then, as Hoyoung approached Manhwa, the Santos FC defensive player, he could feel the tension. Manhwa knew this was it. He had to stop Hoyoung now or face a disaster. He braced himself. But with one fluid motion, Hoyoung breezed past Manhwa with a simple step. Leaving him in the dust, Manhwa could only stare, speechless, as Hoyoung accelerated towards the goal. The defense was breaking down fast, and Philippe, the center-back for Santos FC, was next in line. But as Hoyoung closed in on him, Philippe panicked. He could see Hoyoung coming at him like a beast. I can't stop him, Philippe thought. There's no way I can. Hoyoung had the ball, and with a deft flick, he passed it between Philippe's legs, gaining control. Philippe was devastated. His defensive skills had been useless against Hoyoung's speed and unpredictability. As Hoyoung neared the goal, he passed the ball to Rosca, who had no defender in sight. With a clear shot at the goal, Rosca lined it up and kicked. Goal. Sao Paulo FC had taken the lead, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Rosca, thrilled with the assist, hugged Hoyoung. Nice one, Rosca said, his grin wide. In the crowd, a scout from FC Barcelona, dressed in a sharp suit, observed the match carefully. His name was Charles, and despite the opening goal, he knew the game was still tight. Daimar's sharp movements were threatening, and the other players on the field were showing off their individual techniques, especially their long-range shots. Charles was intrigued, but he was also watching closely, knowing that Santos FC was a team that could turn things around in an instant. Daimar, in his emotional desperation to prove himself, was overreaching, self-destructing at times. On the other hand, Hoyoung was a study in self-control. He only showed his full potential when necessary, carefully reading the game flow and making moves only when the right moment came. By the 30-minute mark of the match, Hoyoung had already completed over 9 breakthroughs, a shocking statistic considering the tough competition. Santos FC hadn't even managed to score yet. Hoyoung knew the game wasn't won, but he was dominating in his own understated way. Even Santos FC, with their famous defensive strength, had struggled. Hoyoung was observing not just Pat or Daimler, but something unexpected himself. The players watching from the sidelines were awestruck. One scout in particular, Charles, was thoroughly impressed. He had been sent to observe Pat and Daimler, but now he found himself unable to take his eyes off Hoyoung. It had been a long time since Charles had been this impressed by a player. It was almost puzzling. A player this young, with this much skill, was dominating the pitch in ways he hadn't anticipated. As the halftime whistle blew, the players retreated to the locker room. Frenyu felt a sense of relief hearing Hoyoung's praise. You did really well in the first half. Thanks to you, we have some breathing room in midfield, and it's less taxing physically for the rest of us, Hoyoung said, his tone appreciative. Frenyu couldn't help but smile. That's a relief to hear. Hoyoung continued, his voice gentle but firm. But don't be too conscious of me. Focus on the game. Frenyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hoyoung added with a smirk, a friend of mine once told me that you need to clear your mind when playing football. If you're anxious, you'll mess things up. Just stay calm. Frenyu nodded thoughtfully, taking the advice to heart. As they gathered for the second half, Santos FC came out with renewed determination. They carried the ball forward, signaling a new sense of urgency this time. We'll score for sure, one of them thought as they moved up the pitch. But Sao Paulo FC was ready. Cashmero was in position to block, his eyes scanning for any gaps, knowing full well that the months of training had prepared him for this moment. He couldn't afford to let them break through. A Santos FC player fumbled with the ball, hesitating whether to take a shot or attempt to pass. Cashmero was reading his movements, staying close. Meanwhile, Hoyoung burst forward, intercepting the pass with quick reflexes. The Santos player cursed under his breath. His play had been blocked again. Then, it was Daimar's turn with a powerful presence in the penalty area. Daimar, prepared to make his move. Frenyu, as he had practiced with Hoyoung, was ready to block. But this time, Daimar was focused, had been told to live up to his name. His body feinted first to throw Frenyu off balance, but Frenyu, unshaken, saw through the trick. He blocked Daimar's attempt and the crowd went wild. Daimar stood stunned for a moment. Can someone really change this much in just a few months? He couldn't believe it. But as the match pressed on, Santos FC's structure began to crumble. With every attempt to break through, they missed or were shut down. Their frustration grew. Sao Paulo FC could smell victory. In the 40th minute, Rosca called for everyone to push forward one last time. Run, let's do this, he shouted, and Hoyoung took off, hearing Rosca's voice like a guiding light behind him. Without even looking, Hoyoung knew where the ball would be passed. It was the perfect example of teamwork. Rosca passed the ball upfield to Hoyoung, who accelerated with a burst of speed, dribbling past the defenders. The match was coming to a close, but it was clear Hoyoung had controlled the game. With each move, each pass, and each breakthrough, he demonstrated that his skills were a force to be reckoned with. The match had been intense, and Hoyoung was feeling the weight of the final moments. As he broke through the last line of defense, leaving Santos FC players scrambling in his wake, even the goalkeeper couldn't help but feel the pressure. His monstrous look, combined with that terrifying pace, left everyone in awe. The goalkeeper, staring at him with white eyes, thought, this is it, he's gonna shoot. But Hoyoung had a trick up his sleeve. With a feint that left the goalkeeper frozen in place, Hoyoung calmly pushed the ball past him and slotted it into the goal. The stadium erupted in cheers as the clutch goal sealed Sao Paulo FC's victory in the U15 National League. The moment was pure magic. Hoyoung had done it, and the final whistle blew, confirming what everyone already knew: Sao Paulo FC were the champions. Carlo, the coach, was all smiles, while the crowd, even the skeptical observers, were left in stunned silence. One observer even murmured, did they just lose to that kid? The other responded, yeah. Hoyoung is really something else. Amidst the celebration, Daimar, who had given everything on the field, stood apart, brooding. But Hoyoung was too exhausted to notice. After everything, he collapsed to the ground in relief, his body barely able to support him. This season was brutal, he thought, but that final dribble. I've never used it with such power before. However, the side effects were noticeable. His body felt like it had been hit by a truck. He couldn't even stand up properly. I need to build my endurance, he thought, or I'll burn out before my prime. Then came the crucial moment. The system window appeared in front of him, offering a chance to pick a new talent. He was presented with the options: excellent passing beam +2 and solid basics B. It was tempting. He could mimic Consolo's passing, but Hoyoung already knew what he wanted. I'll go for passing, another skill for my arsenal. But before he could confirm his choice, Frenyu approached, offering a hand to help Hoyoung up. There was an emotional moment as Frenyu said, thanks, Hoyoung, you really helped me out today. Hoyoung smiled softly. It wasn't just me. We all worked hard for this. It was well deserved, he said. But Frenyu, unable to contain his emotions, started crying. He pulled Hoyoung into a tight hug. Hoyoung was surprised at first, but then he remembered something Gaga had told him in the past. Behind you, there are 10 players working together. Your dedication will take you places. As they separated, Daimar walked up and extended his hand to Hoyoung. It was a handshake, but there was something bittersweet about it. Daimar couldn't help but feel the roughness of Hoyoung's hand, calloused and weathered, evidence of all the relentless training Hoyoung had put in. In contrast, Daimar's hand felt softer, almost pampered. I've been too complacent, Daimar thought. Hoyoung, he's not just skilled, he's relentless. After a moment of reflection, Daimar spoke with a quiet resolve. I'll come back stronger. I won't let this loss define me. Hoyoung gave him a faint smile. That's the spirit, see you next time. The words were simple, but the meaning was clear. The next time they met, Daimar would be ready. As the journalists swarmed Hoyoung, one of them asked, Hoyoung, multiple goals and lifting the National League trophy for Sao Paulo FC. How are you feeling right now? Hoyoung grinned, trying to hold back the exhaustion. It feels incredible, he said, trying to sound cool. But inside, he was still recovering from the adrenaline crash. Another reporter asked, so, what's next for you? Any plans? Hoyoung thought for a second before replying. Next? The Super Championship. We're aiming for a treble this year. Back in the locker room, the team was still celebrating. Douglas couldn't believe it. Is this real? Or is it just a dream? Kashmiro chimed in, we've been so focused on winning these matches. This is the reward we've earned. Carlo praised Frenyu for his fantastic performance, particularly in blocking Daimler during critical moments. Hard work never betrays you. You've shown that, he said, and Frenyu, overcome with emotion, nodded. Thanks, coach, but honestly, it's all thanks to Hoyoung. He helped me so much during our training sessions. He pushed me when I wanted to quit, and that's why I could perform today. Carlo, who had seen many players come and go, paused. He understood now, Hoyoung wasn't just any promising player, he was the kind of player who would make a team better simply by being part of it. The whirlwind of celebration finally slowed down, and later that night, at the Youth Football Association Awards, Hoyoung was named man of the match. Back in his room, alone for a moment, Hoyoung sat on his bed. His mind still racing. A new system window appeared, offering him two options: creative ball control and SAP decision-making. As he scrolled through, he realized this was his chance to mimic Daimler's genius dribbling talent. It's about time I picked up that skill, he thought. A +3 for genius dribbling. This will take me to the next level, but before confirming, he couldn't help but think of all the things he'd learned. From Gaga's lessons to the hard-fought match today, he was more than just a player. He was a force that had learned how to adapt, how to push forward, and how to bring his team along with him even when the exhaustion was pulling him down. Now, I need to build up my stamina, he thought, or I'll end up like one of those players who burns bright for a season and then fades away, and that's not the future I want. With that thought, Hoyoung selected his new talent, ready to take on whatever challenge came next. The stakes were high in the Super Championship finals, and Hoyoung knew it. After a grueling National League campaign, where his team had already secured the championship, they now faced their biggest test, CR Bakudagata and their star player, Philippe Coutinho, considered by many to be the heir to Iniesta's legacy. The Sao Paulo FC squad had already earned their spot in history, but as Frenyu wisely pointed out during training, never let your guard down. It was hard not to feel like everything was over after dominating the league, but there was still a final step to complete before they could claim the treble, a victory that would cement their legacy. As the Super Championship final kicked off, the tension in the Maracana Stadium was palpable. Philippe Coutinho, with his fancy footwork and reputation as a rising star, was the player everyone had their eye on. But Hoyoung wasn't intimidated, having already faced incredible players like Tamar and Pad. He knew better than anyone that success was about persistence, and he was ready to prove himself once again. The conditions to unlock some of the most impressive talents were now in front of him. Score 2 goals and block a pass. He was looking for a way to not just win but to further enhance his already formidable skills. Outstanding agility would be a great choice, but there was a challenge in the air, and Hoyoung was determined to rise to it. Hoyoung's first chance came early in the match. After passing the ball to Roska, he received a quick return pass. His feet barely touched the ground as he sprinted forward, dodging through defenders, and suddenly, there it was, the goalpost. He had a clear shot with a focused determination. He launched a piercing, heavy mill-train shot that sent the ball rocketing into the back of the net. 10 to Sao Paulo FC. The crowd erupted, but Hoyoung was already looking ahead. That felt good, he thought, but it's not enough yet. The goal was just the first step. Sao Paulo FC had taken the lead, but now the team had to maintain their momentum. The skill difference between the teams was apparent to everyone watching. The National League champions weren't just a one-hit wonder. The commentators were quick to highlight the sharp contrast in play style. Since that opening goal, Sao Paulo FC has been unstoppable. The Super Championship final was now in full swing, and Sao Paulo FC was absolutely dominating. Hoyoung had already helped secure 2 goals, and then Roska, with a perfect pass, managed to score their second. Douglas, ever the reliable striker, added another, making the score 30 at halftime. The CR Bakudagata players were clearly shaken, and they knew they were facing a team unlike any they had encountered before. In the Sao Paulo FC locker room, the players were feeling confident, but Frenia reminded everyone not to relax yet. "Don't let your guard down. The match isn't over until you hear the final whistle," he said. Roska added, "That's right, we keep pushing forward." No matter the score, there was a quiet sense of resolve among the players. They had come so far, and they weren't going to let up now. Hoyoung, especially, felt the urgency. "This could be my last match in Brazil," he thought. "I want to keep playing with these guys for as long as I can." As the second half began, Carlo, the coach, noticed something. CR Bakudagata had switched to a more defensive formation, likely trying to minimize the damage. But Hoyoung wasn't worried. He could sense the growing tension, and he knew that this was his moment. With a brilliant dribble, he cut past one player, then another, and before CR Baku could react, he passed the ball to Douglas, who scored their fourth goal. The momentum was entirely with Sao Paulo FC, and the fans were going wild. Then, it was Hoyoung's turn again. A perfect cross came to him, and with a quick flick of his head, he scored yet another goal, his third of the match. The commentators were in awe. This is Hoyoung's moment, a hat-trick in the Super Championship final, a performance for the ages. As the match continued, Sao Paulo FC piled on more goals. Hoyoung was everywhere. His dribbling was unstoppable. His vision was flawless, and his confidence was at an all-time high. By the end of the match, Sao Paulo FC had secured a 60 victory, claiming their third trophy of the season, the Super Championship. The entire team celebrated, and they knew they had achieved the ultimate goal, the treble. But for Hoyoung, this wasn't just about winning the match. The real reward came in the form of the football prodigy talent that he had unlocked. The system notified him that his talent slot was now full, and he could choose to copy either exceptional agility B or body feint C3. After some thought, Hoyoung went with exceptional agility B, a fitting choice for a player with his dribbling skills and quick turns. As the celebrations continued, Hoyoung couldn't help but think of the future. He had just made a name for himself on the global stage, and his performance had caught the attention of some of the biggest names in football. The Asian Football Confederation had selected him as one of the top 5 prospects in Asia, and even FC Barcelona had taken notice. The technical director, Charles, was already pushing for the club to negotiate for him, but his colleagues were skeptical. Charles stood firm, stating, "You may doubt my judgment, but 4 years ago, I scouted Hoyoung and look where he is now. We need to move fast or we'll lose him to another club." Back at Hoyoung's house, he was still processing everything. While kicking a ball around in his room, he received a call from Coach Cha Bum-Kuin. "It's been a while," said the coach, "but I need to see you when you get back to Korea. There's someone who wants to meet you." Hoyoung was confused. "Who wants to meet me?" "This Park Kyung-hoon," said Cha Bum-Kuin. "He's the national youth team coach. He's in charge of the U17 team, and he wants you to join them. The U17 World Cup is being held in Peru this year, and he believes you're the perfect fit for the team." Hoyoung was stunned. "Wait, the U17 World Cup? Are you serious? It's happening soon, and they think you could be the youngest player ever to join. But don't worry, they won't just throw you in there. They've been following your progress closely. You're ready for this." Cha Bum-Kuin reassured him. As Hoyoung listened to his coach, he felt a rush of emotions. The U17 World Cup was one of the most prestigious tournaments for young talent, and this opportunity could change everything for him. Could I really become the youngest player ever to compete on such a stage? He wondered. With the weight of this new challenge ahead of him, Hoyoung knew his journey was just beginning. The future was full of possibilities, and if he continued to grow, the world of football would soon know his name. After some time, Hoyoung lay on his bed, deep in thought. If he were to participate in the U17 World Cup at only 12 years old, among players averaging 16 to 17, he'd look like an elementary schooler among high schoolers. Age played a huge role. If they decided to go physical, he'd be helplessly knocked away. The thought stressed him out. He contemplated that coach must have his reasons for considering him, and he wondered, could he really do it? He tried reassuring himself, deciding he needed more confidence. Determined, he planned to train his muscles and improve his flexibility to avoid possible injuries. A few days later, Monica, the blonde girl, congratulated Hoyoung on advancing in his certification for the Brazilian International Language Exam. As she raised his hand in celebration, he humbly said, "It's all thanks to you, Monica." Smiling warmly, Monica replied, "Thank you." Hoyoung continued, "You always took care of my studies. It was such a challenging task." He thought gratefully that Monica had helped him without hesitation, and he must find a way to repay her. But first, he activated Monica's talent panel, where it showed Vessel of Talent, currently full, football prodigy S, 27 days left. He saw many talents he could copy from Monica. Thinking of it as a reward for his hard work, he chose a skill, innate language sense B, reasoning. It would make other requirements easier. He also planned to copy body balance next. While he enjoyed copying these talents, Monica observed him, thinking he looked rather happy, which gave her relief. Early in March, at Incheon Airport, Hoyoung found himself surrounded by reporters calling out to him. He was surprised. He'd never seen so many reporters when he'd last returned. Just then, someone called him Sun. It was his mother and father. His father raised his hand, calling him over. Hoyoung shouted back, "Mom, Dad," as cameras flashed around them. One reporter called out, "Just a moment. Could you look this way?" Another reporter asked, "Perhaps you have any close player friends you can tell us about?" Hoyoung paused to think, then casually mentioned names like Frenyu, Roska, Casemiro, Douglas, and others. A reporter, scratching his cheek nervously, clarified, "They must be Brazilian friends. Any players we might know?" Hoyoung chuckled lightly and said, "Yeah, it would be Gaga and Malik." The reporters looked puzzled at first, taking a moment to process. But as the names hit them, they gasped in shock. "Wait, Ricardo Gaga, Gabriel Malik?" Seeing their enthusiastic reactions, Hoyoung smiled and explained he'd trained with Gaga and exchanged emails with Gabriel, who gave him advice. Excited, a reporter quickly asked, "Could you tell us more about that?" Later, at the office, Coach Cha greeted them, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. The Pro League has started, and things have been hectic." He added an apology to Hoyoung's parents for the delay. Hoyoung's father replied kindly, "Not at all." Then Coach Cha turned to Hoyoung, observing, "You've grown taller and more dignified since I last saw you." Hoyoung asked shyly, "Really?" He then added, "Coach, you look healthy, too." Coach Cha smiled and introduced the man sitting beside him. But before he could finish, the man himself spoke up, saying warmly, "Nice to meet you, Hoyoung." He introduced himself as Park Kyung-hoon, the U17 coach. Seeing him, Hoyoung realized with surprise that he was facing the national team coach. Park quickly reassured him, "Don't be scared. I won't bite." Hoyoung sat up straight, thinking that if he showed good performance here, there was a high chance of being selected for the youngest national team spot. In that moment, he recognized a clear opportunity to gain great talent. Coach Park then asked, "Do you know what the U17 team is, Hoyoung?" He confidently replied, "It's the team that placed third in last year's Asian Championship, securing a World Cup spot by defeating Qatar." With a proud nod, Park said, "You know well." He continued, "We want to select you as a player for the national team in September. But for now, until April, you don't have any club commitments, right?" Hearing this, Hoyoung was startled. He stammered, "That's correct, but why do you ask?" Park explained, "There's a U16 tournament, the Montague International Tournament in France this month." Hoyoung realized they planned to include him with the U16 team first, then decide whether to add him to the U17 roster in September. He clenched his fists in nervous excitement, thinking there was no need to rush but wondering how he would overcome the huge age gap. Just then, Park asked gently, "Your father consents to this, right?" Hoyoung's father immediately replied, "Yes, of course," with a happy demeanor. He added that as a father, he had no reason to oppose his son being selected for the national team. Bowing politely, he said, "Please take good care of him." Seeing this, Hoyoung thought his father seemed even happier than he was. Park reassured them, saying, "Don't worry. Coach Cha's recommendation means it's only natural." Hoyoung looked at his father and told himself he was probably just overthinking things. Placing his hand on his chest, he felt a rush of excitement and anticipation. The title of the youngest national team member was tempting, but what mattered most was talent. With newfound confidence, he thought of the buffet of talents from all over the world gathering and knew he must seize this opportunity. Sometime later, a black sedan waited by the road. Inside, Hoyoung sat reading a newspaper filled with stories about him. Headlines proclaimed him as a player rewriting Korean football history, poised to join the national youth team. Other articles declared he conquered the strongest players in Brazil, with a Brazilian football expert ranking him among the world's top 5 football prodigies. One shocking article even claimed his shooting form perfectly matched Maradona's, calling it a revelation that Korea was now a football powerhouse and winning the World Cup was no longer a dream. Seeing all this, Hoyoung blushed in embarrassment, thinking, "Please let it stop here, there are even fake articles now." He set the newspaper aside, knowing this was just the typical hero-making process everywhere, and while he appreciated the attention, he called to his father. Hesitantly, he asked, "What if I said I want to transfer to a European team?" As his father drove, Hoyoung continued, explaining that while things were fine now, he was considering a professional debut but couldn't do it alone. His father calmly replied, "Then either your mom or I will have to move to Europe with you." Taken aback, Hoyoung asked. Did you already know? His father chuckled, saying, of course it's about our son, after all. He added that if Hoyoung was serious about turning pro, moving would be the best option. Hoyoung nodded, but his face turned somber at the thought of their family being separated. His father quickly reassured him, don't worry about anything, just focus on your football. Hoyoung's expression brightened, and with enthusiasm, he promised to do his best at the Payu Football Training Center. Arriving at the stadium, Hoyoung looked around and recognized the players as the U-17 national team. They were stretching and warming up. Observing them, he thought there were no geniuses here but realized his standards had simply become too high after training in Brazil, and this must be the normal level. Smiling, he thought he was already part of the national team and wanted to get on the field as soon as possible. Then he spotted a familiar face and called out, Hyunjun. Hearing his name, the boy turned, recognizing Hoyoung. It's been a while, how have you been? Hoyoung asked. Jun answered casually, just the usual. But with a puzzled tone and hand on his chin, he added, it's only been a year. But how did you get taller than me? What's your height now? Hoyoung replied proudly, 171 centimeters. Jun's eyes whitened in shock. No way, did they give you growth hormones in Brazil or something? Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the chatter. Who's making all this noise? We're in the middle of training, stay quiet. It was Kim Shin-woo, the U-17 team captain. Both Hoyoung and Jun immediately apologized. Hoyoung sized up Kim Shin-woo, noting he was the oldest on the team, their captain, and the pillar of their defense. Kim blared at them, saying firmly, you're not here to mess around, right? Because I won't go easy on you just because it's your first day. Jun quickly answered, yes, understood. Hoyoung and Jun exchanged nervous looks. Hoyoung thought to himself that in Brazil, everyone had been like friends, but here the atmosphere was intense. He would have to adjust fast. Reminding himself, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he began warming up at that moment. Kim Shin-woo called out to Hoyoung, asking, I heard you trained in Brazil. Hoyoung responded confidently, yeah, so what? With a menacing tone and a cold smirk, Kim said, I don't care how they trained you there. Here in Korea, you learn by getting hit. Even if you're a kid, you won't get special treatment. That's the only way to improve. With an evil smile, he added, so you better do well. Hearing this, Hoyoung kept silent. After a moment, Coach Park called all the players together. We're doing a Ninja-9 practice match. He announced the first team will be led by the captain and will be the white team. The second team, including the new members, will be the blue team. Then he began listing the players for the blue team: Kim Sang-soo, Oh Yeon-ho, Park Chong-soo, Kim Jae-min, Lee Chung-ho, Nam Woo-young, Gu Ja-ho-young, Suk Hyun-jun, and finally Woo Hoyoung. He added, the players I just named were the blue vests. At that moment, one of the players, Gu Ja-ho-young, the blue team captain, glanced at Hoyoung. He thought the media had been going crazy over him, saying he was amazing, but to him, Hoyoung just looked like elementary school kid barely 13. He wondered how they were supposed to stand a chance against the first team with a bunch of rookies like this. He resolved not to overdo it himself, deciding instead to focus on his own role. Meanwhile, Hoyoung thought determinedly that he would show everyone what his football was really made of. Just then, one of the junior coaches called out to Hoyoung. His name was Park Chilwar, the youth team coach. He explained, your role is to distribute the ball between the attackers and midfielders. You understand what a playmaker is, right? Hoyoung confidently replied, of course, I know. The junior coach chuckled. You catch on quick, just what I'd expect from someone who played abroad. But inside, he worried about how well Hoyoung would blend in with the team. With a concerned look, he thought it was already hard enough to build teamwork among the current players, and now they had an elementary school kid joining them, which could create a barrier within the team. He continued, everyone else here is a middle or high schooler. You can't just play like you did in Brazil. You know what I mean, right? Hoyoung nodded seriously. You're telling me not to play alone? The junior coach confirmed, that's right. Don't overexert yourself or get injured, and make sure to pass to your teammates. Hoyoung responded yes and turned back to the field. As he walked away, the junior coach thought no matter how talented Hoyoung was, he was still just a kid. What was the head coach thinking? Meanwhile, head coach Park sat silently on a bench at the sideline, watching everything unfold. Soon, the scoreboard flashed as the practice match began. Yang, the white team's midfielder, controlled the ball. He passed it up to the white team's captain, who carried it forward. Spotting Hoyoung charging straight at him, he thought, he really is as fast as they say, but pressing so high is reckless. He quickly passed the ball away, but Hoyoung halted, read the ball's trajectory, and was already moving to intercept. One of the white team's other midfielders received the pass, but before he could even react, Hoyoung darted in, snatching the ball cleanly. The midfielder's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even have a chance to touch the ball as Hoyoung sliced in like lightning and vanished forward. Hoyoung thought to himself about the ball-cutting skill he acquired from Casemiro and spent 2 years mastering. It had become his signature move. Watching this, white teams know. 5 thought, isn't he supposed to be an offensive player? That tackle was top-tier defender level. No one told me he could do that. He recalled the head coach's warning not to underestimate Hoyoung's movements and breakthroughs, which he hadn't taken seriously until now. Chasing after him, he realized Hoyoung was a real danger at any moment. But before anyone could close in, Hoyoung was already near the goalpost, poised to shoot. As the goalkeeper lunged to block, Hoyoung calmly kicked the ball with flawless technique, sending it into the net for a perfect goal. Watching the ball hit the back of the net, players on the bench exclaimed in disbelief, "Unbelievable, the blue team scored first." Another added, "Yeah, he's really fast." White team players stood speechless, stunned by the sudden goal. Number 5 could only think, what the hell? There was no way to stop that. Just then, the white team's captain stormed up to him, yelling, "Hey, Kim!" Number 5 snapped his head up. "Yes?" The captain, red-faced with anger, shouted, "Get your head in the game. If he's pushing you, you need to step up and take the ball yourself. You couldn't even stop an elementary school kid." Hearing the captain's harsh words, Number 5 lowered his head and muttered, "I'm sorry." Inside, he thought bitterly that there was no way he could react to that kind of speed. The captain should try stopping Hoyoung himself. Meanwhile, on the sideline, Coach Park stood from his seat, eyes fixed on the field. The junior coach beside him commented, "Coach Cha was right about Hoyoung." Coach Park replied quietly that even after watching Hoyoung's game footage over and over, he still couldn't believe it. He remembered how Coach Cha had painstakingly obtained the footage from Brazil. Yet now Hoyoung was maintaining top form and unleashing his full skill set on the field. Coach Park wondered, was this boy truly born for the big stage? He reflected on the meaning of positions and formations, thinking, what's the point of strategies when that player is the strategy himself? His thoughts drifted to the 1986 World Cup quarterfinals. Maradona dribbling past 9 defenders to score a wonder goal. That day, soccer transcended being a team sport of 11 players. It became a stage for one genius. Now, seeing Hoyoung, Coach Park felt a strange shiver. The junior coach noticed his intensity and asked, "Coach, is something wrong?" Coach Park shook his head, brushing it off. But inside he thought comparing Hoyoung to Maradona was absurd and impossible fantasy. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something improbable might be unfolding before his eyes. Exhaling slowly, he murmured, "All right, let's see how the white team responds." His eyes shifted to number 8, thinking it was time to test the white team's secret weapon. 10 minutes into the intra-squad match, a fierce battle erupted in midfield. Among the players, one boy stood out, the pink-haired Lee Chung-ryong, white team's midfielder. Hoyoung recognized him instantly. Chung was already in the pro team's second squad, and before his regression, Hoyoung had been his fan. This was the first professional player had ever faced formally. Checking Chung's stats with his panel, he noted several impressive talents, especially outstanding composure, something Hoyoung deeply desired. But as Hoyoung moved to press, he was stunned. Under his intense pressure, Chung calmly held the ball, then passed it perfectly to his teammate, number 7, who kicked it directly toward the goalpost. Hoyoung thought in disbelief how, even while being hounded, Chung maintained control and initiated such a sharp, clean attack. He realized then, professionals were simply built different. After some time, blue team players began huffing for breath, their movements slowing. Chung, noticing the blue team's tiring midfield and seeing Hoyoung a bit farther from the center, thought, "This is my chance." He quickly passed the ball toward number 7 again. But before it could reach its target, Hoyoung exploded into motion. He sprinted with lightning speed, intercepting the ball mid-flight. Chung's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Hoyoung had been lurking in open space, anticipating this very pass. Hoyoung immediately sent the ball forward to his own team's captain. Receiving it, The captain realized Head had things backward. It wasn't Hoyoung who needed to sync with them, but they who needed to sync with Hoyoung. He thought, as long as we support him, the age difference doesn't matter. With that belief, he delivered a deep return pass with electrifying precision. Hoyoung launched into a storm dribble, weaving through white team defenders. The white team's captain, still fuming from earlier, thought he had to stop Hoyoung no matter what. He couldn't let an elementary schooler humiliate them. Determined, he planned to body block and steal the ball at the worst. But as Hoyoung closed in, he executed a flawless Marseille turn, sliding past the captain with a fluid spin. The captain's eyes went wide in shock. He never imagined Hoyoung could pull off such a move. Hoyoung continued his run, slipped into the box and slammed the ball into the net with deadly accuracy, scoring his second goal of the match. As the ball hit the back of the net, Hoyoung struck his signature pose, standing tall on the field like a champion. The junior coach blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. On the sidelines, players whispered in awe. One said, "The blue team wins." Another added breathlessly, "That kid, Hoyoung, right? He's incredible." While the white team's captain stood huffing, he gritted his teeth, thinking, how could this happen? He was a defender who had even won awards at the National Sports Festival, yet he couldn't stop a 13-year-old forward. Watching Hoyoung, he realized he was different from every youth player Head ever faced. His moves were flashy but never excessive, efficient yet precise, and he had the speed to back it all up. That was the kind of talent you call a genius. Embarrassed, he remembered telling Hoyoung that in Korea you improved by getting beaten up. Now he felt humiliated and couldn't even face his own teammates. Suddenly, a voice called, "Captain." He snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. Hoyoung was walking toward him. They stood face to face. Hoyoung spoke first. "Captain." The older boy was speechless. Hoyoung bowed politely and said, "Good work out there. Thanks for playing with me." The captain was stunned. "You're 13, right? How are you this good?" Hoyoung smiled brightly. "Because anyone can be good at football at any age." The captain paused, then let out a laugh. "I see. That makes sense." He thought to himself that Head lost completely and couldn't even argue about it. Yet, strangely, he didn't feel bad. Hoyoung wasn't just talented, he had a great personality, too. He was good-looking, but more importantly, he was incredible at football. Placing a hand on Hoyoung's shoulder, the captain said, "It's my complete loss." "Well played." He walked off, thinking it didn't matter if someone was 10 or 100 if they were good at football. That's all that mattered. Just then, another player approached Hoyoung. "Good job." Hoyoung turning around, he saw it was Chung. Chung held out his hand, and Hoyoung's heart skipped a beat. "Senior Chung." He blurted out, reaching for the handshake. "Thank you for your hard work." Inside, he thought his favorite player was reaching out to him. He couldn't believe it as their hands met. Hoyoung said, "I'm looking forward to playing with you." Chung smiled warmly. "Why so formal?" "Relax." Hoyoung's inner voice squealed. Chung was so kind, completely unlike the harsh rumors. And at that moment, Hoyoung realized Chung had unknowingly given him a gift. The final condition to copy his talent was cleared. Hoyoung chose Outstanding Composer, thinking it was the perfect start to his national teen journey. On March 20th, in Montaigu, France, football prospects under 16 had gathered from all over the world for the prestigious Montaigu International Tournament, set to kick off on the 23rd. Hoyoung stood determined, telling himself it was time to show his best performance. In the briefing room, Coach Park addressed the team. "As you all know, our first opponent is France. But there's nothing to be afraid of. The only difference between us and them is that we eat rice and they eat bread." He joked, drawing some laughter. "Let's not even talk about the other stuff we eat," he added with a grin. His tone turned serious as he continued, "We have 4 players out due to age restrictions, but we're still strong enough. However, remember, they're the host country and they'll be desperate to win." Hoyoung listened intently, thinking about how the Montaigu International Tournament was a league-based competition split into A and B groups. Even if they lost a game, they wouldn't be eliminated immediately before his regression. Korea had placed second under players like Choi Yoo-hyuk and Jang Hak-yu. Their best result had only ever been runner-up, and now he wanted to make history by finally winning it. Buzzing with excitement, he wondered who would be on the French team. Would he recognize anyone? 3 days later, on March 23rd, at Maxime Bassismontague Stadium, the French locker room felt like a monster's den. icy and tense. Among the players, one boy stood out the most, Babidou Chako, a towering defender whose nickname was the Beast Eyes, fierce with anticipation. Babidou thought, this is going to be fun. I can't wait to play. Marching toward the pitch with his teammates, he mused confidently. Some of our key players might be injured today, but really, how good can Korea even be at football? He smirked to himself. As long as I defend well, that's all that matters. As Ho Young passed in front of Babidou, the French defender sized him up. So that's the kid, Ho Young. He's a year younger than me, Babidou thought. He remembered the locker room talk where his coach warned him to watch out for this Korean forward who'd made a name for himself in Brazil. But Babidou smirked, thinking, how much of a difference can one player really make? Especially in front of from around the world. He better not end up crying by the end of this. As the Montague International Tournament's opening match between Korea and France kicked off, Ho Young carried the ball forward. Babidou sprinted to close him down, analyzing that Korea lined up in a 433 while France used a 43-12. France aimed to cut off Ho Young's midfield penetrations while Korea had two strikers, Jun and Ho Young. Let's see what they've got. Babidou thought. 15 minutes into the first half, Korea's players tried moving the ball while under intense French pressure. France attacked with a sharp triangular formation, and Babidou noted the match was balanced until now, but it's starting to tilt our way. We're dominating midfield. His eyes locked on Ho Young. This guy can't even control the ball properly. He's nothing special, just overhyped by his coach. Anger simmered inside him. A country like this making it to the World Cup semis? Ridiculous. Teams relying on luck instead of skill piss me off. I'll crush them with real ability. But at that moment, Ho Young burst past France's number 13, colliding with Babidou's shoulder. You're not getting through, Babidou growled, confident in his strength. But Ho Young turned sharply, sprinting the other way, shaking off defenders who stayed hot on his heels. Babidou stood his ground, thinking, run all you want, no one's getting past me. Then Ho Young's teammates sent him a quick pass. Spectators buzzed. Number 7's dropping deep. Wasn't he a striker? Another added, if he keeps running like this, he'll burn out before the second half. But his determination is incredible on the field. Ho Young activated his skill. Burning spirit. He passed swiftly to a teammate, who connected to a third player. Babidou's frustration rose. Were falling into their rhythm. Ho Young's movement off the ball was dazzling. He slipped past Francis No. 5 with ease. The crowd murmured. His off-ball movement is insane. Babidou snapped, Ho Young, stop passing and face us head on. But Ho Young ignored him, dashing beyond his reach. As the ball came to Chung, he spotted an opportunity. Ho Young was free. Chung's perfectly timed pass found Ho Young, who received it smoothly with his left foot. Grinning, Ho Young accelerated with shocking speed. The crowd gasped, what the hell is that? He's like a storm. France's players shouted in panic. Babidou, stop him. Babidou grinned, thinking, yeah, come at me, I'll block you and impress the scouts. But before he could react, Ho Young zipped past him like a flash. Babidou spun around in disbelief. What is that? Ho Young stormed into the box and blasted the ball into the net. Babidou stood frozen. Damn it, he muttered, stunned as the scoreboard showed Korea leading right before halftime. With players dashing across the pitch, the French national team manager analyzed the situation. For the second half, we'll change tactics, he thought. Switch from central attacks to wing play, press from the outside in to find gaps and break them down on the field. France's players began pressing Korea aggressively from every angle. Korea's captain could feel the pressure mounting. They're coming at us from all sides, he thought anxiously. At this rate, they'll dominate the space completely. Then something caught his eye, and opening the ball reached a French player, and Korea's captain thought, this is bad. Before he could react, the French player launched a powerful shot toward the net. The Korean goalkeeper dove and managed to catch the ball, immediately kicking it back into midfield. The match turned into an intense aerial duel. French players continued pressing hard, but Jun jumped high, heading the ball perfectly to Ho. As Ho Young received it, he burst into his beast mode once more. Babidou froze, eyes wide. Damn it, don't be scared, he told himself, clenching his jaw. We can't let him through. Babidou knew if Korea broke through now, it'd be over. Ho Young dribbled confidently, closing in with frightening speed, but just when Babidou braced for a direct shot, Ho Young suddenly passed to Chung. Babidou gasped. He hadn't expected a pass. Chung calmly took the ball and fired it into the net. Korea's second goal. roared the stadium. Players on Korea's bench erupted in cheers, shouting, "What a brilliant combo play." Chung and Ho Young high-fived, Chung saying, "Nice pass." Ho Young glanced at Babadoo, who was kneeling on the grass, shoulders slumped. Ho Young thought, Babadoo's an elite French prospect. Opening his status window, he checked Babadoo's stats. His specialty was physical contact. So Ho Young had avoided clashes and focused on aerial play. Instead, Ho Young's eyes shone as he looked at the talent he aimed for: innate muscles. He recalled a rumor that Babadoo once broke medical testing equipment with his sheer strength. Now seeing this talent, he believed it. Extending his hand, Ho Young called, "Hey, Babadoo." But Babadoo glared up, tears brimming, and snapped, "You punk, him not losing next time." He staggered up, turning away angrily. The second half became a fierce back-and-forth battle. In the 67th minute, Jun netted another goal for Korea, stretching the lead. Ho Young, exhausted, was subbed out in the 80th minute to conserve stamina. Sitting on the bench, he thought, "In Brazil, I only played 80 minutes max across both halves. Playing a full 90 is still too much." He reminded himself they had to be ready for tomorrow's match by the 88th minute. France scored 2 quick comeback goals, narrowing the score to 32, but Korea held on until the whistle, securing a hard-fought victory. Ho Young reflected, "The second half was rough. Our biggest weakness is stamina." He knew tomorrow's match against Côte d'Ivoire would be brutal, followed by Germany. They'd need to give everything they had. But looking at his status panel, he saw the condition for Babadoo's talent was now fulfilled. He thought proudly, "Earlier this year I got high work rate from Rosca. Now Yves acquired innate muscles." This trips off to a perfect start as his teammates reached the sidelines. Ho Young stood and cheered, pumping his fist in celebration. Meanwhile, on France's sideline, their head coach slumped on the bench, holding his head. What a headache, he thought. Had been certain this match was theirs. As the host nation, they needed to at least reach the finals, but Ho Young's link-up play had been flawless. A dark horse he never saw coming. With skill like that, he might carry Korea to the finals single-handedly, the coach admitted to himself. Glancing sideways, he asked the player beside him, "Once your injury heals, do you think you'll be able to stop him next time?" The player, Lusa Chisoko, clenched his fists and answered firmly, "Coach, why are you asking something so obvious?" Later, the announcement came, man of the match, Ho Young. The crowd exploded with shouts of "It's that kid." Among France's fans, someone groaned, "I can't believe France didn't get man of the match," while others looked stunned. Ho Young raised his hands, the spotlight firmly on him as the dark horse of the tournament. Among the audience, the stands were buzzing with mixed emotions after the match. A girl with long brown hair muttered, "Myri looks so gloomy." Her friend, a blonde girl with a France flag painted on her cheek, sighed, "Korea ruined everything today." Yet another blonde girl, I still wide in amazement, added, "But that kid, he was incredible. He definitely deserved man of the match." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man chuckled to his friends, "Well, we got lucky witnessing such a thrilling match. It's not every day you see youth football at this level." In the aftermath interview area, reporters crowded around Ho Young, cameras flashing non-stop. One reporter, his microphone trembling with excitement, congratulated Ho Young on being awarded man of the match. "You got past Babadoo 4 times. Was he an easy opponent?" the reporter asked. Ho Young's eyes widened a bit at the question. Shaking his head, he replied through the interpreter, "No, not at all. He was incredibly tough. He's very strong. I just managed to find the right gaps to break through." The interpreter repeated Ho Young's words, surprising even the reporters with how mature he sounded for his age. Another reporter pressed, "Really? Then what do you think was France's biggest issue in today's match? Anything you think the French players could learn from you?" The interpreter turned to Ho Young, summarizing the question delicately, "They say France played a strong game and it could have gone either way." Ho Young nodded, thinking carefully before replying with a polite smile, "They're a strong team. It really could have gone either way." Then came the big question. 2 days from now, you face Germany, favorites to win it all. What kind of match do you expect? Ho Young's eyes shone with anticipation. Memories flashed in his mind. 3 years ago, the MBS World Youth Tournament where Germany had crushed Korea. But in a calm, confident voice, he replied, "It sounds exciting." The interpreter conveyed his words, and the reporters scribbled furiously. That night, news spread like wildfire across sports forums and social media. South Korea's youth exchange team, led by Coach Park, defeats Francis U16 Squad 32. Headlines called Ho Young Korea's Little Maradona, praising his explosive opening goal inside the forums. Threads exploded. One user asked desperately, "Where can I watch the full match? I only found highlights." Another replied, "Even just the highlights were insane." Others debated passionately. One commenter sneered, "Still, it's just a youth match." But someone else shot back, "Honestly, even the highlights were incredible." Fans marveled at Ho Young's post-game composure. "Did you see his interview? He speaks so well for a 13-year-old. Another grumbled, "I wish he'd just say things straight instead of being so humble." Someone else posted, "Is it just me, or does he look different?" Anyone got a side-by-side comparison? Replies came flooding in. "Puberty envy, lol, he could pass for a high schooler already. He's so handsome. Hope he keeps growing up just like this." Excitement only grew as one user wrote confidently, "If we beat France, Côte d'Ivoire should be a breeze." The next day, March 24th, inside Korea's locker room, Coach Park's face was serious as he addressed the team. "Côte d'Ivoire is one of Africa's powerhouses," he said gravely, eyes scanning each player. "They're definitely not an opponent to take lightly, but they lost 30 to Germany. So their mental state must be a mess right now. We need to take advantage of that." Every player shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." As they entered the tunnel leading to the stadium, Coach Park's mind raced. He knew tomorrow's showdown with Germany would be the real mountain to climb. Today's match was their best chance to secure advancement, but he was also worried. Many players were still tired from the intense game against France. He thought, if we use Ho Young wisely, we might pull off a big win. Then he turned to Ho Young directly, saying firmly, "They have monstrous endurance. We need to go all out early, tighten our defense, and take control. Do your best out there." Ho Young's eyes gleamed as he answered, "Yes, sir." Stepping onto the pitch, Ho Young scanned the Côte d'Ivoire team. His sharp gaze settled on each player. He thought, no outstanding talents among them, and their moves, Yves seen it all before. His heart pounded with determination. "I can just focus on the match." Yves got a good feeling about this. "I'm gonna leave it all out there." The referee's whistle blew, and the match began. Korea wasted no time pressing forward. At the 8th minute of the first half, a Korean midfielder spotted Ho Young sprinting into space and sent a sharp through pass. Ho Young trapped the ball cleanly with his right foot, eyes locked on the goalkeeper. Without hesitation, he launched a blistering shot into the net, the ball slamming in with a resounding thud. The announcers screamed in disbelief. Just 8 minutes into the match and Korea takes the lead. Ho Young does it again. Ho Young celebrated with his signature shoe pose alongside June. The stands erupted in wild cheers. June, laughing, shouted, "Everyone in the crowd is loving our duo." Ho Young grinned, replying, "I told you this would be fun." At the 15th minute, Ho Young seized another chance, rocketing a shot toward the top corner, but this time, Côte d'Ivoire's goalkeeper leapt, punching it away with both hands, landing hard. The goalkeeper gasped, "Every shot's a cannon blast. Can you take it down a notch?" Sweat rolled down his face as he scanned the field desperately. His name was KP Manet, a 15-year-old who had just been called up. First Germany, now Korea. This is a nightmare, he thought, legs trembling from fatigue and fear. He wiped his brow and readied himself, knowing Korea's attacks were far from over. As the stadium roared, the African goalkeeper's eyes widened in panic as he tracked the ball at Ho Young's feet. "That guy, he's Ho Young, right?" he thought desperately. "Please, go easy on me." But there was no mercy. Ho Young launched himself forward, darting past Côte d'Ivoire's No. 7 with effortless speed. The defenders couldn't keep up as he raced in a straight line toward the goal. Eyes locked, heartbeat pounding with fierce determination. Then, in one smooth motion, Ho Young activated his skill, heavy mid-range shot, and unleashed a powerful kick. The ball rocketed off his foot like a cannonball, a blur streaking toward the left side of the goal. The goalkeeper, KP Manet, dove instinctively, his fingertips grazing the ball, but the sheer force of the shot blew past him, slamming into the net with a heavy thud that echoed through the stadium. Manet landed hard, face pressed against the grass, his mind spinning. He hit the tournament, he thought, eyes tearing up from frustration and awe. As Ho Young stood tall, chest heaving with exhilaration, he glanced at his skill window. Just one more step, he thought, and heavy mid-range shot will be promoted from B to A. A thrill shot through him as he realized how far he'd come since copying this talent from Yoon. It's grown this much already. His sharp gaze scanned the pitch. He analyzed Manhwa carefully. The goalkeeper's short, he's weak against long-range shots, Hoyoung assessed. It's safe to try more from a distance. More importantly, he thought about the condition he'd been working on since Brazil, 30 mid-range goals from over 30 meters in official matches. Once I reach that, I can copy Coach Chaz's talent. A smile tugged at his lips. I'm almost there, let's keep shooting. On the other end, KP Manhwa was trembling in the goalmouth, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His mind replayed the last shot on a loop. I can't stop him. The match continued, but the Korean team's momentum was unstoppable. Hoyoung controlled the field, orchestrating passes with Chung, weaving through defenders, and constantly threatening. The goal. Cote d'Ivoire tried to regroup, but couldn't regain control. Each Korean attack felt like a tidal wave crashing over them. Finally, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Korea had secured a commanding 30 victory. Chung ran over to Hoyoung, his face beaming. We really poured it on. He laughed breathlessly. Hoyoung grinned back, replying, 2 wins in a row and we're not done yet. Once again, the stadium announcers declared him man of the match, his second consecutive selection. As the cameras snapped his photo, Hoyoung thought, even though this is a U16 tournament, it feels easier than the Brazil U15s. Thanks to the seniors backing me up, I can play freely. He clenched his fist, eyes blazing. My goal here is to win the world title, and we can definitely do it. Meanwhile, in the France-Germany match held the same day, the unexpected happened. France defeated Germany 20. The return of France's previously injured starters gave them a decisive edge, while Germany's key player was sidelined with an injury, swinging the momentum. The result threw the group standings into chaos, with Korea now leading the group. Germany trailed behind, something no one had predicted at the start of the tournament. That night, inside the Korean team's dorm, Chung sprawled across the couch, holding the printed German roster. He groaned, we finally got the roster for the German team, but these names are impossible to read. His eyes darted over the unfamiliar spellings, and he sighed dramatically. Hoyoung, sitting across from him, scanned the list intently. A complete elite squad, and their performances show they're gunning for the championship, he thought. His eyes paused on one name, Tonus. We've faced each other before. As Chung continued reading the names aloud, Tonus. Dolls or Tolger? Hoyoung's thoughts flashed back to 3 years ago. The MBS World Youth Tournament final. It's been 3 years since then. A perfect chance to see how far Eve come, he thought, a determined smile curling his lips. Chung looked up, curious. Do you know Tolger? He asked. Hoyoung nodded. Yeah. I've faced him before. Chung's eyes widened in shock. Really? Did you win or lose? Hoyoung sighed slightly, eyes flickering. I lost back then. Chung leaned back, whistling. Figures, he's a monster. But Hoyoung's eyes hardened. Working my hardest alone wasn't enough. Takes more than just me playing well. Leaning forward, he tapped the roster with a finger. Hey, look here, senior, the player to watch out for tomorrow is Tonus. Chung blinked. How do you know Tonus? Hoyoung replied, I faced him last year. We each won 1 match. Chung's jaw dropped. Is there anyone you haven't played against? He exclaimed. Hoyoung chuckled softly. That's why I'm gonna win tomorrow. Chung burst into a relieved laugh. Then I'll cover you. Just focus on scoring. Hoyoung smiled gratefully. Thanks. In return, I'll teach you how to handle Tolger. Meanwhile, in Germany's dorm that same night, Tonus sat with a grim expression, reviewing match footage on a tablet. The room was dimly lit, the flicker of the screen reflecting in his eyes. He turned to his teammate Tolger, who was lazily stretching. Focus, Tolger. Tonus said sternly. Tolger raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. You're talking about that Korean kid, Hoyoung, right? Is he really that amazing? Because he wasn't all that 3 years ago. Tonus' jaw tightened. That was 3 years ago. Things change. There's no harm in being cautious. He's the best Korean player Eve ever faced. He tapped the screen, where footage showed Hoyoung slicing through France's defense. Tolger watched, unimpressed. He'll give him this, his dribbling's legit. But that's not enough to lose sleep over. A dark memory flickered in his mind. Last time I got to rile up and got sent off, but this time it's different. Tonus studied him quietly, Unsure of Tolger's calm tone, but Tolger smirked, eyes gleaming with anticipation. I can't wait for tomorrow. This time, I'll take him on properly. On March 25th, 2 p.m. at Montague Stadium, the players shook hands before the match began. Ho Young spotted someone familiar and said, "It's been a year." Recognizing Tonus, he thought about how Tonus had grown at least 15 centimeters taller and how his skills had clearly improved. Glancing at his own status, Ho Young smiled, feeling it was a fitting reunion gift. But his eyes searched elsewhere. Then he spotted him in the stands. There he is. 3 years ago, this player had made Ho Young feel powerless. Tolger. Ho Young chuckled softly, a different kind of laugh this time, and thought, what kind of match will this be? Had been eager to face a strong opponent, and now he was ready to prove that his skills had grown far beyond what they once were.